Thank you very much. It was lovely to start with Ganesh Ravana. Yes, so before we can start and get into all the sessions, it's important for us to know what this conclave is about and the organization behind this Bizz Buzz Business Conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, as I have been telling, this has been organized by
in association with the World Trade Center, Visakhapatnam. This is exclusively to discuss, to exchange the information, to assess the business ideas, and also to make sure we assess the right potential in the city of Visakhapatnam. Thereby, Hans will serve and foster all the entrepreneurial spirits in everybody who visits here, and that is going to help millions of people around the world. And let's be here, participate, learn from this, and let's make this conclave a huge hit, and also let's make Visakhapatnam a city for investments, a city for business. So since I have run you all through, Hans, let's see what this organization about through a video. Can we have the organizational AV on the screen, please?
Crossing the decade milestone is a moment of pride for the entrepreneur. It wants to share these happy moments with readers, advertisers, and patronizers. The 10-year-old journey began with an intention to serve the people who were wholesome, pure, and unbiased news. This year, the Hyderabad Media House will put to launch the Hans India simultaneously from Hyderabad, Visakhapatnam, Gujarat, Bangalore, and Tirupati on July 16, 2011. Since then, the Hans India embarked on an aggressive marketing campaign driven by the credible editors who served the ministry of the lowest songs the country was going through. The launch tour under the leadership of veteran journalist Mr. K. Ramachandramurthy, who took the newspaper from the Telangana movement to separate statehood. Later, Mr. K. Nihar and Professor K. Nageshwar took the editorship wing the advisor for about 2 years. Current editor, Mr. V. Ram Sharma, continues to connect with the readers by taking up issues that matter to them most. The Hans India has 7 editions in the 2 Telugu states and 1 edition in the national capital to reach Telugu's policymakers and community leaders. Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Khanam in Telangana, or Amaravati, Visakhapatnam, Tirupati, and Bangalore in Andhra Pradesh. The Hans India has a total of over 3 lakh editions. It has started to attract readers from Mumbai, Delhi, Bengaluru, and Chennai. With the growing readership over a broad spectrum, the Hans India has launched 2 papers writing for digital trends. The full-fledged edition with special focus on Bengaluru, the second one on the entrepreneurs of Bizzbuzz. The business section will explore all aspects from startups, microeconomy to information for small investors.
Those who really are on business news, I believe in daily, not only, but I do believe in that Bizzbuzz means headquartered in Hyderabad. The local industry, the local entrepreneurs will also get the opportunity, visibility, and I also hope that we will play a active role in engaging the ground.
Unbiased content serving various sections of society, especially the marginalized society and rural regions, not involved in the urban happenings. The urban content is amply covered in city and stages, which is the source on diaspora from abroad, and the articles from experienced experts in the field is the hallmark of the Hans India. An exclusive section women covers various aspects of women. Young Hans provides a space for journalists with utility news from education to opportunities. Illustrated sports pages give priority to local news as important as popular links from the range of sports.
Particularly the city has, whereas
the administration by taking action on civil issues. These responsive actions from the administration are better than what the hands and back. Giving platforms to women and young aspirants to showcase their talents by organizing contests like the Healthy Guyana, focus on the broad needs of communicating with the hands only, where visitors to the Hallyu centers gave ratings to the ever popular dish and draw a dream Switch Bharat for better tomorrow. Hans India, your new partner.
Thank you very much. A huge round of applause for Hans for celebrating 10 years.
Yes, a huge round of applause and welcome claps for Mr. Narendra, the former IOB CMD is here, and also Mr. Nandakishore Garu, MD APTS Group, CEO APEITA AP is also here. A huge round of applause for both Mr. Narendra Garu and Mr. Nandakishore Garu. Hearty welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this conclave is going to last till tomorrow, and during all the sessions, we are going to talk about the topics like information technology, electronics, tourism, startups, pharmaceutical sector, and petrochemical sectors, agri, food processing, and shipping and logistics. And now, for the welcome address, may I call upon the Chief Editor, Sri Ramesh Sharma Garu, the Chief Editor of Hans. Hearty welcome to you, sir.
Dignitaries on the dais, and all the dignitaries who are sitting in front of the dais, on behalf of the Hans India, Bizzbuzz, and Hyderabad Media House, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to this conclave. And this conclave assumes importance not only because it is being held on the beach front and in the city of destination Visakhapatnam, but it assumes importance because we are sitting at the feet of Sri Varha Lakshmi Narasimha Swami, who is the main deity at Simhachalam. I am sure the Lord would bless all of us in making this conclave a real platform to share ideas and profit from them. Having said that, let me give you a brief insight about the Hans India newspaper, which is a popular and fastest growing English daily with 8 editions across the 2 Telugu states. Just now we have seen audio and video, so I will not dwell much into it. The Hans India was launched in 2011 with an intention to serve the Telugus, and since then it has been playing a pioneering and constructive role in highlighting the issues of importance and immediacy in political, business, sports, education, and all other spheres. I'm happy to inform you that in July 21, the Hans India crossed the decade milestone, and in its decade-long journey, the Hans India has carved a niche for itself and has been recognized by our readers as a newspaper with a difference. It is the only English newspaper which believes in local to global coverage. The urban content is amply covered in pages of City Hans, which has been the source of our strength in reaching our readers. Not just that much, besides the national news, with special focus on diaspora from abroad, in-depth articles from experienced experts in the field are the hallmark of Hans India. Again, it is the only newspaper which has an exclusive section every day for women called Womania. Since today's youth and are tomorrow's leaders, ours is the only newspaper which has a dedicated page for youngsters. Young Hans provides a space for Gen Next, giving utility news from education to opportunities. For those interested in sports, it has illustrated sports pages. Keeping in tune with the fast-changing trends in media, we recently launched the Bengaluru edition of the Hans India in e-paper format. The Bizz Buzz, which is today's buzzword, is the third and most ambitious media project that the Hyderabad Media House has taken up so far. Being a project with national goal, it plays a pioneering and constructive role in highlighting the issues of importance and immediacy in business and political spheres in power corridors of Delhi. It is in this backdrop that we are all here to participate in the two-day conclave, which is being organized in association with the World Trade Center and Andhra Pradesh as the participating state to showcase the business potential of Visakhapatnam. We are sure that this conclave will witness an impressive representation from a cross-section of business sectors and will provide valuable insights and perspectives on the business opportunities that exist in this state. Once again, I extend a very warm welcome to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sriram Garu. And may I now call upon the head of Asia Pacific, Mr. Scott Wong of World Trade Center Association. He'll be joining us virtually. Can we have Mr. Scott Wong's video on the AV, please?
International commerce, but the World Trade Centers Association is much more. It is an ecosystem of world trade, a highly connected, mutually supporting network of global members.
The World Trade Center is an incredible and unique organization. It's rooted in very grassroots-based companies and organizations, but at the same time, we've got this incredible global network.
The brand itself also gives you international cachet. For many companies, that is critically important.
The ideal World Trade Center promotes local economic growth and augments international trade and investment for its city. Delivering strategic support for corporate members, tenants, and local businesses to amplify and drive international trade goals.
WTC is a very powerful tool for real estate development. It has that positive factor for the tenants. They're very proud to tell their compatriots, colleagues, oh, here, World Trade Center.
Nearly half a century after the New York World Trade Center created a physical community of global commerce, the association has grown to include more than 300 members across nearly 100 countries.
It's not only the brand, but also it's the way we do business, the way we connect it to other World Trade Centers of the world.
Global recognition, local expertise. WTCA's members have access to hundreds of thousands of relevant business members worldwide.
We have so many different concrete examples of our business people saying, hey, thank you, you've connected me with the right business. Because of your connection to the World Trade Center, we went directly there and they arranged meetings.
The passion for me and the association has been because of the people I have met. It is mine.
Believe in the brand, believe in the network, believe in history. The World Trade Center is unique, is powerful, the brand brings that value.
This is the WTCA, creating powerful business opportunity, delivering proven results.
Thank you very much. Huge round of applause for the head of Asia Pacific, Mr. Scott, who is joining us virtually. And next, we have a video of Sri G. Kishan Reddy Garu, the Union Minister of the Government of India. Could you kindly play the AV? Volume to bit. And now I request Mr. N. Nandishwar, the MD of the ABTS Group, to address the gathering. Heartiest welcome to you, sir. Your presence here means a lot to Hans and WTC and all of us.
Thank you. So good morning all. Hans India Chief Editor Ram Sharma garu, Bizzbuzz Editor Madhusudan Reddy garu, Mr. M. Narendra garu. I think Lakshmi Shah is yet to arrive, and Varaprasad Reddy garu, Chairman APTDC, and the participants from IT, Pharma, Agriculture, Ports, and other industries. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to be part of this August Conclave and share my thoughts with you. So this first edition of Bizzbuzz certainly comes at an opportune time, as the next decade is believed to be the defining one for India's industrial growth. So let me start by addressing one question. So what are the key tenets that need to be addressed to enable India's growth trajectory in achieving $5 trillion economy? So out of $5 trillion economy, we are envisaging $3 trillion for service sector, $1 trillion for manufacturing, and $1 trillion for products. So what are the key tenets? Let us answer that. As a nation, both developed and developing nations, if we trace the path of this recovery, there is growing demand for high quality new products and shift away from reliance on single source supply chains. The old adage says, change is the only constant in life, is quite certain and apt during these uncertain and unprecedented times. And the only way we could sail through this wave is by innovating constantly and expanding our horizons. See, this pandemic was a wake-up call for many of organizations, particularly many industrial organizations. So COVID-19 has accelerated the adoption of digital technologies, much more like work from home culture and all these things. Adoption of new technologies like artificial intelligence, ML, and using all these things, actually how we could cope up sitting in our homes and all these things actually. There has been a gap between the producers and the consumers of, in the entire world actually. Today we are seeing the lack of this chips and all for electronic products. Not only electronic products, actually in many sectors actually we are seeing there is a gap between these production centers as well as consumption centers, and how to fill, because of that physical barriers and all, actually we couldn't fill this gap. So what is the opt-out of this situation? That is what exactly where this World Trade Center chips in. See, World Trade Center, basically they do fill in this gap by creating that synergies between both consumption center as well as supply chain. So they do attract new businesses, in our case, particularly in case of Andhra Pradesh, and boost regional trade and clear focus sectors that are identified. It stimulates economic growth in the region, obviously increases this airport and the service sector, hotel traffic in the state, in line with the vision of our Honorable CM Garu. So increases capabilities of regional trade community, what Vizag is known for. See, World Trade Center, one way actually, definitely it is trying to build up this gap, and what our government of Andhra Pradesh is doing. See, exactly what our thinking, our Honorable CM Gari thinking is also in the same lines as how to build this gap between this both production and consumption centers. What are we doing on this front? So we have modeled our development based on 4 pillars. Investing in future is the first pillar. Second is transforming governance. Third is driving economic growth. And fourth is environmental and social governance. So what do I mean investing in future? See, the government has been investing a lot of its budget basically on the key sectors like education, health, social welfare, agriculture. Even if you see this big Bizzbuzz conference for the next 2 days, the entire conference is lined up in the areas where the state is good at, be it IT or electronics, pharma, ports, logistics, agriculture. All these sectors actually different sessions have been planned on these sectors basically. What AP is good at, so entire 2-day conference we are going to look into the same sectors. So this is what the government of Andhra Pradesh is also doing exactly. So you must be knowing that that Navaratnal schemes and all in education and health, Nadu Nedu programs have been running. And we have been placing largest importance on skill development sectors. We've been placing importance on agriculture. So how to deliver services to the poor people at their own doorsteps is the main motto of our CM Gari vision. So we have created some 15,002 Gram Panchayats and Gram Sachivalayams where 540 services have been delivered across the Gram Sachivalayams through digitally. So here we are talking about like, what earlier I am saying that bridging the gap, actually we can see it in the real world in Andhra Pradesh now. Now coming to IT and electronic sectors. See, what are we focusing on these two fields exactly? Since I am representing AP Technology Services and AP Electronics and IT Agency, so I'll just throw some light on that. So our approach in these two sectors, basically we are focusing on creating infrastructure, that is one. Second, creating processes, putting processes in place, and then putting policies in place, and then what is required for an industry to set up in the state, basically in any state, like skilling and all. So first thing, if you see electronic sector, Andhra Pradesh is the only state that is having 4 electronic manufacturing clusters in entire India. What I mean by electronic manufacturing cluster is actually we have a defined area, so where some acreage has been allocated for only electronic sectors, and here entire internal infrastructure, entire common facility center, entire this testing labs, so whatever is required for the electronic industry, be it assemblers, be it this component manufacturers, so entire thing has been kept in one place so that whoever wants to start an industry there, so they have their backup there. Actually, they need not invest in all these common facilities. So water, power, and all these things have been provided to the doorsteps of that industry, apart from the policies that we have for incentivizing these sectors. So the case in point is recently electronic manufacturing cluster at Kopparthi in Kadapa. So where we have created an industrial park with 540 acres of land with all internal infrastructure like roads, sewage, and power, water, and actually we are also building ready-built factory sheds there. And immediately after that, we can see a surge in electronic investment within this Kopparthi, where already CM Gar has launched this in last December 23rd actually. So within this short frame of 4 months, 6 companies, major companies have started their manufacturing setup there, about to start. In fact, actually there were 4 sheds which given to Dixon and all. They are starting operations in June. Remaining 3, they will be starting in any of next 3 to 4 months. So this is the, how is it, this happened because of, as I said, we have focused on this infrastructure creation, and then we have created one ILA, which is one single point nodal agency, which will give all the permissions, all the required permissions. Whatever permissions are required by the industry, actually, you will definitely you can get at one single point. And we have created one agency called APITA, so which handholds you to entire from starting to your production stages. Even after production also, if you have any issues, so our people will be there to handhold you. So at the same time, so we are also focusing equally on skilling. See, majority of, definitely everybody knows Andhra is the world leader in IT, basically. So majority of workforce in entire world comes from Andhra Pradesh. even though they are working in many demand centers like within India, either Hyderabad, Delhi, or Bangalore, or even outside India also, the majority workforce comes from AP alone. And our friends here, our friends from IT industry here, they said, so we need that finishing school type of thing. Because actually there are many engineering colleges here and many learning centers are also there within AP, but unfortunately most of them have required that finishing skills actually to be placed or to be industry ready. So that's where actually exactly we are working on. We have created 30 skill development colleges in each of these MP constituencies and one skill development university, where we are taking these engineering college graduates and all, we are training them. Whatever skill is required to the industry, we have associated with the industry heads here, and then depending on the industry needs, so whichever vertical they need skilling, actually we are also asking them to provide course curriculum and instructions also, so that first hand actually they can get people and then they can hire then and there. So not only for this IT sector, electronic sector actually 95% is from the blue collar jobs, which we take from 10th to intermediate classes. So there also entire companies have been roped in. The same process has been chipped in, so that actually the skilling workforce is available. So all these things actually entire 360 degree whatever. So those things actually we are striving to provide to the industry in both the sectors. So and with the advent of this WTC norms and all, definitely MSMEs are the most to be gained, because actually so we are good at some things, and Western countries or somewhere somebody in the world may be in need of those things, but they don't know that exactly from where these things had to be procured. So this is the gap that we are going to fill, definitely with Bizzbuzz conference and all. So this is the point I want to put it up front, because actually we are both working, both the government of Andhra Pradesh and the WTC norms are their mandate. Actually we are in sync. So that's why this both IT, electronics and all other MSME sectors will be gained. And if you note that MSMEs, we have started one MSME restart package, where the government has rolled out some close to 3,000 crore in last couple of years. So to incentivize them, basically, to incentivize them in terms of COVID and pandemic situation. So this is what is that we are doing. So in terms of IT, tapping the IT revolution by learning the skills pertinent to them has enabled Indians to occupy around 20% of international IT workforce, which I was talking earlier, and majority of them belong to AP. This proves the mettle of AP youth in terms of acquiring and exhibiting the digital skills across the globe. Having said this, there is also an existing gap in demand-supply scenario, which I have already addressed. So anyway, we'll be discussing in detail in the coming sessions, like in IT and electronic sessions, and also startups also, what we are, the state of Andhra Pradesh is doing for startups. So without elaborating further on that, so I'll congratulate Bizzbuzz for organizing this business conclave at the opportune time and right time, basically immediately after this COVID pandemic. So everybody will be beneficial for this, from this conference. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and congratulations.
Thank you very, very much, Nandakishore Garu. It means a lot, and such brief addressing, we didn't expect that. Thank you, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, may I now call upon the chairman of APTDC, Varaprasad Reddy Garu, our next speaker. Hello sir, hearty welcome to you. I hope this designation is correct.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Sri Narendra Garu, Kishore Reddy Garu, Ram Prasad Garu, and Masudan Reddy Garu, Another Varaprasad Reddy Garu, we have confused just now, and my friend Vijay Mohan Garu, and friends. It is a very good opportunity to all of us to interact, to know, to invest in the development of Andhra Pradesh. You know, Andhra Pradesh is the 8th largest state in terms of area in India, and also 10th largest state in terms of population, and second highest coastal, 947 kilometers of coastal after the Gujarat. And Andhra Pradesh state is having multiple directions to develop. In terms of tourism, our Honorable Excellency, our Chief Minister, Sri Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy Garu, have a lot of vision. He is focusing many tourism projects in Andhra Pradesh. All of you we know, after 2 years of pandemic crush, now everybody looking for the tourism in respect of many things. Tourism is not only the entertainment. There is a temple tourism, there is a agri-tourism, there is a eco-tourism, there is a adventure tourism, and there is a wellness tourism, whatnot. Particularly where we are now, we are in the future capital of the Andhra Pradesh, Visakhapatnam. Our Chief Minister is having a lot of vision, particularly on the first in the Visakhapatnam. And he is planned in such a way, the very huge big projects from Visakhapatnam to and Bhogapuram Airport. And a lot of things are coming up, particularly in the Visakhapatnam. And one of the major item in the tourism sector from Visakhapatnam, this is a London Eye-type wheel, which has come from the mouth of our Honorable Chief Minister. It is under process and is already approved also. Apart from that, there is a tunnel aquarium in Visakhapatnam, and also Sky Tower. These three major attractions is going to come Visakhapatnam, apart from the beach tourism. Just now I mentioned 947 kilometers of costa in Andhra Pradesh. And we can develop hundreds of beach tourisms in the entire coastal. And you know, the foreign tourists particularly, they will attract for the beach tourism. So we are under the process of developing the lot of things. I can't say this and that, but there is many things we are going to have in future. In another 2 years, you can see. And our Honorable Chief Minister brought a new fantastic tourism policy nowhere in the India. And 2025 tourism policy, if you go through that one, that every bit is attractive to the investor and a friendly tourism policy. Particularly if I say, if we want to establish an anything, it is 1% lease on the property. on the land. So nothing, 1% is very, very minimal. And the enhancement of the lease also, it is 5% on every 3 years, not 1 year, it is every 3 years. Like that, many things were incorporated in the 2025 tourism policy. Because of his vision, he wants to attract, he wants to establish more tourism, and he has said very clearly that Andhra Pradesh రాష్ట్రం పర్యాటకానికి చిరునామా కావాలి అనే ఒక ఆకాంక్ష ఆయన మనసులో నుంచి చెప్పిన మాట అది. ఆ దిశగా we are all working together. I joined as a tourism chairman from last 9 months back, and you know, now our Honorable Chief Minister has given to me the another 2 heads, the dynamic MD Kannababu Garu and also new Minister R.K. Roja. So with our team, definitely in days coming up, we can do wonderful things with the guidance of our Honorable Chief Minister. And also, in the state also, in the central also, you know, our Honorable Kishan Reddy Garu is also there. He is also from Telugu person, and he was expressed his concern to give his helping hand to develop the Andhra Pradesh tourism. He belongs from the Telangana, but as far as the tourism is focus concerned, he has given more than interest than Telangana to the Andhra Pradesh. In fact, he is personally pursuing to land the passenger cruise terminal, passenger cruise in the Visakhapatnam. Once really the berth is getting ready in the port for test, once the communication has and it is completed, once the one cruise ship was landed in the Visakhapatnam port, then thousands of visitors will come and hundreds of business will be increased. You know, you can think of any worldwide where the cruises are landed. Apart from that, we particularly, Andhra Pradesh Tourism Development Corporation, focused mainly on the Gandikota. The Gandikota, we call it as a Grand Canyon of America, and we have a big river there, and government has given 1,200 acres to develop the tourism. We want to develop the film studio there, and we are getting ready the master plan for the 1,200 acres in the Gandikota. In future, you can see Gandikota will be the one of the topmost tourist destination. Maybe we are trying for the World Heritage tag for the Gandikota also, apart from the Lepakshi. Recently, how even Lepakshi has included in the temporary list of the World Heritage tag. And we are also working that to get World Heritage for the UNESCO recognition for the Lepakshi and also Gandikota. And apart from that, we have east and west districts. We have seen plenty of agri-tourism can be developed there. And we have identified, recently we have given 80 land pieces expression of interest call from the investors. Around 990 acres of land we have kept in the web to invest the investors to come on their own, they can invest there in their respect. There was no particularly this to be developed there, that to be developed there, that is basically mainly interest of the investor. And 80 places, particularly the 190 acres. Apart from that, we have call for the expression of interest for the 13 places adventure water sports in the state. 13 adventure water sports in the state. And also in 13 places land adventures in the state of Andhra Pradesh. And also in the temple tourism, we have a very good temples in state of Andhra Pradesh. And with the help of the Government of India, we are developing 5 temples. There already is some temples are sanctioned under Prasadam scheme, like Simhachalam, So I think time is the limit. Okay, thank you. So there is a lot of things. If I go on tell like this, I can take another 1 hour. Sorry to, I don't want to bother you, but the time, anytime you can come, anytime you can call our tourism department, if whoever is interested to invest in particular in the tourism department. So I'm talking about the temple tourism, like Sri Kalahasti and Simhachalam, Annavaram, and Dwaraka, Tirumala, and Sri Kalahasti. All 5 temples we are developing under the temple tourism. And many other temples also is there. And other day our Minister of the Endowments also expressed his views on developing the temple tourism. Keeping all this in mind, my Chief Minister's vision, and anybody come forward to invest, definitely it is a good place compared to all other states in India. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good day.
Huge round of applause for sir. And yes, Mr. Scott will be joining us virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Scott is the head of Asia Pacific of WTC, World Trade Center Association. Can we have Mr. Scott on the main screen, please?
Mr. Sri M. Narendra Garu, the former CMD of Indian Overseas Bank. Sir, it's a pleasure having you here. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning to all of you. At the outset, I congratulate Hans India as well as the Business Buzz for organizing this business conclave for a period of 2 days in an important state as well as a city, Andhra Pradesh at Visakhapatnam. And I understand that
global network
to take this to other important cities too, because it is the vision of our Prime Minister of India, sometime announced in 2019, that India should achieve $5 trillion economy by 2024-25. Of course, India took more than 6 to 8 years to reach a $2 trillion economy, and later again took another 6 years to reach almost nearing to $3 trillion economy, $2.7 trillion economy. Unfortunately, in the same year 2019-20, India's growth rate came down to as less than 4%. And over and above that, all of you are aware, this COVID came and wave 1 or wave 2 and the last one. In the year 2020-21, for the first time, India had a negative growth rate of 7.5%. And thereby, even to the 2.7 or whatever trillion, that dollar economy, we gave a negative contribution. And the subsequent, of course, India had a very fast recovery, and it is expected that India would have registered 9.2% growth rate in spite of the wave or the delta, whatever the next wave, all that. So that is the resistance and the resilience of the Indian economy, and particularly the Indian people and the Indian entrepreneurs who, irrespective of that, because the first one had a lockdown, but the later it was managed in such a way, it is had a least impact on the economy. So that growth rate has been good. But unfortunately, again, in the current circumstance, all of you are aware that the the Ukraine and Russian war and the consequent increase in all commodity prices, and also the food products and the oil product, and oil going even up to $139 per barrel. And the other side, US as well as in European Union, the inflation going very high. First time in US, inflation is almost nearing 8%. And in Europe also it is almost 7.5%. Whereas their target for inflation is 2%. So all along they played with the low interest rate. And in fact, in some countries, even today in Japan, it is a negative interest rate. So with that inflation outlook, and the first time the US increased the interest rate recently, and it is expected that is 0.25 basis, and it is expected that this year they will have aggressive interest rate increase, and in order to have an impact of the inflation on the economy, and at the same time they have to maintain the growth rate. So that had an impact on Indian economy. In fact, one is the oil imports will have a big drain on our foreign exchange reserves. Similarly, as the US increases the interest rate, our portfolio investors' money which has been coming to our capital market, in the recent days, it has shown what you call outflow, and that you have seen. But for the domestic investors, large retail investors, money, mutual fund support, and the domestic financial institutions and other bigger investor support, our capital market is still, other than the volatility, it is still having a buoyancy. But itself was a great, actually, miracle. In a way, people have made good money. But in the recent days, our forex reserves, which were more than $640 billion, have come down. And it was for 18 months of imports, now it has come to almost around 12 months of imports. So in order to meet this type of volatility, we need a large forex resource, and that's how the Reserve Bank of India, in the over a period of time, built up quite a lot of forex reserves, and our forex reserves were equivalent to the external debt. Around 528 billion US dollars was the external debt overall. So to that extent, we are covered. But if the oil goes on an average 110 US dollar per barrel, and it doesn't come the estimated level of $75 per barrel as per the budget latest, that is 2021 or 22-23, on that basis the budget has been worked out, then that will have a big impact on our current account deficit. All of you are aware that once Indian current account deficit went beyond 4% or almost 5%, and we had to, our Reserve Bank governor that time, I think our Raghuram Rajan, we raised 30 billion US dollars from the foreign, our what you call NRIs and all, by way of giving them some incentives in putting them in India, and that helped the economy and also the managing our forex and volatility in the exchange rate management. And from that day we have come a long way. That was maybe in 2013-14. So when this interest rate as well as the accommodative policy of the US and elsewhere of purchasing the government securities and releasing lot of money, which normally finds market in emerging markets because they get a return. Now if that get reversed, then naturally our funds outflow will be on an accelerated phase. And it has come in a time when otherwise there is also what you call oil and commodity price, because we are importers of oil and we have alternate energy have been all been done, but it is having a very lesser share in the overall requirement of our energy requirements. So this is the one risk to the vision of reaching 5 trillion economy. And even though the government in the last 2-3 years have focused more on CAPEX. You are aware in the budget 2021, 5.5 lakh crores on CAPEX. That is again increased to 7.5 lakh crores in the 22-23. More than that, in the earlier period, 15,000 support for state government CAPEX, which increased to now 1 lakh crore of a long-term loan, 99 years of prepayment without any interest, so that the state government also will take up CAPEX more or investment in a greater speed, because that has got a multiplier impact other than giving employment and also reaching into other ancillary and subsidiary industries. So these investments are primarily going in, one is infrastructure spending. You are aware that India, under our vision, we have 114 lakh crores of infrastructure spending, primarily energy, roads, as well as the other, the railways, and providing infrastructure in the airports, port. So this will, that's how, when we concentrate on that, automatically steel industry will improve, core industry, cement will improve, your real estate also, real estate sector also, construction sector also will improve. So the one area of this national infrastructure pipeline, and in the recent budget, the government Prime Minister vision of Gati Shakti of 100 crores of 16 ministries, all the projects were interlinked so that they get the data and other benefits, and the delay in project implementation can be reduced, because more than 438 projects of around 4.5 lakh crores had a cost overrun in spite of the monitoring this project, and the cost overrun will have a drain on our very precious resources. So that is, infrastructure is another important. Similarly, the production linked incentive scheme, the first was the 13 sectors, very important sectors, and followed by in the recent budget, the drone manufacturing as well as your what you call solar module, and 1.97 lakh crores of the what you call the incentive to these industries. And the idea is to invite multinational as well as the domestic industries to put up large manufacturing hub. It has been our endeavor that India has to become a manufacturing hub as that of the China. And you know that China has been having some difficulties, and that's why most of these MNCs are looking at India also as a destination, even though we were not up to the mark in inviting them. So the present share of our manufacturing is only 16%. It has to reach to a level of 20%. So I think the equal emphasis has been given in places like Andhra Pradesh also, and I understand in all the pharmaceuticals, in chemicals, or in service sector, and other tourism and other various industries of local industries also, the state government is focusing, because the $5 trillion economy cannot happen without the active participation of the state government. So one area, another is ease of doing business. So the overall, we should break the, or means remove the rules, and the India's standing improved substantially, almost nearing, I think, 60, and we are having a plan to come below 50, and the government has been scrapping quite a lot of rules, and single window clearance for the project, the earlier the better. That's why now each state is competing with other states in inviting foreign institutional investors to India. You are aware in the 2021, India had the highest, or 21-22 I think, yeah, highest $81 billion of foreign direct investment. But in the recent days, that has been slowed down. So unless we have around 120, 160 billion of foreign investment, reaching 5 trillion economy becomes difficult. So we have to, both the states and center, have to, like already our dignitaries mentioned, have to invite in all sectors, and the reforms in the sector, like in the Atmanirbhar Bharat, the Prime Minister and a Finance Minister opened up various sectors, like today commercial mining and airport privatization, or even the massive disinvestment, the strategic and non-strategic sectors, and even in the strategic sectors, not more than 4. That's how today even we are hearing 2 public sector banks will be privatized, 1 general insurance company will be privatized. And even though the disinvestment receipts have been little slow, because it takes quite a lot of time, and this year again around, I think LIC IPO is the major the disinvestment, followed by the banks disinvestment, and the Container Corporation of India, Shipping Corporation of India, like that. And even I think they have the plan to HPCL also, or BPCL, or whatever, one of them, HPCL I think. So in all that, because that resources also needed. The another important is asset monetization scheme. The government, now if the center does the asset monetization, there is an equal opportunity in the state, even in the disinvestment as well as asset monetization. There are quite a lot of state level public or enterprises which the government has to reduce their share and open it to the private, because the hidden value which can be encashed in the central public sector undertaking as well as the state level public sector undertaking has been gigantic, and it is necessary that we have to invite private sector. That's why our Prime Minister in the Parliament said that the private sector creates value for the industry. We have to value their contribution, and that's how, because government cannot go on spending. You are all aware that due to the COVID, the fiscal deficit of the center has reached almost nearing 9%, and later now around 6.8%, and we are aiming at 4.5% by 2024-25. It is a gigantic task. Again, because with the oil and other things, our fiscal deficit also will go up. And if the government may not have much space to invest in these infrastructure, today the majority of the growth is due to the government expenditure. The private sector has been coming around 30% of their contribution, but the capacity utilization is not more than 65%. Now the private consumption has to go up, and the private sector investment will have to find the necessary to create more capacity, and that's why the PLI sector have been opened where there is scope to create more capacity. And another important that in a period of best period, our investment to the GDP went up to 39%. Today it has come down to 33%. Similarly, the private sector, your what you call savings will have to also go up. These are all the drivers for our what you call $5 trillion economy. One important factor is India's export reached $420 billion for the first time. Maybe that it had a cumulative some felt demand, but our export has been exceedingly well, and we have a plan of reaching $1 trillion of merchandise export, $250 billion of our service export, which also need to go up to maybe $500 billion. So export has also one of the driver of achieving $5 trillion economy. Now, the current latest risk is the inflation. Then elsewhere, what we find the US in terms of rate increase and the money outflow. All this also should result in equity. In a way, the growth is very important, but our per capita income one time has come down below the even near to the Bangladesh also. We are less than that. So unless the people at the bottom level feel that their life pattern or their saving or their what you call their business or living has gone up. So if India has to achieve a GDP growth of on an average 9%, we can achieve the $5 trillion economy by 2028. So as against 24-25, it has been now postponed. But in the worst case scenario, it may be 2030. But it is definitely essential that India cannot afford in an average growth rate of 5%. If we do not take all these steps, the growth rate will be at 5% average, which will definitely affect the common man. And in spite of that, we don't have employment fully, nor the employability. So the growth has to reach in resulting employment. The other side, there is a digitalization. The digitalization itself will be contributing $1 trillion to Indian economy. So the digitalization, whether that will reduce the employment opportunity, that is a debatable issue. But definitely industry is also going for Industry 4. The automation, robotic and other methods of technology will replace definitely in terms of the employment ability. But that will enhance the productivity and that will enhance our competitiveness in the global world and that will increase our exports. So in the Atmanirbhar, there are more than 1,100 products where we are unnecessary importing. And these imports has to be substituted by domestic innovation and creativity. One more important area of contributing to $5 trillion economy is startup. And this conference also has a focus on startup because, of course, in the sector, pharmaceuticals very important. Similarly, in the startup ecosystem, the number of unicorn we are adding every quarter. Like this quarter itself, I think we are adding more than 20. So we have crossed 100 unicorns already. So the startup also is giving employment and they are disrupting bigger companies. So the market valuation of the older company vis-a-vis the new company, you have seen in the recent IPO. Of course, some are not stable. So they have to necessarily, of course, recently we are hearing some corporate governance issue also in the startup. So that has to be also ensured. So friends, I think the time factor must be there, but we have a large opportunity here, and we have also good opportunity to increase in terms of all this contribution. And one more important is the climate change. And with the climate change, we have to now necessarily work on all areas where emission norms can be reduced. And the other side, the corporates have to also adopt ESG, that is environment, social and governance. And the opportunity here to get blue or what you call sustainable finance or raise money for green economy is very much there. So India has to focus on the climate change, and we must reach the target of 2030. And of course, the longer one is 2070, but the 2030 we are signatories to that, and we must achieve that. I think this conference, what we are really focusing on the Andhra Pradesh related some of the sectors, and again expanding this to other cities to reach the potential of Andhra Pradesh, so that, because I saw Andhra Pradesh has grown by around 11.1% in GDP, as against the industry average of 8.9. And the Andhra Pradesh per capita income also has gone up. So in terms of that, this has worked for India. Only thing is the state and central government, like, government this year is borrowing 15 lakh crore borrowings, central government. And state government may be borrowing 8 lakh crores of borrowing. This type of borrowing, government cannot sustain. And during the COVID, government had to spend on health. And in spite of that, we have found quite a lot of pressure on the health facilities. So there is a need for focusing on the social sector, that is health, education, water supply, drainage, and the government is focusing that we can increase our fiscal deficit from 4 to 4.5% for the state, provided you focus on these are the priority sectors of reforms. In the state level also, there is a need for lot of reforms. Another threat we are now facing is power sector reform, power sector shortage. One is power sector per se, particularly the public distribution system, or the DISCOMs are not in a good shape. In spite of giving very lot of benefits, they are not in a good shape. Over and above that, there is a shortage of coal availability, and there is maybe that year also, I don't know, would not have done, but in some states now they are already putting cut for industrial use. Now if you have to achieve the industrial corridor and industrial growth, we need a lot of power. So the alternative, like the nuclear power, or because the coal per se will contribute to a climate problem, but we cannot avoid totally. But the other solar, wind, biomass and other power, the contribution per se is very less. So this is another threat which we have to overcome, maybe temporary. There is the railway, distribution methodology should increase, the wagon should be available. And during the COVID, we found quite a lot of problems in logistics. The supply chain management got into domestically and internationally also. I was told the container per cost per freight itself has gone up. And the container supplies are only from China. And there is a shortage. So in order to improve our exports, we have to improve our domestic logistics management. And that has to be in line with the international standards. So there is a lot of work to be done, both by the center and states. And unless our entrepreneurs, people, all of us get involved in this process of bringing $5 trillion economy at the earliest, we will be left behind. In a way, even though India will remain as the third largest economy for the world, but India has to move from the middle income country to the developed country, for which we have to have a large investment, we have a large private consumption, and we have to have a large private investment, and we must see everybody gets the benefit of this growth. That is why the growth with equity. Thank you very much.
Huge round of applause for our keynote speaker, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Narendra Garu, the former CMD of Indian Overseas Bank. And yes, I think, sir, with that, we have finished the, all the protocols of the inauguration. And I request a small token of appreciation, memento, to be given to all our esteemed guest of honors. Thanks to our keynote speaker and thanks to Naresh Garu, Narendra Garu, Nanda Kishore Garu. Thank you to our keynote speaker, Narendra Garu. And yes. All right. So we will be opening it for Q&A for the beginning of this, whatever we have witnessed right now. Any questions while our keynote speakers and other guests of honors are here? No? All right. So we'll quickly jump into the sessions of the day. Sir, thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so before we start our session 1, let's break for a quick high tea and gather here back in 15 minutes. So it's 11:45 now. I request you all to be back by 12 p.m. So here we have gathered to discuss about technology to expand the potential of Visakhapatnam, the city of destiny, in the sector of information technology. And to moderate and to discuss about this session, we have various speakers and we also have the session chair. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, let me introduce to you all the session chair for the first panel discussion, Shri Krishna Sagarao Garu, the Harvard Business School certified organizational strategist and author. He is an internationally reputed organizational strategist and an author. His career spanning 25 years, Krishna has coached thousands of senior organizational executives, military leaders, scientists, and CEOs in the areas of emotional intelligence, organizational leadership, business strategy, design and implementation. He has also coached and mentored across industry sectors. Krishna advises boards of selected businesses as an organizational strategist. As a special invitee to the company boards, he enables strategic growth, management, business strategy implementation, and also drives strategies for transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our Harvard Business School certified organizational strategist and author, Mr. Krishna Sagarao Garu. He is our session chair, also called as the moderator for today. And let me now proudly present to you all our speakers. Presenting to you our first speaker, Mr. CVD Ram Prasad Garu, the Director of STPI Hyderabad, Director of Software Technology Parks of India, STPI Hyderabad. As Director of STPI, he is responsible for deployment of STP, EHTP scheme under Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. He has extensive knowledge in various telecom segments and was involved in the commissioning of various communication and network infrastructure projects. Give it up for Mr. Ram Prasad Garu, the Director of STPI Hyderabad. And may I proudly present to you our next speaker, Mr. Mohan Kancharla Garu, the Management Consultant, Career, TCS. He is the founding member of TCS Global Consulting Practice. He established and led IT strategy, IT governance, and business transformation practices as a global head, sales and delivery support. Currently, the director of method management in B&TS business unit. Give it up for Mr. Mohan Kancharlagaru, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, and now I present to you our next speaker in the panel discussion regarding information technology. Give it up for Mr. Sridhar Kosaraju, the MD, Nimiasoft Systems Private Limited and President of ITAP. From being a professional who swears by the latest innovations in technology, who motivates his team with his proven leadership skills and earning reputation as a consultant who comes up with success-driven business strategist, to being an in-demand corporate trainer and mentor, Sridhar Kosaraju has been there and done it all with distinctive flair. Give it up for our beloved Sridhar Kosaraju Garu. Also, may I present to you our next speaker, Mr. Aditya Kandarappa, the co-founder of Amethyst Online Consultants Private Limited. Hearty welcome to you, Mr. Aditya sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now on the stage we have with us the session chair, Krishna Sagar Rao Garu, and also the speakers. They will be discussing on information technology and also enabling Vizag, a port for emerging technology. Over to the session chair, Krishna Sagar Rao Garu. Thank you. Yes, sorry for that. I just received the updated website details here. May I proudly present to you our next speaker, Mr. Sairam Vedam Garu, the CMO of Signity Technologies. Hearty welcome to you, sir. And presenting to you our next speaker, Murali Krishna Ram Bhatla Garu, the director of Bentley Systems. And presenting to you the next speaker, Mr. Gauri Prasad Garu, the General Manager of Reliance Jio. Hearty welcome to you, Mr. Gauri Prasad, sir. Also presenting to you our next speaker in our panel discussion one, Ram Chandar Garu, IT ENC Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Do we have everybody?
MD APTS and CEO APTA and CEO APTA APEITA.
All right, I got it, sir. Also, proudly presenting to you the next speaker, Mr. Nanda Kishore, sir, IAS, MD APTS and CEO of APTA. Heartiest welcome to you once again, sir. Yes, with the updated speakers panel profile, now the stage looks bigger, fuller, and it looks more positive to me. It is all about the growth in Visakhapatnam. Over to the session chair, Krishna Sagar Rao Garu. Huge round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, and welcome to all the delegates for the conclave this noon. It's a bright and sunny noon today in Vizag, and where better than indoors to be. I also welcome wholeheartedly to the Bizz Buzz Business Conclave the eminent panelists here representing the central government and also the state government on the panel, we have APTS Managing Director, we have STPI Director, and we have the industry experts here, both the technology and organizational experts. So we have a full house, and we will have a very focused theme of transforming Vizag into a port of emerging technologies. Now that is the narrow focus of this session, which is broadly IT based and narrowly Vizag being a destination of emerging trends. Before I get the panel speakers to engage with you, I'll make few opening statements which are essential to set this panel discussion into a flow of ideation and thoughts. Now, Andhra Pradesh as a name itself isn't a startup. It's a legacy organization of sorts, because if at all IT revolution was kicked up, and whoever kicked the dust in the IT revolution, that was Andhra Pradesh. And Vizag is no less than Bangalore. If it can be transformed in a way, it can do the same as what Karnataka or today Telangana and Tamil Nadu and Gurgaon and other rest of the cities are doing. There is a phraseology in the Silicon Valley that when you are offshoring something, they say it's Bangalored. Now it can be in a very near future that it is Visagged. So the Visagged is what is necessary. Now I also believe input, process, output is the critical operational flow of any organization. And that is also true for a state. That is also true for a city, a mega city, which is evolving in Vizag. The input, if you have to provide for a sector, this is a multi-sectoral conclave, but this session is purely IT. So if it is IT or IT-related industries, which are ancillaries, you need to have the input as the key criteria for investments to flow in. And once you do that, you have the process which will lead and then ensure a great output. So, my dear friends, today we have amongst us very eminent speakers who will focus clearly on how do we create an input, process, output to ensure Vizag becomes the port of emerging technologies. To actually say a last word in this regard, is it the oceanfront city which draws investments and which draws talent and which draws industry? Let's give it a thought. Or is it the core infrastructure? Is it the technology infrastructure? The pace, the speed of digital infrastructure which can be grown in the state and in the city of Vizag, will that be an input? Or will ease of living, maybe expansive living, not expensive, cheaper access for living and spacious living, oceanfront living, will that draw the best of the minds back into Vizag? Vizag or Andhra Pradesh actually has a huge component of the brain drain composition in this country. A huge percentage of people from here work elsewhere. How to bring them back? How to bring investments back? How to get the infrastructure ready? I think these are the questions the eminent panelists will now deal with, and also make recommendations, bring in advisory, and also make challenging statements if at all, or find challenges or leverage opportunities. Now, I take this great opportunity to request the panel speakers to adhere to the format of 5-minute opening statements. This is the format which we will adhere to. Each of the panel speaker, starting from the managing director who drives the IT in this state and specific to Vizag now, we'll start with him, and every speaker will make a 5-minute opening, and then after that we will have a dialogue amongst us or with you. We would love to have it with you. So if you have any questions while they're introducing, please take note, and we'll take it from there. I request Nandakishore to start off.
Check. So we have one more eminent speaker joining us. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, may I proudly present to you Mr. Anubhav Jain, the Business Development Manager, Expedia. Heartiest welcome to you, Mr. Anubhav Jain. Yes, I think now it looks fuller, better, and bigger.
I like to start at the end. So let
You want to do it at the end? We'll start from that left? Okay.
So anyway,
because
what
you came in last, we are giving you the opportunity. Yeah. Yeah, please pass the mic. Yeah, I think he has the mic. He has the mic. You can keep it.
Hello. Yeah, great. I think this is the perfect start. These days, everybody's travel starved. So let me go first and give some perspective from the travel industry. I work for Expedia, who's the leading travel technology company. And as luck would have it, just last week, Peter Kern, who's the CEO of our company, was in our Gurgaon office. And he blatantly made some statements which are all pertaining to draw talent from India and not just investing in India from B2C perspective. So I think not just specific cities in India, but globally, India is positioned as one of the countries where tremendous amount of technology and talent exist. And few of the pillars for our company also are to evolve continuously in technology. So in the past 2.5 years, which have been supremely tough for the travel industry because of the pandemic, I think it was also a great opportunity for everyone to realize, how to simplify things, how to break down things, and all of that was done using technology. So there are a few things which I would like to call out. For example, in the travel space, Expedia was prompt enough to, for example, operate in multiple point of sales, offering 35 currencies, opening the whole world to the fintech companies, bilingual. These are all opportunities in terms of technologies which companies like are evolving. There are certain features called recommendations where, data is gold. So these days, when you have data, then the technologies which are evolving in travel space are machine learning, data science, business analytics, and AI chatbots, All of these technologies, in fact, are headed towards enhancing the customer experience. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is pertaining to this forum, that if we have, how do we do this? Like, we all know that these are the pillars, but how do we attain all of that? Is through travel technology companies that specialize in actually working on these collaborations. For example, these travel tech companies can help online travel agencies like Make My Trip, Go Ibibo, and others to invent certain features which are specific to travel industry. So my point is that if we have clusters of these technology companies here in the region, then that would definitely enable travel. And also during the pandemic, what we've observed that a lot of companies have switched to a hybrid mode of working, right? So a lot of flexibility has been given to to employees to work remotely, and alternate accommodations is becoming a key thing, long stay specifically. So I won't be surprised, when I go back to Delhi, a lot of people don't know Vizag as a destination, that it has beautiful beaches. I was awestruck when I came. This is my first time. And, it reminded me of the promenade in Pondicherry, for example. So I'm saying that if we can position Vizag as a destination, right, for technology enablers, and the long stays can be promoted. I was just going through some stats. There are over 100 properties, alternate accommodations, which are being offered by Airbnb today. Over 500 hotels which are existing in the region itself. So I think using technology, we can scale up and we can promote Vizag as a destination so that it can bring tourism into the state. Also, I do believe that when you have various other technology clusters, there will be a lot of corporate movement. And then when people are traveling, not just domestically and internationally, they would talk about breaking the barriers, and then people get familiarized to the unfamiliarized. So I think that would also open a lot of doors, and it would definitely put Vizag onto the map in the travel industry as well.
Very good afternoon all. Very good afternoon, sir. All partners and delegates. I represent Reliance Industries and specifically to Reliance Jio. So, you know about the digital revolution which has started during 2016, where we used to have 1 GB of data with less than 1 Mbps speed with more than 300 rupees. And it has been brought down to 1 GB of data with more than 10 Mbps of speed towards less than 6 rupees. So that's the revolution. And as everyone knows, the data is the new fuel of any organization. It might be a plant kind of organization, IT kind of workshop, or education institute, anything. Without data, speed, I think there is no growth at all. And with respect to Andhra Pradesh, while the entire investment of Reliance Jio is more than 5 lakh crore, AP contributes to 4% of the country's overall GDP as well as the revenue generates. In that perspective, AP is being given an investment of 6% with respect to the growth potential, better than Telangana in terms of 6%, more than 24,000 crores were being spent during last 3-4 years. With respect to network, with respect to the complete electronic setup and the office spaces, warehouses, because of Jio, whatever during the COVID pandemic, whatever new companies have come, whatever new startups have come, the only backbone for all this, Flipkart, Amazon, Ola, Uber, Zomato, Swiggy, I think since the end customer is able to access to data, access to mobile, he is able to become a potential customer to all these companies. So we are almost like a backbone to the end user in terms of making their life more simple and more accessible to the entire world. With respect to the investments, we are currently, I can say that we are in the progress of enhancing towards 5G. Once the spectrum auction happens in June, July, we are ready to go for that. Our investments becomes more than 10,000 crores in Andhra Pradesh itself. Apart from that, specific to Vizag and its peripherals, including East Godavari, Srikakulam and Vijayanagaram peripherals, we have a very, very in-depth micro-level plans with respect to our network deployment and the kind of technology which the 5G brings in with the electronics and the infrastructure which it creates to the existing startups or the existing PSUs as well as IT companies, everything. We are ready to go already. We are enhancing a lot of existing 4G towers, and in Vizag specific, in Vizag city, by end of this month, another 10 days to go, we will have 100 towers which will be 5G enabled, and we will be doing a test drive with the help of government and government support. So the only challenge which currently right now we have is the permissions from the government, sir, in terms of enhancing the electronics and the permissions in terms of trenching and doing all these works towards the enabling of fiber to each and every household as well as offices. So that's one thing where we are in close contact with government officials, and yes, the work is on, but next 3 to 6 months, the fiber part, in fact, every house is a digital house now, the fiber coming in, and the minimum speed of the end customer can be using is more than 100 Mbps, and we have various platforms and various OTT contents developed which will really make life easy in terms of education, in terms of retail, in terms of entertainment, infotainment, and especially education sector. We are creating a lot of changes, and we are ready to go. And every IT, I'm done, sir. Every IT company, we are ready to provide our infrastructure as well as our service, and we have the bus service available in Vizag city. Anyone, any issues, any requirement of 5G or enterprise packages, SME packages, we are accessible, and 100% we will ensure that Vizag becomes a great destiny for IT sector. And it is a startup kind of thing, like if we see next 20 years, if Bangalore is right now, I think next 15 to 20 years, Vizag becomes one more Bangalore. Thank you all, and thanks to the Bizz Buzz Business Conclave for this wonderful platform. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Congratulations for Hans Media and Bizzbuzz for this wonderful show that you guys have put up. My name is Sairam Vedam. While I'm the Global Chief Marketing Officer for a company called Signity Technologies. We're the world's premier leading digital assurance company. We are a public limited company. A disclaimer, whatever I'm going to speak is more from my personal opinions and industry observations. Well, I'm a marketing guy, so I coined two acronyms for AP. I come from Andhra Pradesh as a native. AP today, in my opinion, is absolutely perfect destination. It's just not Andhra Pradesh, it's absolutely perfect. Vizag is awesome and picturesque, right? So Vizag is called City of Destiny. If I'm not wrong, I'm a big cricket fan. Mahendra Singh Dhoni scored a terrific 183 plus. Vizag is all great stuff. Then we had customer experience. Expedia is all about customer experience. We use Expedia. And then we have the backend from Reliance Jio connecting the whole thing. Well, I come from an industry which is $300 billion industry. The digital product engineering that transcends deep tech, AI, ML, startups. If you keep all the buzzwords away, I was reading on Wikipedia, Vizag, Visakhapatnam did trade with Rome and Middle East in 6th century. That is the history of Vizag. So we don't need to tell to Vizag on what to export and when to export. It has already been in the genes. And I think today with this conclave, we're going to unleash that. One sentence, I was reading the prospectus and the brochure by the government, sir. Congratulations on the vision of Honorable Chief Minister Garu, where I believe Vizag is doing Institute of Advanced Technologies and Research. So my focus, my competence is from the emerging technologies, and we are super thrilled to see that. We have an Indian Institute of Management, we have the prestigious Andhra University, and Institute of Maritime, and Oceanography, Kalam Institute of Health, and it just touches everything. But what's common here is, there's a proponent in the Silicon Valley called Mark Anderson. He said software is eating the world. Software right now is eating the world. So if we got to ride AP into this digital economy or industry 4.0, it has to be centered around what I call co-creation and innovation. I beg to differ, Krishna Sagar Garu. You said when Silicon Valley thinks about offshoring, it is Bangalore. Going forward, when Silicon Valley or anyone thinks about creation and innovation, which is next step of offshoring, it has to be AP and Vizag. I think that's the spirit of entrepreneurship that all of us, if we can sort of promulgate, we will be doing a world of good for the generation. And thank you very much. I look forward for some engaging discussions. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aditya. I'm the co-founder of a company called Amethyst Online. After 3 huge multinational companies comes my turn. When the entrepreneurship bug bit us many years ago, we set ourselves 2 rules. Rule number 1 was that we will stay in Vizag. We wanted our company to be based out of here. We said we will not move out. And second thing that we decided was that we will not raise any funds. Today, when I look back, it could be a silly decision, but that's how, fortunately, things worked out for us. So, starting from a very small kind of a content writing gig, freelance kind of assignments, we've grown to be a multi-million-dollar company here. We are still based here. We are based out of Vizag. We have offices all around the world, but our head office is here. So, all the revenue is taxed to Andhra Pradesh state. So, when we say Vizag or a tier 2 city for that matter, usually the first thing that comes to mind is that, dearth of high quality talent. For us, I think, I don't know if I'm fortunate or if our company is an exception, but for us, we've been extremely fortunate in the sense that our attrition is extremely low. Usually when we come to tier 2 cities, it is the truth. I mean, not just for Vizag, for most cities where we say that, okay, top quality talent is attracted by larger cities. They prefer to work even in small jobs in Bangalore or Hyderabad. Many of my friends will agree with me. But here it is, for us, our attrition is less than 5%. That I think is because, like what our moderator and Anubhav mentioned, people love Vizag. So, I mean, a city like this, oceanfront living. So, very few people actually want to go out of Vizag. It is the truth. So, people would prefer to work here if there are opportunities, which are increasing, and we are testimonial to that. There are dozens of companies like ours, which have been bootstrapped, which have been incubated in this city. And after COVID, over the last 2 years, we've all seen it, witnessed it firsthand. We've all gone through the same rigmarole. What we must have seen is, with telecom companies paving the way, and after people moved home, when we realized that it is not very difficult for us to work from home, suddenly over the last 2 years, our strength in Vizag has doubled. But more importantly, we've been able to hire people from anywhere. It's kind of become commonplace. We have call centers which no longer are here. I mean, we have call centers in Philippines. We have a team in Sri Lanka. We have a call center in Ahmedabad. We have 3 sales offices in the US. I mean, like with most companies, it is no longer restricted that you have to be in one place, and it's a global economy now. With regard to talent, the last thing, sir, is for us, we didn't know it while we were going through this. Most of our hires have actually come from the government's Skill India program. We didn't realize it. Over 50% of our staff have come through the Skill India program, which Tech Mahindra has partnered with in Vizag. We saw their resumes, they said Skill India, Skill India, Skill India, Skill India. Most of our staff are remotely located, they are rural. We have a team in Araku, Paderu, Lambasingi, Tekkali, Palasa. All our people have gone there thanks to the kind of infrastructure backbone which these companies have built. 2021-22 was our best year ever, like with a lot of IT companies. And I think a city like Vizag, with its wonderful people, I mean, people of Vizag, any company who has been here for many years will vouch for this. I'm sure you will agree with me. They put their heart and soul. Most Tier 2 cities have this strength that the staff always put their heart and soul. Vizag is no different in that regard. And I hope today's conclave gives a fillip to this endeavor and makes Vizag a much bigger player in the global market. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ram Prasad. I'm Director of STPI based at Hyderabad. I take care of AP in Telangana. Before starting my remarks, I would like to appreciate the efforts of Hans India. I think after a long time it's happening now. I think this should be the beginning of the next evolution in AP and Vizag. Briefly about STPI, we are an autonomous body under the Minister of Electronics and IT, Government of India. Focused to created to enable the IT, boost the IT activities in the country. So particularly export-oriented units. STP has, we implement the policies of Government of India called STP and ESTP scheme for software and hardware exports and other, we were started in, early 90s, in 91, 3 decades, and one side is the statutory support, other side we have enabled, software exports through communication links, when internet was not there, that was through international gateways, VSNL and STP were 2 gateways from the country. That was one contribution we had. Now still we continue that, we enable internet services to focus to the industry. And other important contribution was support to startups. At that point of, now all big companies, now they were, the startups at that point of time, utilizing the, policy support from the government. And in fact, industry has really taken, advantage of that, and they have grown. So at that point of time, we enabled, the, ecosystem, like, providing incubation services, at nook and corner of the country. We have now 62 centers across the country, but mostly we are mostly in the, Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, apart from major centers like Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, and all. That was one contribution, that STP did. We are proud to see that, the growth has happened, the country is known for IT. And recently, we have, all our incubation centers, wherever we had, we started centers of excellence or centers of, we call centers of entrepreneurship in all the emerging technologies, bringing together the industry, as a one platform across the country. And all state governments, we are really happy to say that, state governments have come to support, and, the mighty, support of mighty, and, all the, as a collaborative effort, we have done that. That is where actually, we want to see that, the country, should grow, the startup ecosystem. And in coming to Vizag, my personal perception is Vizag is the enabler, in fact, in AP. And what we have seen is whatever new policies we bring out, I mean, industry here, particular startup ecosystem is ready to accept that, and they have come forward. And my experience is, we have brought one scheme like India BPO promotion scheme. That was actually so successful in AP. AP has stopped it actually. And with 27% of the, see, there was a scheme with, viability gap funding, to create employment generation and, in tier 2 cities particularly. I mean, AP has stopped that, and about 27% of the seats are created in AP, and about 46 units were, registered. That was one this thing, and there is one more, scheme called New Next Generation Incubation Scheme, for the startups. So there also, we have till now we have registered. We are supporting, 150 odd startups, and more than 35 are from AP, and mostly from Vizag. So that is where actually I see that already there is a traction there, and with a good support from the government. I think in the morning session we have heard the speakers talking about government support with respect to attracting investments. I think with these focused efforts, definitely I think Vizag will within no time it should come forward. I mean, it should rise in all the respects. And one more important thing is morning Mr. Nandakishore was telling about the efforts in EMC sector. There also, in fact, STPI from the representing mighty, we are also closely working with the government, and I'm very so happy that compared to all other regions, AP has done a lot of progress in EMC sector. I think that is one focus area where you can
enterprise to give a collective experience to your customers, kind of a thing. So we no longer rely only on airline for your air tickets, but if you are able to extend that to let's say the travel industry, the hotel industry, hospitality, to take care of the hotel bookings, to take care of the local travel and so on and so forth. So therefore you are creating an extended value proposition for your customers, kind of a thing. And that's where you could greatly benefit from it. And the way you can do that is by harnessing technology. Again, we had a very good example from Reliance. When we talk about infrastructure, that's not technical. That's the core at which every business is built upon, kind of a thing. So that's another good illustration of how technology can play a vital role in your business growth, kind of a thing. And in both of these, what's happening is that in today, design is evolving as a new strategic tool, kind of a thing. And enterprises who are using the design for their new products and services would be able to gain a competitive advantage, kind of a thing. So that's how it's evolving, and that is where the whole concept and my favorite subject and area of expertise of design thinking comes into play. Now coming back to Vizag itself, we heard the speakers talk this morning about the tourism industry, about the upskilling that happens, kind of a thing. And now look at all of that in the perspective of what we went through in the last couple of years with COVID and the return to work that is evolving now. What will happen is that there is a lot of opportunities for tier 2 cities. So many of the work from home has become a normal, and people will continue to use that. We might get back to work, but most organizations will live on this hybrid model. And that being the case, there is a good opportunity for let's say the tourism industry to open up centers kind of a thing. So if we open up, workplaces or workations or vacations, whatever we're calling it, and officially also we're building work products, pods as they call it. These are virtual offices that are being set up for customers to take advantage of kind of thing. So that's one good area of where it could evolve kind of a thing. And also with the notion of upskilling, and especially when we have such a big academic interface and all the colleges and the universities here, what organizations are now doing is that if you want to prepare the youngsters or graduates to the real world, many organizations are coming forward and sponsoring courses in the final year. So they're actually using the final year as a training ground to take them forward directly into the workforce and make them really employable from day one kind of a thing. Now, these are all new ideas that are available, and that kind of comes back to this wonderful theme of profiting from ideas. And that's where, design thinking also emphasizes on that. Ideation is at the core of design thinking. So look differently and you will have new opportunities and you get, better growth that can happen. Another advantage of, helping Vizag grow as a tier 2 city is that geographically, if you look at it all over India, if we take our capitals or the tier 1 cities as we call them, and next if you look at the tier 2 cities, they are quite distantly apart kind of a thing. So therefore, you developing a tier 1 doesn't automatically develop a tier 2. But on the other hand, if you are able to develop a tier 2 city, you indirectly develop all the tier 3 or the towns and villages around it kind of a thing. And Vizag also is strategically positioned to take advantage of this particular scenario kind of thing. So today, if Vizag tourism develops, I can automatically develop the coffee and the plantation work of Aruku, or we can develop the handicraft of the toy industry kind of a thing. So these are wonderful extensions of ideas kind of a thing. And my idea for this forum to profit from would be is that we need to cultivate this habit of outside-in thinking as opposed to our conventional inside-out thinking kind of thing. So what we mean by that is that let's think about not what we can do, but let's focus upon what is it that the customer is looking for next kind of a thing. If you are able to meet the customer's unmet needs and therefore ensure that it is technically feasible and there is a business viability, Vizag has all the makings to make it to the real destination and true to its name of the city of destiny. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Sridhar Kosaraju, State President of the State IT Association of Andhra Pradesh. And first of all, so I would like to thank Hans India and also the BizzBuzz. Basically, this is the first of its scale event, post-pandemic in Visakhapatnam. Though earlier we were doing a lot of virtual events, this is the first physical event kind of thing. So thanks once again. And my predecessor spoke a lot about the Vizag and AP, the potential of AP and Vizag. I would like to stress upon a little bit more the ground real facts from AP and particularly from the IT industry perspective. And before I get into the actual issues, I would like to touch a little bit background about the IT industry, what we have in the, Visakhapatnam or in the more or less in the AP. Like as we all know that AP IT industry is more of a BPM industry. If you look at 70%, 75% of the AP IT industry is in the ITES segment. From the employment angle, if you look at, or from the, from the turnover point of view, if you look at, so 75%, 3/4 of the employment is generated by the ITES industry. That's a kind of a BPM. But at the same time, BPM means it's a lot like a regular call center kind of jobs. We do work on the niche areas. You take healthcare, you take finance and accounts, you take travel, shipping and logistics. In all those areas, we work on the niche areas. And also, a lot of big brands are being served from the Vizag BPM industry. You name like Wells Fargo, Amazon, US Bank. There are many brands which I may not be able to quote it without taking the permission. So there are big brands are being served. Only thing is we don't have those brand boards here. Amazon is not directly there, but Amazon is being served by the Vizag companies. At least 1,000 people are working for Amazon from Vizag. So it's one of the companies doing. Similarly, thousands of people are working for the big brands. It is not that we don't have a potential. Only thing is we need to have that kind of ecosystem. So my thought process from the Vizag IT industry is, yes, so yes, we are looking for the emerging technology, product development companies, we need to bring them. So, but what I recommend is at least let us keep our focus, because our majority of the numbers are in the BPM. Though I am core technology person, I am not from the BPM background, but still the practical ground reality is 75% we are having the numbers and the companies from the BPM. Let us keep the focus 50% on the BPM segment also. Let us upgrade that BPM industry what we have into the next level. For example, Vizag BPM industry is very good at non-voice. In the voice there is a lot of gap. So we had to really match up to the next level expectations in the voice-based process in the BPM. So I request both industry and also the state government and central government to support, to do something more on the BPM voice process, so that we'll get new customers, new business in the BPM industry. Now that is related to BPM. Coming to the technology related segment, either it is a product development company or it is a pure technology, emerging technology company. Yeah. So we do have a couple of, as Ram Prasad Gar mentioned, HTPA is coming with, along with the RINL, is coming with the Center of Excellence on IIoT or Industry 4.0. Already we have an ASCOM COE, and very few of you may be knowing that there is a Uber Excellence, Center of Excellence is operating from Visakhapatnam with almost 200 people. You can imagine Uber is having a setup here from the Visakhapatnam. So we do have a potential, but we need a little more ecosystem. As you know, technology segment needs a lot of other things, like we need air connectivity, better air connectivity, we need better social infrastructure kind of thing. There are a couple of things. And the last but not least, the one point I would like to stress, what I feel is the crux of this entire ecosystem is the talent availability. Particularly from the tier 2 angle, if you look at, so there is a lot of difference between the tier 1 and tier 2 cities. I would like to quote few things, like a pandemic. So if you look at, it has given a lot of business. I mean, post-pandemic, if you look at particularly the last 1 year, IT business has increased significantly. At least 25% to 30% there is an increase in the IT business. So, but at the same time, we got a lot of challenges due to the pandemic, post-pandemic, particularly on the talent front. So earlier, we never used to have, we used to have a segment of people who wanted to stay back in the tier 2 cities like Vizag, and they want to work, they wanted to stay with the nearer to their hometowns and all. But with the work from home facility and also with the increase of demand in the business, so these tier 1 companies and tier 1 cities, particularly tier 1 companies, are giving a lot of opportunities for the people. Yes, we are happy, our local youth are getting the jobs in bigger companies like Infosys, TCS, but at the same time, there is a dearth of talent availability for the tier 2 kind of companies. So what we recommend is from the local IT industry and to the state government, and already we have been working with state and central government. So we need to improve the training ecosystem, both from the government angle, also both from the private angle. So different models we need to work. So that is my strong suggestion, both to us also, because to the IT body also, to the state and central government. So that is my emphasis on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kosraj Garu. Endaro Mahanabhavulu, Andariki Vandanalu. Mukhyenga, my Vandanalu they go to Pravasandhrulu. Andhrulu ikkanchi vellipoyinavaru. People who have left their mother soil, motherland, and have brain drained. Vallaki na vandanalu. Unless they come back here, this naturally beautiful city, this highly resourceful city called Visakhapatnam and Ukkunagaram will never raise the bar. I will differ with some people here, with due respect to them. Like I was telling Mr. Hanumantrao, Managing Director of Hans India, last evening on a poolside chat, there is nothing that Vizag lacks. I repeat, it's a naturally beautiful and resourceful city. It is the mindset that needs to change. How do we change the mindset? The reason I'm getting emotional is because Mohan and I went to school for 4 years together. When I say school, in the American style, I say university as a school. 1981 to 85, we studied in Andhra University College of Engineering. 85 when we stepped out, and when I landed yesterday, of course, I don't see much of growth in the city, excepting for the fact that people wear probably luxurious watches as compared to HMT those days. People get to stay in hotels as opposed to only Park Hotel, which was called whatever those days. a few buildings, a few engineering colleges. But we need to change our thinking. Kosaraju Garu was saying a very important point of talent. I will go to the root cause of that. IT is information technology, but it's a part of everything that we do in our life. We have hashtags called post-pandemic, COVID, post-COVID scenario, Industry 4.0, Industry Revolution. All these hashtags are fine to keep it in LinkedIn, social medias. The fundamentals do change only when we roll up our sleeves and work on that. The most important thing for all this is human capital. Human capital. I'm reminded of the first sloka of Chanakya Niti, which says, if you permit me to say so in Sanskrit, Vidvatvancha Nrupatvancha Naivatulyam Kadachan. Vidvatvancha Nrupatvancha Naivatulyam Kadachan. Swadeshe Pujite Raja. Vidwan Sarvatra Pujite. A qualified, literate Vidwan is worshipped world over, whereas with due respects to the Honorable Chief Minister of this state or any state, they are worshipped only in the state or the land that they rule. So our task is to produce more Vidwans, more literate people. Let us look at the skill gaps that are existing. Information technology is a tool. I'm thankful to the panel here that I'm on IT. If we don't raise the human capital, what happens is IT becomes incompetent talent. It's not going to be information technology. So my point here is, how do we go about that? When we talk of Industry 4.0, it talks of rapid challenge to and change to technology, industries, but it also says societal patterns need to change. Industry 4.0 revolution says societal patterns, meaning it's the way we think, the way we look at, the way we want to do. What is it that Vizag does not have today? Fantastic educational institutions, beautiful sea, natural resources, mines and resources around the city. And if we talk of the revolution that we need to bring, let me cite one class fellow of mine who went to the US, came back, set up a factory that manufactured alloy wheels from Vizag. Today, if you see 10 cars going on the road, be it any brand including Lamborghini, 9 cars manufacturers use these alloy wheels rolled out of Vizag. He took the challenge. Synergy Castings is the company run by Shekhar Moa. He has taken the challenge, and in fact, Middle East government came forward. They said, can we manufacture the same wheels of the same quality in Muscat, Oman? 18 size the size of what they do in Vizag. They're building a plant there. But the intelligentsia, the technology, the support, the motivation, the root cause of existence for that is going from here. So can we not roll up our sleeves and look back into our own selves and do an introspection and see, why is it that I can't do what I have not been able to do all these days? This is where I will come back to one day. Travel industry, it attracts a lot of people. That's what my friend from Expedia said. Jio is investing heavily. They want to make the connectivity better. I remember in the year 1983-84, Mohan would laugh at me if I said this.
Sorry, please conclude.
Sorry?
Please conclude.
Please continue.
Conclude.
He would say, I mean, we were shown a computer 80 feet away and said, this is a computer. We were not even allowed to touch it. But today, everything is computers. But the only thing I would say is, let's look at the floating solar panels in Vizag, but let's make those people intellectually able with the things that we can do. So I'll come back to the skills, skill building, skill gaps, which we could do when we look at that. I'll come back to Krishna Garu when he gives me another chance to speak on skill building and probably see how we could take it to that level. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Nandakishore Reddy from Government of Andhra Pradesh. See, input, process and output, how to make Vizag a vibrant IT city. Yes. See, from the government perspective, what is the input that has to provide and what we are already providing? What are the inputs? So one, definitely from the government mind space, Vizag is positioned as the IT destination of Andhra Pradesh. Make no mistakes of it. So any city, anywhere IT can flourish, but government perspective, from the government perspective, definitely more importance and number one priority is given to Vizag to make this city as IT destination of Andhra Pradesh. That is one. So how are we doing that? So what the government is giving to IT industry? One, government market. See, we are providing many services to the citizens, and what exactly is IT? IT is nothing but an enabler of services. So maybe any sector, that may be any sector. In every sector, government is indulging in whether giving smartphones to all volunteers, all ASHA workers to provide whether health services or education services or any of the services at Sachivalayams, wherever it is, actually we are combining IT into that. See, I want IT industry to take note of that and make use of this opportunity. One, government as a market. So there is a huge market, and both in terms of procurement, hardware procurement, and in terms of software procurement. Every department is having so many projects. Please make note of that. Please do participate in the tenders and please get them. One. Second, is there any other market availability? What Vizag can offer? Vizag is offering in terms of like tourism, defense is there here, entire naval command is there, then pharma, logistics, then fisheries, coffee plantation, hospitality, travel. See, in all these places, Vizag is flourishing. And in all these sectors, definitely there is opportunity for IT. And thirdly, skilling. So what government is doing in skilling? Yes, Sridhar Garu and other persons also told us like there is a skill gap. Yes. So there are two aspects to it. One, if you see in either India or outside India, in terms of Indians, the percentage of from the Andhra Pradesh students or Andhra Pradesh IT sector employees, the percentage wise AP is number one in providing IT sector employees. You name it, either in the world or in terms of India. So that means actually we have enough talent pool within Andhra Pradesh. But yes, there is a some gap between the college and whether are we making them industry ready or not. There is some gap. See, if you wait for government to train them and make them industry ready, that will never going to happen. See, definitely there are skilling programs. So definitely some guys are coming and skilling them. Whether that is useful to the industry or not, that you need to. So what I am promising here is, I will make skill centers available to you with all the infrastructure, with all the systems, with all the whatever infrastructure. You please identify your own skills and come to us. You please identify your own trainers. I'll get the students, train them, take them. Okay? So that's what I can do that. So from your side, coursing curriculum and trainers. You train them, you take them. So remaining everything, government will take care. And enabling policies, definitely yes. I don't want to waste time on what IT policy offers. So definitely you must have known what IT policy is there. Definitely there is IT policy. And many companies here watch for so what government did in terms of COVID. So definitely for the IT industry and all. He is this thing, fine. So one last thing, perception, yes. See, somebody, even some investors coming here, and even in their mind, not from AP, they are thinking, still thinking Hyderabad as capital of AP. So that needs to be changed. That needs to be changed. Vizag is no less than anything. 100% I agree to it. That needs to be changed. See, it's not only from the government. What are the inputs from the private sector? I need. See, government has provided in terms of buildings, plug and play space. Some buildings are available, but I badly need a intervention from the private sector to make available this plug and play spaces in Vizag, because there is enough demand for it. Please do that. And second thing is, please participate in the government infrastructure, this in government projects. And yes, as I said, from the training, please do take care of it. Please come up with the curriculum and trainers. I will provide rest everything. And yes, government is propagating Vizag as a IT destination, and please help us in propagating Vizag as a key destination. I'll finish it. What are the rays of hope here? See, there is recently actually government approved one Adani data center with 14,000 crores. Within next 6 months, most probably, it is going to come up. Even apart from that, actually our own SDC is coming up here in Vizag, State Data Center. And
Sorry for interrupting you. I'll be asking a question pointed at what are the initiatives the state is taking. So you'll have more opportunity.
Sure, right. Thanks.
I'm glad that all the eminent speakers have ideated and shared with you what they think of how to get Vizag to be the port of emerging technologies. But that's just a seed. It has to become a tree. As I told in my opening statement, that the state and especially Vizag did have a disadvantage of the division of the larger state. But it could also be looked at an opportunity to start fresh, because the United States would have only focused more on Hyderabad. So I also wish to make this statement, as most of the speakers did. Geographically, you're looking at Vizag as a great city, but still saying it's a second-tier city, tier 2 city. And the first thing we should do is to, after this session, no one should say it's a tier 2 city. The city has to be promoted as equal to Hyderabad or Bangalore or Gurgaon, rather than saying, because it's a mindset of a tier 2 city, as you rightly said. Once you bracket it there, you have all the problems of tier 2 to get people in for investments. And it's a full spectrum of services which are required, which can be called as an ecosystem, but government is a key enabler. We cannot really go back on it. Because if it is Silicon Valley, or if it is Bangalore, or Hyderabad, or if it is Mumbai or Gurgaon, it is enabled by government at one point in time or the other, and that gives an advantage. And I'm glad that the current government is doing spectacularly well in doing it. So what I do now is we have about 20 minutes or so. Miss MC, how much time do we have?
We have 30 minutes.
We have 30 minutes. So how we structure this is, I'm going to really ask the government representatives one question each, so that they can talk about what are the key priorities and what are the key initiatives they are executing and they are projecting to execute. Then I will ask 4 questions, which any one of you can pick or even do delegate, because we have a different perspective and we can talk. And then we will wind that 6 questions. We'll take about 4 questions from the gallery audience and 4 or 5 questions, and then that can be pointed to the speakers directly. You can pick the speaker and ask the question so that each of us will get an opportunity to speak. Is that okay? Great. So now I'll ask the government representative from Visakhapatnam that with the disruption of technology and also with the disruption by COVID, the entire ecosystem of the professional enterprises have changed, especially like people are working from home. Partly they used to do that back in US, but now they are doing it here. And not just home, it has quickly gone to work from anywhere. So intercontinental working style, some can say it's a great advantage, but the cities like this which want to position themselves will have no locational advantage, because people can work from anywhere. They can work from a village, they can work from, I mean, if Elon Musk is doing what he's doing, maybe one day from Mars, on a lighter side. So how are you going to bring, and what initiatives are you taking, because you're at the central government level, to give space to cities like Vizag, which has everything, which has talent, which has ecosystem, which has very proactive government. Now, how do you bring it to an equal level of operation to the bigger players like Hyderabad, Mumbai, Gurgaon, and other states and cities? What are your initiatives specific to this area of bringing Vizag-like cities up?
Yeah. So, in fact, for the last few years, Government of India's focus is, developing or taking the industry to the smaller cities. I don't say that it's tier 2, And in particularly Vizag, I don't say it is tier 2, it is tier 2 plus, or it's a emerging city. Particularly what we have seen is only in IT sector, in spite of pandemic, very quickly industry has raised to the occasion, and the work from home has happened. In fact, industry, I can feel that only in IT sector it can happen, because all other industries, physical presence is required. But when we can serve the global customers remotely, even technologies allows you, why not? In fact, we have been advocating this since long. All our earlier also I said, all our centers are mostly in smaller cities, smaller cities, and our motto is to create an ecosystem, create facilities in smaller system which is equivalent to, if not better, if equivalent to the bigger cities. That is why actually since last 3 decades STP has been working. And to my, I would like to share a few things. Apart from Vizag, we have units registered, export-oriented units in almost 8 to 9 districts. Maybe the numbers may be small. About say 100 units are there, registered in AP doing exports. 50% are in Vizag, rest all are in smaller towns, So, it's possible. In fact,
you have STPI in
yes, STP is there, 50, around more than 50 units are exporting from here. And rest of the 50 are spread across. I am not only talking about Vizag, it is possible to have the export oriented kind of activity once you create, and once you have a supporting system there, Connectivity is one, major important thing. Apart from other things to attract the IT talent, social infrastructure is another thing. But connectivity and the raw material is the people like talent. We have very nice educational institutions, not only in Vizag, in other parts of other districts also. So these are the things which I think, and I think we should start encouraging bigger companies who are there in bigger cities like Hyderabad and Bangalore to outsource this thing when it can happen, when they can serve the global clients. Why not? The job should be passed on to the smart.
Just an annex.
Yeah.
Do you think you have missed out on creating these hubs or incubators?
Mhm.
Because STPI initially was actually designed for that.
Yes.
And now today, is it too late?
It's not at all. In fact, we are strengthening our existing. We have 4 centers in AP. Tirupati, Kakinada, and other places.
Are they incubators?
Yeah. We have incubators in all the 62 centers wherever we have across the country. In fact, we are strengthening. Earlier also I shared, that we are creating again ecosystem there. Encouraging people to take the opportunities in the emerging technologies. Centers of excellence are coming up. I think that way, why not? I think it's a journey, I think it should be possible.
Thank you, Ram Prasad Garu. To our next guest there. Vizag in specific, do you think, requires a macro branding exercise? Because though you said it is the priority of the government to make it an IT destination, I don't hear it much. Neither, I don't know about others. But we don't see or hear about the initiatives of the government at the scale where probably IT destination of the future should be making noise. So do you think there is a lack of structured macro branding, strategic positioning exercise in the state, and what do you think?
Definitely needed. See, you don't hear or see means government can't indulge in what they can, but not at that scale, like making hoardings, making videos, and making newspaper advertisements that we are having, or we are thinking to make Vizag as investment destination, and all these things. See, that reflects in our policies. So what are we doing in our policies? Government enabling is through policies, obviously. So that way, if you see what are the companies that we have approached, that have been approached as IT industry, that they want to set up shop in IT. So almost 95% of them are from Vizag, or they want to make shop or start their business in Vizag rather than any other places. The next is in Tirupati, a few other Rajahmundry, Chittoor, all these places are third. See, that way, definitely we do have influx. And we are reaching out to, as our gentleman said, whoever went to abroad, definitely actually we have multiple levels of meeting with them. Because actually they are the ones who can come back and set investment here. So those meetings are definitely we are doing that. And last 2 years being COVID, actually you might have that, definitely anybody has missed that in terms of this perception and all. But in this exercise, it is the private or existing IT industry that needs to help the government. Because actually if they speak like, yes, we are doing it here, we are doing business here. And as Sridhar Garu said, Vizag is no less than Hyderabad or Bangalore. Every major industry or every major company is having their investment here. They are running their business from here. But the scale differs. The scale, when you compare with Hyderabad or Bangalore, the much lesser. There are many factors to that.
Just an annex to your question. I completely agree, and I think everybody realizes that the COVID-19 is a scenario where you got lesser opportunities to promote. But today, now that we are back into normal scenario, do you see that you have any immediate initiatives which will, like, having a global IT summit or engaging with the big corporations which are already housed there to have their facilities here, or to initiate IT hubs, incubators, or to have venture capital funding agencies to set up their stores, shops here. So the entire ecosystem building exercise of having venture financing, having talent pool acquisition, having a backward integration for education, forward integration for, for allowing individuals to come and stay, live freely. So all these have to come in a bouquet. So do you have a clear structural plan? Does the government have?
Yes. So one is, I'll start from, see, many of the companies, even now, there were employees are working either from work from home, either in terms of percentages, maybe 50, 70 or whatever it is. For that, to correlate what Prasad Garu said, so we are having both the concept, like work from home is one and work from hometown is second. So work from home is either from a company, he is an employee of a company, but he is working from his hometown now, or he is a freelancer. So for these two types of things, definitely actually there is an incentive from the government side. And we are encouraging them to continue work from home. Second thing, as you said, there are many employees that hails from AP but working elsewhere, either Bangalore, Delhi, Hyderabad and all. So how to retain them? Definitely we are talking to major IT companies, and very soon you are going to hear a major news. And second thing is about just one company's insight into this is, like they do have employees in 3 main regions. One comes from Rajahmundry, Vizag, second comes from Chittoor region, third from Guntur region. So we are persuading them to set up satellite centers in that areas, so that actually those employees will start working from there instead of going back to that is second thing. Third thing, COS, Center of Excellences, STPA Center of Excellence and NASCOM Center of Excellence, both are having government support from the Andhra Pradesh state in terms of funding, in terms of other STPA we didn't fund, but in terms of other these things, definitely yes. But NASCOM we did fund, and that Center of Excellence has already come up. Both the Center of Excellence are started running now. And fourth thing, for the startups. So we do have a physical infrastructure here, and any startup can directly contact us. In fact, there are many startups, and we are providing some space free of cost, some space actually very minimal amount, so that actually they can start functioning. And there we are tying up both with Center of Excellence here and as well as the marketing from the government side also. So that is the ecosystem thing. And fifth thing is skilling. Skilling, as I already informed, I do have centers, I do have infra with everything, whatever support you need, that infrastructure is there with me. But identify the skill gap, whatever skills you require, please get the trainers, please train them, take them.
Thank you. So we heard from both government representatives from the center and the state. Now let's hear from the eminent speakers here. Mr. Sai has made a wonderful statement while he was making his opening. Like he said that
IT necessarily need not be just technology. It can also be any other pivot, any other anchor. It could be research, it could be innovation, it could be enterprise, it could be entrepreneurship, it could be startups, which will bring about that cohesion of all these ancillaries.
To make Vizag a destination for emerging technologies, as I understand. Now, my question to you actually is slightly repetitive. In the world of work from anywhere, how does Vizag get the locational advantage? What's the strategy?
Sure.
What should be?
Thank you. See, I'm also a marketer.
Anybody can take this question. I'm just, yeah, please.
I mean, I think all of us are equipped to answer this question actually. Thomas Friedman wrote this famous book, The World is Flat. So there is no location which is not a location, first of all, right? And we live in what we call the gig economy. So fundamentally, location as a geography with latitude and longitude is out of the equation, right? But what does Vizag has to do? In my opinion, there are 4 or 5 capital elements. Sir used human capital. If you put human capital at the center, there is something called brand capital, intellectual capital, financial capital, and then comes, if you collaborate all of that, the human capital development happens. So it's a systemic thing. So the whole mindset that you spoke about, changing that, in my opinion, is not at the grassroots, it's actually at the top. AP fundamentally, in my observation, last 25 years, we've always felt that the pastures are green and bright on the other side of it. That's our fundamental thinking. So if that needs to change, and that needs to change from that inspirational alloy wheels entrepreneur example, we need to celebrate such entrepreneurs, sir. So I'm suggesting to the government, I'm a marketing professional, bring that gentleman or that sort of a firms to the center and celebrate them. And industrial Internet of Things, in my opinion, because Vizag has a great, rich legacy of fundamental research with defense around, is all about connecting things. And there are also a few areas like logistics tech, and then this whole software as a service, right? I see a very young entrepreneur whom I'm extremely proud about. But software as a service fundamentally disrupts the fundamental concept of distribution in software. You don't need great marketing and sales investments because everything is done on the cloud. So I think if Vizag can be positioned, the name itself tells City of Destiny. The new destinies are created by product entrepreneurs, not service entrepreneurs. So while BPMS is the existing thing, so that's the foundational disruptive change, and celebrate those entrepreneurs who've made in Vizag, made in AP, I think that will bring a systemic change.
So basically what you're saying is not just offshoring, not just back office.
It's the age of co-creation.
Be the front ending kind of a business.
And one last thing I would want to, from skilling, right? Everyone spoke about skilling. There's no question about Vidwan Sarvatra Pujye. Actually, this age is all about cognitive skilling. Cognitive is beyond science. You have to go back to art. You know what? The number of people who worked on Google Lens in the Silicon Valley labs are not computer science engineers. They were historians, economists, data scientists, of course. So go back to foundational skills in art, language. Vernacular is a $7 billion market. Someone was telling voice. So,
time constraint.
I know. So fundamentally, it's beyond technology. It has to be art as well. Art leads the new science.
Perfect. I think you wanted to handle the same question.
To add, you asked about locational advantage that Vizag has.
How does Vizag get the locational advantage?
First of all, in the geography of North Coastal Andhra Pradesh, Vizag is a city in the sense that it has all the urbanization with the intelligentsia that's there. Let's say if I want to start from level 0 as I'm upskilling with the support of government and others, somewhere I need gray hair and wisdom. That wisdom is available in Vizag. Be it Andhra University or the eminent education institutions and people who have come back or retired, that's available. That's one advantage. Second, you always need that gray hair. Second, it has the infrastructure. People starting from Ichapuram, which is the border town in the Andhra Pradesh bordering with Odisha, to all the way there, a lot of local talent which is coming to Vizag and working. So these people can upskill by talking to the gray hair, and the experience coming in for the petrochemical industry, natural process industry, pharma, now upcoming IT. As he said, lots of people are working for brands like Amazon. So I think we need to harness this potential. That's the advantage that we have. Again, I go back to the same word, human capital. Vizag has that advantage. It's just that we have to change our perspective, the way we are looking at it, and bat from there. That is where it comes from. And this is where you need to apply a bit of design thinking, which is where I would like Mohan to talk.
Okay, great. You want to answer?
What I would add, Krishna, is that enterprises today would need innovation and continuous learning, which is required. And Vizag, by virtue of its all the academic institutions, is probably poised or has a differentiation. And along with the work side or the learning side of things, you also have the leisure side also covered through our serene beaches kind of a thing. And the city, by virtue of the geographical distances, are relatively smaller, so therefore commute becomes easier, and the experience of what millennials today are looking for is more of an experiential living, and they want to experience things, and probably a city like Vizag has all the elements to offer.
Perfect, perfect. Now we have a wedding happening behind us, so we do have some trumpets as a background score. They have started celebrating Vizag already. So we have very young entrepreneurs here, and a question for you both actually, if you want to take it, and also for the technology man. How easy or how hard is it doing business, wherever you're doing currently, and specific to Vizag? Because you have sacrificed a migration to stay back, because everybody is migrating to another place because the pastures are green there. So for you to stay back and do things, did you ever have regrets, or do you advise people to stay back and do things where you are?
Firstly, I have best friends here because you call me young, so thank you. No, there is no sacrifice. Vizag, since my childhood, we've been told city of destiny. Probably we've not fulfilled our destiny, I guess. That's an image thing, like what many of you already put it up. So, Vizag, what I have realized, I mean, we've lived outside, we've come back here, I mean, we have offices outside. This is an aspirational city in the sense that people want to come here and work. If given an opportunity, a lot of people would come back. I don't know if all hometowns evoke this level of emotion. Vizag is an emotion. For a lot of people, I mean, if given an opportunity, they would come back. So for many people, like what you had raised earlier, that because of work from anywhere, will people move out of Vizag? It actually is the other way around, and I'm happy sir raised this point, where if a large company comes up and says that, okay, we have a center here, you work from your home, or if you need to come to the office, we have a 50-seater here. Because when a big brand came up in Siripuram, we would feel proud to walk past it and say, array, this office has come to Vizag. People would go around even in cinema halls with their tags. They would not take them off till they slept. So, I mean, it's an image thing, no? So, it is not actually giving up. If given an opportunity, there is nothing that Vizag lacks, especially thanks to technological connect. We are well connected even to go travel somewhere with international airports. Flying via Singapore has become easy. We are very well connected in terms of logistics. Skill for BPM especially, sir raised this point, this one sentence, and then I will pass on. BPM companies do not remain BPM companies. They start there because the fruit is low. That's where we start, especially because that is the talent that is immediately available to us when we call for interviews. Those are the people who will come to us tomorrow. So they don't remain BPM companies. Like examples like mine, I'm sure there are dozens in this city, where they develop. I mean, in today's world, you cannot stay just a BPM company. You have to have a product.
So what's your suggestion? What's your advice today?
Vizag, with today's world, hiring talent is no longer a problem. You start in Vizag, you have access to people who will not quit. I don't know if the government actually has stats. It would be a wonderful thing to see. In Vizag, people stay on. They stay with you, they grow with you, and the ecosystem is such that it's very easy to operate in Vizag because the city itself has a lethargic vibe about it. So we go home lazy, relax. So we have that.
Thanks. So maybe I have a different perspective to it, and I'll come from a remark by one of my vice presidents, who, by the way, loves India, swears by India. And he was telling me that, why don't you explore Hyderabad? It's a new IT hub. So I think the moderator asked a very relevant question about the branding exercise for Vizag. Even a lot of domestic travel has happened in the last 12 months, by leaps and bounds. But in the top destinations within India, we haven't really seen Vizag's name up there. However, we've seen Goa, we've seen Pondicherry, for example, Kovalam, Coorg. I'm talking about non-conventional destinations. But Vizag's place, and this is my first time, I'm myself pleasantly surprised. So I think if we do a good level of branding about Vizag in terms of not just travel, but the infrastructure the government has just spoken about, I think it will be a very good exercise to bring in a lot of visitors as well as industries to Vizag.
Wonderful. You're right.
Yeah, Krishna, I would like to
Yeah,
add
please.
one single point,
Please.
About the point what he was stressing. So if you look at the people of Vizag or in this region, entire region, they are more loyal. I can't comment on the pandemic scenario kind of thing. If you look at pre-pandemic statistics, Vizag has got the lowest attrition rate in the entire tier 2 cities across India. So that is loyalty and commitment. They give a lot of value to their family and they want to stay with their family and all. That's going to be a big advantage to the local people. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, I am also born and brought up in Vizag and native of Vizag. 10-15 years back, when I started my career, I used to get comparison with Coimbatore. As good as Vizag, 20 lakhs population. But of late, Coimbatore is 1.5 times GDP of Vizag. In spite of IT, we are speaking about infrastructure and IT companies, software companies coming up. Still, the reality is Vizag is more of PSU and central government. Defense is 7,000 employees, railways, then port, then steel plant, all PSUs, BHPV, these are all those things. We have not yet established this IT as an right place for Vizag, and government really needs to take some steps in terms of creating a brand for Vizag that we are good enough because place, product, positioning of everything is there for Vizag. In terms of, if you compare all the type of coaching, Coimbatore, Pune, all those things, we are 100%, we have better infrastructure and better manpower, and the talent also, AP is especially a academic driven state. In terms of every parent is 100% dedicated in terms of bringing up the child towards the academics. Still we are following the industrial development era 30 years back. That is an industrial growth era. BSc, BCom, BA, all these things are part of things. Now artificial intelligence, blockchain, or automation, all those things. I don't know how many common parents can afford this. I think government needs to do something in terms of building this skill development towards the future generation courses.
I think you made, just to add what you're saying, you made a very great point actually. See, Amirpet became the capital driver of the IT, boom of IT in Hyderabad.
So as long as you don't have training centers which are spread out, not just government-led, but if you don't have the private, induced training on emerging skill sets, then obviously you will not have the talent getting retained in a city. They'll go to places where they can get trained in those skills, and then they get absorbed in that market. So, yeah, that's a wonderful point you made. Now, finally, to wrap, we might not have 4 questions, so we'll do 3 questions. I can see the MC nodding there. So the final question from here, and then we'll take 1 or 2 questions from there. The human capital everybody is talking about, as we are all proud of about India. Are we on a shaky wicket? Because I do keep hearing, and I think you would have equally read about the articles of mass resignations, great resignation, attrition at the highest levels, the compensation going completely out of the planet, and then losing the advantage of having cost effectiveness to also scaling, moving out of India to even places like Ukraine, which is now under war, and to Philippines and elsewhere. Now, in Vizag, while the focus of Vizag's talent, where is it going? And we all know that the Vizag talent is going either to Hyderabad or to USA. So how do you retain this talent, number one? Number two, are we getting ahead of ourselves as young people in terms of talking from the employees, IT employers? Are we axing our own leg by doing what we are doing? With so much of attrition being promoted for 5%, 10%, 100%, 200% gains. I have heard of people asking for 200%, 300%, just because there is a higher demand. So this is an ethical question, but also the question of the brain drain, and I would rather call it talent drain of Vizag. So how do we address this? Anybody?
Money, 200%, 300% is okay, temporarily. To me, I would agree with Radhika.
It's the emotion. Vizag is definitely an emotion. But how do we address that gap? Industry academia gap, when somebody is graduating, if that is filled, let me tell you, I'm a mechanical engineer. I have not seen an automotive engine till I joined an automotive company. I only knew, okay, it's an internal combustion engine, I knew from the books. Piston and cylinder I didn't understand. Anyway, I don't want to go technical. Similarly, we have a lot of computer-aided designing services being vended from India, from companies like TCS, Infosys and others. It is a $20 billion export industry today. How many engineers are seeing a drawing board, not a computer? That's the industry academy gap I'm talking. I think that is the emotion we have to create with the emotional intelligence being brought in, which is where Krishnas of the world will come in to create that emotionally intelligent people. And Adityas of the world who create that emotion for Vizag kind of things come in. And people like Gio or Jinedo, my friend, Gio, will come in where you're talking of artificial intelligence and machine learning. But I don't want to make Vizag, which is a naturally intelligent city, by creating artificial intelligence and making Vizag naturally idiotic. Because Vizag is naturally intelligent. We don't want blockchains just for the sake of blockchains, otherwise you will get blocked in this chain. So that is where I think the value of Vizag comes. With a bit of support from government. We are not saying only government need to support. It is people like me who have to come back to this land, who have graduated from here to give back.
See,
to give back.
I just want to add, that's where the art of self-sustainability, which talks about if you have the intent to create something, there's nothing like quitting that. Quitting comes when you're in a service-centric mindset because you're not satisfied. When you create something, you're binded for that forever. So that's the biggest cultural change and the brand perception that City of Destiny by itself is blessed with that. That is the biggest messaging. Instead of saying tier 2, tier 3, XYZ, call it City of Destiny. You have already the messaging with you.
No, just for him also, for you also. The question is pointed. How do we hold back the talent of Vizag young people? That's the pointed question.
In fact, Nandakishore Garu would add a word on ease of doing business with Vizag as well.
So, Krishna, I'm an eternal optimist kind of a thing. So probably even if you say there is a high attrition, for a moment I'll assume that all of that is in the tier 1 cities and therefore it is a tremendous opportunity for Vizag itself kind of thing. And more importantly, when you zero it down to how do you create that opportunity, how do you retain that talent, it's, you give the youngsters or anyone, for example, a new experiential way of working kind of a thing. So earlier, the offices were cubicles, and it used to be, I mean, in my parents' days, it was all offices with closed doors and peons outside. Then we moved to cubicles. And if you now look at some of the workspaces that are getting created, these are open spaces, agile spaces. There are no longer chairs, there are beanbags. Okay. So people, organizations give them that particular freedom to work, create an atmosphere where you can continuously work and innovate kind of a thing. Another wonderful thing that Google does is that in their Google Plexes and their common areas like this,
every employee is allowed 20% of his time to do whatever he likes, no questions asked. So what if, and that some of their best products and some of the best innovation comes from those kind of scenarios. Like, so millennials are probably looking at a different way of working, so, and the time zones no longer matter. So if you are able to give those kind of an experiences, maybe you'll be able to retain the talent and take it forward.
To hold back the youngsters from, to hold back the youngsters who are talented in Vizag, any?
See, holding back them in the respective companies is up to you. And holding back the companies is my job.
Maybe the government also should look at housing policy as a carrot, because the youngsters are moving to acquire properties which are of value, but also they want expansive, good-looking, easy life. So I don't know whether the real estate prices are going to add value to it or depreciate value to this.
Yes, of course. See, if you look at housing policy, Government of Andhra Pradesh came up with the policy and executing it with an alacrity that no other state government even thought of. So if you see either at LIG level or at MIG level, middle class income group, there is the policies and they are coming up with townships basically. So you can see everywhere now.
That's good. And it is market driven, so there is hardly what government can do. I understand that. Now we'll go to the audience. Anybody, young, mid, seniors, anybody who wants to point at one of the speakers, take their name or point at them and then identify them with their clothes or whatever. Yeah. A lot of questions.
One person here. We have one person here.
Can somebody facilitate that? Yeah.
Yes, I'll be there. So for ease, we will ask the questions from here. Yes, go ahead. Introduce your name and ask your question.
Good afternoon to the panel. I am Yoshit from Geetham School of Business, Geetham University. So this question is to the panel. How do you make a closer encounter between the industry and academic, like students like us, for filling the skill gap between, as well as encouraging young minds to pursue their entrepreneurial path? Yeah, how do you make a closer encounter? Like, yes.
In my mind, from whatever little I do, I'm in a job with a company called Bentley Systems, wherein I work with universities world over in upskilling students to be industry ready. So from my experience from a university in Japan, in China, to Hong Kong, to the US, which is where I spend most of my time, the only way to reduce this gap and entice youngsters is by getting them hands-on on the project and not bogging them down to any rules like what Mohan said some time ago. Give them the free hand to work with what we call as capstone projects. It should actually be a project with the support from government in India, like India, let's say a road is getting built. Give a road design project to the students of maybe Geetham or any college maybe they go to final year to do the road design. Don't put them responsible for getting it right. But they feel that tomorrow when the road gets commissioned, this student would feel that in local language, upper local language, is ages. This is what I did.
I appreciate brief answers and very clear questions. We are not getting the question right. So I request anybody who is coming up to speak, clear, pointed questions, and the panel speakers will give very short answers.
Can I borrow?
Somebody should be there with the mic. There is a, yeah.
I think this will help. I'll come to you guys.
We'll take one after another. Let's not duplicate. 1 second.
Yes, sir.
1 second, miss. There is a guy there. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
you
we will
come up with the
finish
question.
and come here.
No, you can do it from there. Do it from there. Yeah, but we are going to lose time.
Am I audible? Yes. So, thank you for the panel for giving me this opportunity. My name is Abhishek Pandra. I'm from School of Business. Sir, I would like to open by saying this. As Sir has said, రాష్ట్రం ప్రగతిపడంలో పట్టాలి పౌరులు ఎక్కడ ఉండాలి ఇక్కడే ఇన్ని సాధించాలి ఉద్యోగించాలి సార్ ఏముంది సార్ ఫస్ట్ వన్ దాట్ the first one we have. Sir, the next one is I hope you understand what I am trying to imply. Not going to speak serious explicitly. ఇచ్చే కొద్ది తీసుకోవడం మాత్రం రావడం సార్ సాధించడం గెలుచుకోవడం రాదు ఆలోచన. సో as long as the society is staying in the mindset of provision and not shifting towards empowerment, how do you think the modern day youth who are or the society at large who is used to receiving stuff and not actually striving towards achieving that, how do you think these people will transform from this to that? What can the society or the government can do regarding this?
Thank you. Yeah, good question. Thank you. See, this is a panel for driving investments and driving emerging technologies through Vizag. Your question is valid, but it's socio-political, and the panel will not be able to take that question. I'm sorry about it, please. Your question is right. Your question is right. The panel is wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
So we have a
good question. Yeah. Anybody else?
I'm Vijay Prasad from NTPC, retired PRO NTPC. What exactly subsidies or benefits that are being extended by governments to IT industry in Vizag, especially for Vizag?
Sir, I think the entire benefits in terms of either fiscal or non-fiscal, everything is enumerated and kept in front of you. So I think IT industry. Sorry? That's what I'm saying. There is a host of bucket of incentives that is there. That's been kept in front of him. Material is there. So if I want to enumerate that, I can, but it will take time.
Maybe offline you could.
Sure, you can.
Yeah, but there are too many. That's why I say.
Whatever.
You say to the free.
See, as I said earlier, there are employment incentives differentiating the thing, and work from home, freelancer, then IT campus incentives are there, IT farm incentives is there. So there are a host of incentives. That's why actually each and everything it will take more time.
So excellent platform, sir. Thank you, Hans and senior IT experts. So I'm from polymer industry. So I'm working on green technologies. So I too belong to Vizag, born and brought up at Vizag. Worked in various parts of North India and Middle East. So my basic question is, what are the major challenges in correlation of IT to manufacturing with respect to environmental conditions, as decarbonization of buildings is mandatory for the future, because today we have natural resources we are using. So what is the presence of groundwater inside our water?
I mean, trust today, for how many years it will withstand? Is there any correlation, or what are the major challenges or your developments going with respect to environmental conditions? A request from my side, please.
Today is Earth Day.
It's a happy Earth Day.
Today is Earth Day.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
The topic of climate change is undebatably the biggest challenge.
Yeah.
It's neither the government, nor you, nor I who have to say the other side of it. It is an everybody who challenge and get ready to address climate change. So the forward policy saying what is it? I think it's in you, it's in me, it's in everybody to address the issue and get a balance between the manufacturing and IT for the environmental
So
aspect.
let me look at it this way. I am seeing conservation of natural resources with respect to information technology, the measurement, the statistics, the
Excuse.
longevity.
See, the question, as I said to the earlier questioner, the question is valid and it's a huge challenge. But here we are only discussing investment promotion and getting Vizag to be the port of the
advanced technologies and emerging technologies. So the theme is very focused. You have many excuses.
Please let me complete this way. I am from manufacturing. Today I want to make an investment in Visakhapatnam, a huge investment. And if I don't get natural resources, as happened with some LE, some environmental threat, the policies are on one side, the natural resources on the other side. So tomorrow, if we do investment, a huge investment, what is the security for our investments? It should not be like Uganda or Russia. Today we are not able to supply legal country and go away. So in this regard, I am asking that tomorrow we invest crores of rupees. What is the security with respect to natural resources? Can we give a control? Yes, the natural resources will be deplete for this much time period. That's what I am asking. With ideal support in this regard. The
It's a great question.
Thank you,
Even if you're investing in
IT, natural resources are very essential, but there might be some other session in this conclave which will address the government's support to the kind of industry establishment. So you can ask questions in that session.
I got it.
Thank
you very much.
Yeah, miss there.
So, so we are
I'm
running,
just taking for gender.
So we are running out of time. We'll take the last question.
We'll take one question, but we'll take one from women.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
To balance the gender here. There's a girl there. We'll just take two sharp questions. There's a girl there. Somebody can give a mic to her.
She's an advocate and she can
Yes, after her. After.
My name is Madhuri. I am actively practicing advocate in Visakhapatnam. I have been hearing from the panel that there is no dearth of talent in Visakhapatnam, which is going away from Visakhapatnam to the talent. What are the steps the government is taking to hold back the talent?
I think it has been addressed, if you don't mind. Both of them have given a lot of measures which they are taking, at least intend to take also, to ensure that the talent is retained here.
By having training facilities, by giving them entrepreneurship opportunities, by having IT hubs. So there are so many other measures. Government can do only so much. The private enterprise has to do more.
They have to make serious efforts. They have to ensure that the talent remains
Yes,
here.
you're right.
Yes.
It is getting drained and we have to do everything to protect it. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sir, my name is Devasis
the girl there.
Mahapatra.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And
We'll
I-
take you also, sir, right after her.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, kindly
And that is
requesting to
the
avoid-
last question.
Yeah, socio-political questions kindly avoid. Investment-based.
No,
yes.
it's okay. Let
Yeah.
Yeah.
A very good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sindhu, representing the Geetham School of Business. And my question is with respect to the hotel tourism. And as we all know how Maldives has been totally got very popular these days regarding the hotel tourism, because Maldives is, people generally go there for spending their luxurious time there. And what can be the possible things would be done to Visakhapatnam to ensure turn it into a Maldives with respect to the hotel tourism place, apart from the other tourist attractive spots we have?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So, a couple of things. Why is highway is because of the policy the government has taken. So, when you travel during the pandemic era, the kind of PCR test restrictions which are elsewhere existing, those are not existing in that particular destination. And also, it's a very destination management driven destination, which means there are local companies which are promoting this destination to the entire world, and visitors from outside of the country are actually coming in. So which brings me to the point that if something similar can be done for Vizag, when you have these DMC companies, destination management companies, which are using technology to build a scalable business, so that you're actually inviting foreigners outside of the country to Vizag. Some numbers to present, I think last year there were about 1.7 million visitors in Vizag, although it's only a fraction of overall foreign visitors in the state. So I think that is number one. And the second thing is, in terms of the infrastructure, there are super luxurious resorts available there versus what we have in Vizag. I think this is one of the finest properties that are sitting in. So I think the government also needs to invest if that is the positioning we want to go Vizag in the tourism industry.
Yeah, we have one last question. I think you want to ask.
I just wanted to ask the
same question.
Request.
Right.
So my name is Bizzbuzz. I stay in Bangalore and I got technology. And what actually we are getting from industry is like you see the PCs or technology or that most of the growth technology sector, especially on the IT and ITS side, will be non-linear. So you will have growth which is maybe decoupled from employment generation or not work to that person. You have seen those kind of things in the last 5 years. I think this strategy can be a big. In that sense, my question is that are the cities like Vizag and Professor have actually reached the buzz because the employment growth actually is not going to happen in what has happened in the last year. Secondly, question is that Bangalore is facing a lot of heat in terms of GCCs, and GCCs is local capital. System integrators. So these are the two questions, sir. Thank you.
You want to answer it? Anybody wants to answer this sharply? You can.
Actually, more than a question, I thought it was a set of good facts that you presented. I heard GCCs, right? I work with GCCs as well. Definitely, yes. Yeah, GCCs are looking for greater locations. Not just that every company wants a satellite hub. So in all that aspects, Vizag has phenomenal opportunity. It's all about going and executing what all we discuss. So it is a good set of facts I think he put together.
So yes, we are running out of time.
Yeah. Okay. Sir, you have to excuse us. Yeah, you can talk to me offline. Yeah. I wish to wholeheartedly thank all of you who are here as delegates, patiently going through the entire session. And with a lot of interest, you have posted a lot of questions. And some we couldn't take, some we could. Kindly excuse us if we couldn't take those 2-3 questions because they were invalid for this session. However, I also thank my panelists, my good friends by now. It's already 2 hours we spent together. Eminent specialists from their own fields, and both the speakers who very patiently and stayed here, who are government representatives, and the rest of all young people who have done a great job on this panel by ideating and by sharing with you how Vizag can be destined to be emerging technology hub. And with everybody working together, I think it is possible. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. Have a good one.
Thank you, and we have memento presentation as a token of gratification on behalf of Hans in association with the World Trade Center Association Visakhapatnam. Ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause for all the panelists and our session chair. Yes, requesting all of you to please go one by one and finish this as soon as you can. Yes, as memento presentation has been done, requesting all our panelists and the session chair to pose for a group photo op. Yes. Requesting all of you to get back from lunch by 2:30 p.m. strictly, because we have a lot to learn and we have 2 more sessions in the afternoon. Starting with a session on electronics, we have eminent panelists and session chairs again, and the session 3 would be on tourism for the afternoon. So requesting everybody to speeden up at the lunch and gather here back by 2:30 p.m. Thank you very much once again to all the panelists of the session 1. Thank you. And a huge round of applause for Hans India in association with World Trade Center Association Visakhapatnam. Ladies and gentlemen, for putting up this amazing business conclave in stirring up the young minds and building entrepreneurial spirits for the young and upcoming investments, and for all the youngsters here who's participating. Do take all the key points. Thank you.
And also let me request Mr. Sanjay Gayatri, the co-founder of Dhruva Aerospace. Haji is welcome to you, sir. Yes, Mr. Chandra is joining us. He's the MD of APTS Group, CEO of Beta AP.
Yes, welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at the current panelists. The future of electronics in the city of Visakhapatnam is going to grow brighter as the panelists are looking bigger, brighter here. We are waiting here to know more about the potential expansion and the upscaling of electronic sector in the city of Visakhapatnam. Over to the moderator of the session, Ms. Umar Adigaru. Heidi is welcome. It's on the stage. Okay. Yes, console, can we have all the 3 mics onto the stage? Ma'am, we'll open the session for Q&A post 4 p.m. Umar Reddy ma'am, we'll open the session for Q&A post 4 p.m. It's 3 p.m. right now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen who have arrived here after a great lunch. I hope the panel will be able to keep us all awake, and I'm sure it will from the people that I know here. So first and foremost, thank you to both the World Trade Center and Hans Bizzbuzz for having invited us. We are 3 of us from Bangalore, 2 of you from Telangana, from Hyderabad. You're from Visakhapatnam? Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh. here, and we are actually looking forward to a good interactive session. The more questions you ask the panelists, the more vibrant and a discussion it will be. We had a great lunch, and when we were talking about it, we were wondering what is it that we're going to discuss this session, you have. But I'm going to request each of the panelists to introduce themselves with their intros, because I don't have it here with me. So to actually start with, I personally run a business manufacturing transformers for over 3.5 decades. I started my business in the 80s, when I don't think I knew the spelling of the word entrepreneurship at all, right? And we've seen, and nor did we know anything much about a digital economy. It was more an analog economy at that point of time. Everything was analog. And little did we realize, the only digital thing that came about was those little clocks with a digital, number on it, and that was a sea change then. But over the 3.5 decades, we've seen the electronic sector really grow. And personally, I feel I've been part of a great journey. I've enjoyed it. I'm in the electronics manufacturing sector, and we've seen from analog to digital, and now, of course, more with AI and a lot of machine learning, deep learning that's happening embedded in electronics. Everything is becoming more and more smart and a smarter technology. And with it, the projections of the Government of India and the state governments as to what is in it for us in that large pie, right? So we've known about 2020. The electronics manufacturing sector is supposed to be a $400 billion. We are at presently about $125 billion. But, there is a projection, and how much out of that $400 billion can each of the electronic sectors capture? And we now know that the Andhra Pradesh government has come out with an amazing policy, the 2021 to 24 electronic policy. And when you look at the electronic manufacturing policy, we look at it in terms of 4 particular areas. We talk about R&D, which is very important for product development. We talk about electronic manufacturing, the manufacturing space. There's another larger area where the ecosystem comes into being, which is the ease of doing business. And that's very important, and we know that Andhra Pradesh is quite high on the ranking in ease of doing business, and that kind of attracts both in terms of investments and infrastructure and enterprises together. And we talk about component manufacturing and the whole process which builds up a large number of employment generation. And that's an area that the government is also very focused on. So being in Vizag, it's been very nostalgic for me. I've been there in my holidays when I was in school and college. Basically, I'm from Bangalore. But it always brings about the beach road, and this place brings about a lot of memories. And said, hey, it's so lovely to see, and it's going to be much more nicer to see an electronic manufacturing, setup, either coming in Visakhapatnam, because we do know that there is an EMC in Sri City in Tirupati. We've also heard about the one that is coming up in Kadapa. We also hear of it in Anantapur, which is closer to Bangalore for us. And it's good to see the clusters, growing and more. And we have both the state government here, which is supporting the initiatives for entrepreneurs to set up enterprises, and also the Government of India, MeitY, coming up with a whole lot of schemes that supports electronic industry growth. Now, with this background, we have with us a panel of speakers. We have Mr. Nandakishore Reddy from the government, from APITA, right? APITA, who is going to talk about largely the ecosystem. To my right is a very young entrepreneur, is in a space which is space. So it's Dhruva Space. Sanjay has an excellent business in space technology, and I'm going to ask him to then talk about his own story. We have Mr. Sanjeev Keskar, who's MD of Arvind, CEO of Arvind Consultancy, and he himself has been, we have music for our background. It's going to cheer us up more. So we have, he's been the MD of Arrow Electronics and has been macro, you know, if there is somebody whom I would call a guru in electronic manufacturing, I would go to Sanjeev Keskar, and that's the kind of information that he has and he talks about. And then we have Purnima Shenoy, who has an expertise in many areas, from Dixon board, but also in skills, training, and the needs and resources that are needed for an electronic sector to grow. So I will start my first question to Mr. Nandakishore Reddy, because I always believe that it's an ecosystem that is required for any electronic manufacturing, for that matter, any business to set up. And you know, that actually kind of ignites and provides a leverage to take it wherever it is. So how do you perceive in this 2021-24 policy that you have? Where do you see electronics manufacturing going? What is the kind of ecosystem that is required for it? And what are the steps that the Andhra Pradesh government is taking?
Thank you. See, to answer your question, madam, electronics manufacturing or electronic component manufacturing, so is a fight not between the states but between the countries. So if you see that, so we have cutthroat competition between other electronic manufacturing giants like China, Taiwan, Vietnam. So first our country needs to compete with these other countries. So if somebody here is thinking that importing an electronic item is cheaper when we import from either of these three countries rather than manufacturing here, then definitely electronic manufacturing, there won't be any growth within this country. Obviously, it is at the end of the day, it is a business. So first we need to erase, so whatever differences or whatever enablers that those countries are having, but our country is not having, these things. To a certain extent, yes, in the last 2-3 years, central government has definitely thought through, and they have come up with excellent policies like PLI, and then for your infrastructure thing, EMC2 scheme, and then to encourage component manufacturers, they have come up with specs. So certain kind of policies they made, and to certain extent that has eased out our electronic manufacturing industry. But still some feel like so posing import duties on the raw materials is a problem. That is when we are importing from different countries raw materials. And this border sharing clause, it cuts both the ways. So since actually we don't have electronic giants manufacturing in that economies of scale when compared to China. So those things are there, but definitely we have strides. Our central government has taken steps to ease out that competition between countries. Now coming to the states. Once these electronic companies can manufacture here, then there is a cutthroat competition between the states. Every state is competing with each other with whatever policies they have, whatever incentives they are giving, and there are a host of incentives and everything. Here, what is the advantage of Andhra Pradesh? There are a couple of things. I'll come one by one. One is geographical. Suppose Andhra Pradesh has a distinct geographical feature that we have 6 major ports here and 6 airports, out of which 3 are international. So to export these items, that logistics cost to the companies is the least when compared to any other state. So once the goods are manufactured here, to exports cost, the logistic costs will come down drastically. That is one, because of its distinct geographical nature of the state. Second thing, already is there an ecosystem. If you see the electronic manufacturing altogether, so there are, we can divide like one, assemblers are there, assembly giants are there, then component manufacturers are there. Then if you go up the ladder, then again fab manufacturers, the semiconductor manufacturing, chip level designing, so all these sectors. In Andhra Pradesh, we do have the existing clusters. Like when I say clusters, actually Andhra Pradesh boasts of having the world's largest original equipment manufacturer, that is Foxconn, is there within Andhra Pradesh. And at the same time, world's largest original design manufacturer, Wingtech, is also having its base in Andhra Pradesh. So I mean to say, you have the largest design segment company there, you have largest assembly segment company there. Apart from, I am not saying other companies are any less to that. Like we do have, Dixon is there, then Daikin, Carbon, Celcon, Micromax is not there. Lava, to a certain extent, they have to start the manufacturing. See, if you see the consumer electronics, we have giants, either Dixon or Daikin, everybody is there. In mobile manufacturing sectors, yes, definitely Wingtech, and then Dixon into mobile manufacturing, Foxconn into that, Carbon into that, UTNPL is there. And we have one advantage, like cell phone cameras, like Sunny Oppo is the largest second unit after China is in Andhra Pradesh. So that way, if you see in terms of company-wise this thing, we have a Korean cluster, we have a Japanese cluster in City, and we have Taiwanese cluster within the state. So that is the main attraction. If somebody from their country has come and they are doing business within Andhra Pradesh for past many years, and that itself is an incentive to invest by the other companies. So this is the ecosystem part I talk about. Next thing is from the government side. What are the incentives or what are the provisions that the government of Andhra Pradesh is rolling out for electronic industry? One is creating infrastructure in electronic industry. For that matter, any other industry, but electronic industry being a manufacturing sector, what we thought is actually we'll create a clusters, like electronic manufacturing clusters, where government will identify a certain piece of land, and government will develop entire land with internal roads or internal drainage and internal power to the doorsteps of the companies, and water to the doorsteps of the companies. And we are also building ready-made factory build sheds, so that actually if any company wants to come and start their shop immediately, so they can lease out that shed and they can start the operations then and there. So that way, physical infrastructure part is being taken care. So we have 4 such electronic manufacturing clusters, the highest by any state government within the country. Second thing, so what incentives that our government of Andhra Pradesh is giving for the companies to invest in the state of Andhra Pradesh? See, just now I mentioned Government of India has come up with certain schemes like PLI, production linked incentives for the electronic manufacturing assemblers basically. And we do have different clusters, like Andhra Pradesh government is also giving PLI scheme apart, over and above what central government is giving. So we are also giving 100% PLI in electronic manufacturing cluster, Koparthi, that is near Kadapa, where you see like the cheapest labor rates are there and cheapest power is there when you compare to any other states, power rate per unit I am talking about, water prices per KL. See, we thought through about this industry as a whole. So to sustain this industry, we need to have what should we do from the government side? What do we do? Like anyway we are creating clusters, and anyway there is an ecosystem. From the incentive side we are creating. And second thing is process reforms, ease of doing business. That in Andhra Pradesh actually boasts of having #1 rank for the consecutively for the last 3 years in ease of doing business rankings. So And we do have single window mechanism where after a certain period, like 21 days exactly. So if if you don't get any permissions from, there are different departments to start a manufacturing unit. So if you don't get the permission, after 21 days, those permissions are deemed to be given. So it's kind of those kind of things actually we have already kept in place. Like process reforms are there, incentives are there, infrastructure is there, ecosystem is there, and overall skilling. So electronics is what skill incentive sector, basically in assembling unit. So there, with our skilling units and skill centers, actually we are going to village level, and actually we are tying up with these companies, like actually from the 10th class or from the 12th class. It is 95% in these electronic manufacturing sector are women, working women actually basically in these companies. So we are tying up directly with them, and then we are only skilling them, so from the government side, and bringing them to the company so that actually if they want, they can recruit, otherwise they are going to reskilling. This process goes on continuous. So likewise, actually entire 360-degree approach we have taken, and that is bearing the fruits. Since actually EMC Koparthi, we have started recently in December 23rd actually. So we did get giant companies, 6 giant companies within this short span of time, and from June actually one of them are starting manufacturing. So that is the kind of ecosystem, and that is kind of EODB, ease of doing business and process reforms that the state of Andhra Pradesh has brought in.
Thank you, Mr. Nandesh Kishore Reddy Garu, because I think he's really covered the whole gamut of what is required for the electronic industry to survive and grow in a certain location. Like to get into the details of it, but I'll do that in the next question. I will hold my thought about what kind of value addition that is needed at an industry for growth level. I will set the tone with all the panelists speaking about their area of expertise and their thoughts, and then we'll move on to the second round of questions. So I'll now move to Mr. Sanjeev Keskar, who has been with the electronic industry at a much micro level with Arrow Electronics, understanding what industry needs are, especially in the electronic and the ESDM sector in particular. So I really would like you to share what's really the, as an entrepreneur, we have an ecosystem, and I say I can set up the business. But what is the trend? Where do I start my business? Is this an area that I need to? I mean, those are the questions most entrepreneurs have. So I'd like you to share your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Uma. Good afternoon, everyone. In the month of January, Ministry of Electronics and IT, they come up with a report. It's called Sustainable Electronics Manufacturing and Export by 2026. As per that report, electronics market in India, manufacturing in India, which was at $120 billion last year, that is going to grow to $300 billion by 25-26. Now, if we analyze last year, $120 billion, $40 billion worth of finished good imports were there, and $80 billion worth of domestic manufacturing was there in electronics manufacturing. And now we intend to reach to $300 billion in next 5 years.
Keep it up a little bit.
Hello? Sorry.
To be louder than that music.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so we are going to be $300 billion in electronics manufacturing as per that report by Ministry of Electronics and IT. If we add electronics design plus component manufacturing to this electronics product manufacturing, then the total electronics industry, ESDM, what we call it, is going to be almost $400 billion by 2026. So it is going to be one of the very prominent and important industry, even from the overall India economy point of view. Means if we are talking about $5 trillion economy by 26, and if electronics is going to be $400 billion, we are going to be almost 8% of our GDP, which is currently electronics is less than 4%. Secondly, from the national security point of view, this sector is very, very important. All your power grids or energy sector, telecommunication networking sector, or even defense electronics, we have to be Atmanirbhar for all these technologies. If we import our grid technology from any neighboring country, then next wars are not going to be on the field. If your power grid is controlled by someone else, then you are at a deep trouble. So from the national security point of view, this sector is very, very important. Third point is about job creation. This sector has an opportunity to create 2 million jobs in next 5 years. And our youngsters, our engineers definitely need those jobs. What is challenged today? Definitely the consumption story of India for electronics is very strong. Everyone is using smartphone, laptops, and all sort of home appliances. 5G network is going to be there moving forward. But the biggest challenge for electronics industry today is about local value addition. Earlier, we were importing more than 50% of electronics, but with the production link incentive scheme and other schemes launched by Ministry of Electronics, now the manufacturing has grown. But it is just a EMS activity what we are doing. People are getting CKD kit from any global company and just doing the assembly work in India. Means we are very proud that we are manufacturing so many mobile phones now in India, but in a $100 mobile phone, India gets only $10 because complete kit comes from China or somewhere else, and we are just doing the assembly work in India. So the biggest challenge for electronics industry today is about value addition and how we can really improve a high value added manufacturing ecosystem. That should be the point which all of us needs to be think and address. Opportunity is huge. It is going to be $400 billion. But if we continue at 10 to 15% value addition, then our import dependency on component, import dependency on technology is still going to be very high. So we need to focus on creating IP and technology. We have to focus on creating component manufacturing ecosystem. And I think that with recent policies, we are definitely going to achieve that. So it's a huge opportunity.
I completely agree with you, Sanjeev, because personally I used to manufacture transformers. In the 90s, we had some very good business of transformer manufacturing, component sector. Suddenly, in 90s, it started going out because most companies were started importing CKD kits. You know, kits and modules were replacing transformers per se. And we saw that largely in the SMPS. You know, there was a time when SMPS was being built and then SMPS was being imported because they were all coming in with zero duty. But now, again, I see a larger rise. Thanks to the pandemic, thanks to China being China, thanks to the Ukraine war, thanks to companies looking at Atmanirbhar within the country, they want to now get into manufacturing within India. So there is a larger seek and a larger ask for products. So this is definitely probably the best time to look at ESDM, and I'm glad that the government of Andhra Pradesh is really looking at, having this whole focus on the electronic manufacturing sector in Andhra Pradesh. So we've heard the government ecosystem. We've got Sanjeev to talk about the macro picture of the demand and the need and the market that is available. But we also need the skill sets, the people, the resources that will actually, bring in and ignite a larger number of enterprises. And I will now request Punima Shenoy to share her thoughts on what can come out of this policy.
Thank you, Uma. I hope I'm going to be louder than that.
Yeah,
the music next
trying
door.
to that. We need to
thank you to the organizers for having me and all of us here on this panel. So let me begin by telling you a story.
Closer.
Closer? Yeah. Okay. So in 2005, I had just become the president of the India Semiconductor Association, and we were making one of our first few trips to Delhi. And in the ministry, I had a guy who told me, "Ye आधा conductor क्या है? पूरा conductor के साथ काम क्यों नहीं करते हो?" Okay, from then to now, when we see the government policies at the national level, at the state level, and even the next year towns getting involved in electronics. It is so very encouraging, and it's been such a meaningful journey. So I had the opportunity to go through the AP. Do you want me to do something?
No, that's okay.
Yeah, okay. So I had the opportunity of going through the AP state electronics policy, which has been written with a great deal of macro perspective and plans on how it can be executed. There were three things that stood out for me, and this is what I call the 3S, which I would like to speak about. First thing is skills, and that is addressed in steps 3 and 5 in the policy. The second is the social infrastructure, that is addressed in step 5 under infrastructure. And the last is what I call innovation and startups, that is addressed in step 7 of the policy. It's great to have infrastructure, it's great to have investments, but if we don't have the right trained manpower for it, how are we going to run these businesses? Policy to chase startups, to make attractive schemes. You have 4 accelerators in the 4 electronics hubs of the state. But you need to attract people there, you need to get IP, grants, funding, talent to work out of there. So these are equally important. Rather than attracting only the big guys, how are you going to make them operational and scale up? So maybe further in this discussion we can address that. Thank you.
Thank you, Purnima. And I totally agree with you because, you know, there was a time when I wanted staff, we would get people with certain amount of resources, skills, and we would train them. Now it's not just getting people because job security is there, you know, to a large extent vis-a-vis earlier days. So people who want to apply for jobs are also looking for what kind of facilities that are there around them. You know, do they have the space? Do they have the social infrastructure, which Purnima mentioned? Do they have other career opportunities when they're in a company? Can they find other career opportunities for growth, more training, more advanced training opportunities? So there is an aspirational level even at the operator level stuff. So I think, you know, times have changed and we really need to ensure that the whole gamut of that is also taken care of when we are looking at skill training and development. So I will pause from these various thoughts that we had in terms of what's been the growth, where are we, with the role model who's sitting next to me, okay? Sanjay is in a very unique space and in the space tech area and in the satellite manufacturing industry. So I'm not going to talk more about it. I will let Sanjay talk about Dhruva space. All the more because, you know, we always look at space as something which is really far, and it is. But to get into an arena at a very young age and to make such a successful career, over to Sanjay.
Thank you, Uma. I think I'll just talk about our journey and then probably also touch upon how Andhra Pradesh can actually play a very important role to attract investments, talent, and serve the global needs from, probably Sriharikota. So let's first hear about Dhruva Space and what we do. I started building satellites when I was 19 years old. So one of the scientists from ISRO had reached out to our academic institution and said, we as students could actually build satellites. This was way back in 2009, 2010. I'm actually a product of that. 10 years, 15 years after my bachelor's, I'm today running India's first space technology startup. And this started from a university. So I would definitely encourage that Andhra Pradesh brings in a framework so that a couple of academic institutions in AP build and launch a student satellite. So India is known for two things, very, very popular, right? One is the IT industry. The second is the rocket program, right? Whenever an ISRO launch happens, everybody is glued to it. So from the early 60s until early 2000s, there were probably about 5,000 satellites launched. In the next decade, it is estimated that about 60,000 satellites will be launched. The market is estimated to be about $1 trillion by 2040. Now, let's look at how the existing ecosystem can actually tap into it. So you mentioned about design already existing, manufacturing already existing, the policy talking towards creation of sheds that will allow people to come in and start utilizing them. I would suggest that you go one step forward and also establish the additional infrastructure that can bring a lot of foreign companies and domestic startups into one place. Just to give you an example, India has launched probably about 350 satellites for foreign countries. Now, all these satellites at some point in time had come to Sriharikota, right? Today, there are about 100 space tech startups in the country. I think a favorable framework to attract these startups to come to the state of Andhra Pradesh would be super helpful. Now let me address more from the audience perspective. If few of you are running electronic systems design and manufacturing companies, then here is the thing. Today, a lot of satellites use commercial off-the-shelf components, which means that if you're a company that is already building strategic electronics, or if you're building, even COTS-based products, it's an entry for you to support the global requirements in the space sector. And I would urge you guys to look at space as a vertical for growing your business.
Thank you, Sanjay. I mean, in earlier space satellites, ISRO remained to that large PSU, something which we at the small manufacturing level never thought of. And here is a startup who's not only done it, made it, and is also encouraging and showing the kind of opportunity that is there in this area. And it's really interesting to get to hearing his story, for which you'll need another panel session, or a separate one-on-one session with Sanjay. And I have another question as to why you went about it, but I will hold on and I will come back to you. But I will now reach out to Mr. Nandakishore Reddy and say yes. So every state in the country is trying to take a little bit of that pie. You see it now even with UP, of course Bangalore, Karnataka is well into it, not only in Bangalore, but we are spreading across the state. You see it in Gurgaon. So what would be the unique USP of Andhra Pradesh? One is, of course, you talked about ease of doing business. But what else do you think is primarily the catalyst to bring about a larger participation of enterprises in the electronic manufacturing sector? We do know that it brings about a lot of employment generation, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on it, and to please add your points on what Sanjay said as what else is needed for this industry.
Right. Thank you. So the USB. See, for even it is electronics or any other industry, so ultimately for a manufacturer or for a business unit, it is profit making is the main motto. At the end of the day, actually they will be looking at their books. So how to reduce this manufacturing cost is our motto. So that is what is entire our policies, entire our processes, everything is built into. See, reduction in cost of manufacturing comes through various modes. One is, as I said, actually ready-made infrastructure is being created so that there won't be any upfront cost on the industry to start the business. So that is one primary step. Second thing is, apart from whatever central government is giving, we have some attractive policy incentives added where we are actually 100% of FCA, fixed capital investment. There is a possibility to get back entire 100% of fixed capital investment through PLI mode. So that means actually virtually there is a zero investment in a couple of years. So apart from creating this thing. And thirdly, so the necessities like power, water, land, all these things, how to make the cheapest. So those things actually well defined in this thing, you can check the rates and they are the least when compared to any other state. Fourth, you spoke about Noida, Gurgaon and all these things. There is a distinct advantage for the Andhra Pradesh. As I said earlier, there is a reduction in logistics cost. When something is manufactured in Noida and if they want to export it, they have to physically, like on road, they have to bring entire products to some near port, either Chennai or Krishnapatnam or any Vizag port, and they have to export it. Where if that manufacturing happens here, so that entire cost is reduced. So that logistic cost we are taking about. Apart from this, there are interest subvention and everything. I don't want to mention what is there in our policy because actually policy has been given to each one of the participant here. So this is the overall network that we are talking about. So how to make, and last but not the least is cost of labor. When you compare the labor cost across the states, so it is one of the, Andhra Pradesh is one of the cheapest states in India. So combining all these things, the cost of manufacturing will be least when compared to any other state in India when it is manufactured in Andhra Pradesh. And one more advantage I am saying is like you need not, suppose one component manufacturer is there, he need not export it to any assembler here because actually the world's largest players are here only. From the government side, we make sure like actually if some assembler wants some component, then we can introduce them, this component manufacturer. This guy is manufacturing the unit that you require. So that will be win-win for both of them, right? The next door actually he is getting components. He need not import from any particular third-party country. So that way he will be making, he will be cutting down his costs. So these things actually we are, one way actually we are taken macro league, and second thing actually micro manner also we are hand-holding from APITA. So entire every industry. So this is where this is what is entire USP of Andhra Pradesh. And coming back to Mr. Sanjay's this thing. In fact, actually it is a pleasant discovery, in fact, I must say. See, recently, some 3 months back, we held such conclave in Vizag itself with our own defense, naval guys. That we did on a test mode, like actually since our entire naval base is here, so they must be needing whatever these electronic components, chipsets or whatever, anything, they must be needing it. So let us have one tie-up. We just tried, but to our surprise, actually, they are looking for some partner to partner with. Under Atmanirbhar Bharat, actually, every thing that defense guys told me, whatever is required for the defense till date, most of them have been imported to Vizag. Whereas our own MSMEs can manufacture them here. So that way, actually, next month actually, we are doing again second this thing where we are innovating companies to showcase their talent, so that actually if they are selected, they can do it for defense itself. So that is one area opened for the state of Andhra Pradesh, and this is the second. Obviously, our own Sriharikota is there. Yes, definitely, Sanjay, thank you so much. This is our second area of interest. So we thought of looking at some other sectors, but definitely I'll be taking up this.
Thank you, Mr. Nandkishore. That is really very happy to note about talking about efficiency and talking about cost of manufacture. And I think most enterprises, all of us at the factories now, at least in my company, we're spending most of our time in looking at costing sheets. You know, cost of manufacture is so very important because the margins are very, very thin, competitions are high, and you know, you really don't want to waste, or I would say you really would like to be talking about lean manufacturing. You want to talk about scaling up with, you know, least costs. You're really talking about efficiencies of scale, and you're really talking about quick turnaround times. And all this is possible only when you have an eye on it, and I'm glad that the state government is really having a very focused eye on that. And he also talked about the basic infrastructure, the plug-in operate kind of an infrastructure that's already available for MSMEs to work from. And
so our own Dixon is testimony for that. Actually, they have taken 4 ready-made infrastructure sheds in Kadapa. She can vouch for it.
Okay. So yeah, so it's so very interesting to know that. And I was having a conversation with Sanjay during over lunch, and I was saying, satellite, you're into satellite manufacture, how are you going to manage raw materials? Because we know numbers are small, you know, you don't get raw materials easily. And then he said, no, it's all possible. And so these are barriers which we've all been, you know, thinking that it's difficult to build satellites in a small enterprise. I mean, starting as a small enterprise, I'm sure it's grown big. But, you know, but it is possible to be Atmanirbhar and to be able to have a Make in India product, and that's what is very nice. I'll ask Sanjay to share that extra bit about how do you make it Make in India, how is it possible for you to, you know, look at manufacturing and scaling up your business?
Sure. It's a very interesting question. So I'm just trying to think of some case study that I can probably talk about. Okay, let's probably start with you know, where Mr. Nandakishore left. You know, with the collaboration with the Indian Navy, right? I think there's a new framework that's coming out where under Make 2 or Make 1 program, where about you know, several devices they want the local ecosystem to manufacture, and if there's an industry that can manufacture, they're happy to pick it up and employ as part of their you know, naval requirements. So largely for space and strategic electronics, the infrastructure is very similar. So you could assume that about 70 to 80% of the testing infrastructure will be similar. When you go to space, probably there is 20% extra testing infrastructure that would be required. But and you know, if you're doing something for on Earth, it would cost you X. When you're building something for space, sometimes, you know, the cost can be about 1000x, or, you know, it's on a much higher figure. So let's talk something very specific. we as Dhruva Space are today building space-grade solar panels. There are several companies in the country who build ground-based solar panels, right? Now these ground-based solar panels, the cells have an efficiency of anywhere between 15 to 18%, 22% tops. But for space, the cell efficiency is anywhere between 29 and 32%. 1 watt of power costs roughly about $1,000. So, if you could just establish infrastructure that can support manufacturing of space-grade solar panels in the country, that itself can generate so much amount of revenue that, your investment can be recovered in a short period of time. I just want to talk real specific so that you could get an idea. So roughly if you're investing about 200 crores into common infrastructure in the country, especially in AP, the same 200 crores can attract a lot of Western companies to come to Andhra Pradesh and utilize that infrastructure for manufacturing satellites for the global market. And that would in itself over a period of time, become self-sustainable. I hope that answers.
Yeah, I think it does, because it kind of shows the opportunities that are there in this sector. Again, I'm going to go back from opportunities to having people who will support, building those opportunities. And I'll request Poonima to share, what are the different, there is so many kinds of skill sets that are required for an electronic industry. It's a huge umbrella. And every technology has its own in-depth requirement of skills. So how does a state government meet this kind of requirement, and what needs to be done to build those?
Thanks, Uma. I think one of the most important things that the government can look at is the case study of Taiwan and replicate it. And I think that's a phenomenally successful story. So more than 40 years ago, what Taiwan decided was to become a hub for electronics manufacturing. So they went to the Bay Area, or rather they went to the US and picked up this guy called Dr. Morris Chang, who used to be working in Texas Instruments, and brought him back to set up the first fab in Taiwan. He was 51 years old, and today, he's regarded as a national treasure in Taiwan. But this is one man who changed the story of semicon manufacturing and fabs. When they systematically over time have gone back to the US and brought back the national talent who have studied at Ivy League universities, brought them back to nurture, foster, and build industry in the country. So if the state is looking at getting talent and increasing employment, one of the first things is to involve industry in the creation of curriculum and to set up centers of excellence along with industry. Often curriculum is very divorced from the realities of the job. It's not about getting only electronics engineers. In manufacturing, you need chemical engineers, you need material scientists, you need computer science, you need a lot of the others, you need physicists, you need chemists, you need chemical guys. So these are various areas. I feel very sad when I see engineering colleges say only electronics and computer science seats are getting filled and the others are not getting filled. It's because we're not creating the right opportunities for these students. If you're going to look at electronics, whether it's design or manufacturing, all of them are going to be needed. So it's a wonderful opportunity. The state talks of 30 centers for skill development. You already have existing ITIs and polytechnics with an outdated curriculum. Upgrade that curriculum. The physical infrastructure is there. Lower income group students are growing there. Train them to work for these, and then industry can come here. You don't have to get talent from other states. Local talent will get jobs. So I think there's a lot that can happen with a progressive policy like this, but we need to put people first. Business is about people and creating jobs. And this opportunity is there for AP, and it should take this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Poonima. And I think I'll come to the last question to Sanjay, and then I'll open it out with 1 or 2 Q&A so that you get some time out of this panel. So here we have this entire ecosystem, but my question to you, Sajay, is, let's say I'm an entrepreneur who wants to set up an enterprise. So what are the schemes that I can look at? You know, where is it that I can get some support either from Government of India or the state government that will actually help me take my business forward?
Sure, Uma, thank you. So when we talked about manufacturing of $300 billion, total ESDM of $400 billion, every sector is going to grow. In automotive, we are going to witness electric vehicle is the next big thing happening. In mobile phone, already there is a huge growth. In consumer electronics, there is a huge growth. Smart city projects are going to drive huge demand for electronics. And in telecommunication, we are going to migrate from 4G to 5G. So everyone is very confident that these numbers are real. We are going to achieve that. Now the question is how we can build a high value added manufacturing ecosystem. Not only manufacturing, but high value added. And for that, if 40% value of any electronic product is component, our top priority should be building a component manufacturing in India. Today, more than 90% or 95% components are imported in India. So if we look at any component ecosystem of electronics, semiconductor is a major portion. And government recently announced 3 manufacturing policies for semiconductor. First is CMOS semiconductor wafer fab, second is a display wafer fab, and third is a compound semiconductor policy. So these are the 3 policies government has announced for semiconductor manufacturing. For passive components like capacitors, resistors, inductors, transformers, optocouplers, there is a wonderful policy called SPECS by Ministry of Electronics. Under SPECS program, one is going to get 25% incentive of the capex investment for component manufacturing. In CMOS wafer fab, government is going to fund 50% of the investment goes into semiconductor wafer fab. In display wafer fab also, government is going to support 50%, and in compound semiconductor, 30%. So there are policies to support and building a component ecosystem. That is one part of the story. The next big value of any electronics product is into IP and technology. So how we can create a startup ecosystem, successful startup ecosystem, so that we can create electronic product IP as well as semiconductor VLSI chip design IP. Now, we have great talent, but that talent today working in global companies in their captive design center. So we get jobs, but the IP value get recognized at the global companies. Same way our services company, again we get jobs, but we do product development and chip development again for global companies. So now there is a need that this talent, what we have, we should support them to create Indian companies so that design happens in India, both semiconductor chip design as well as electronic product design. And so that we can start recognizing that 30-40% value of IP technology in India. So on one hand, once we create component ecosystem, on other hand, once we start developing IP in India, I think that is the only solution to develop the high value added ecosystem for electronics. And we must focus that. Coming to my last point, AP state has come out with one of the best electronics manufacturing policy. I have seen policies of various states. Andhra Pradesh government policy is one of the best. You are already, Sri City is a great cluster. Now you are going to have Kadapa, you are going to have Tirupati, you are going to have Chittoor. So EMC 2.0, that is Electronics Manufacturing Cluster 2.0, I think Andhra Pradesh has already taken a lead. So infrastructure is going to get created. I think we have to attract Indian companies and global companies. And one advice, sir, for attracting global companies, we should form a desk in countries like Taiwan, South Korea, Japan, because those companies are now hungry to come to India for manufacturing, as well as they are going to treat India as a manufacturing hub for Middle East and Africa. So I think AP government should proactively form a desk into these 3 countries and attract those industries in AP state. That is one. Secondly, compound semiconductor is a very big opportunity. Let CMOS wafer fab or display wafer fab go to other state, but compound semiconductor like sensors, your photonics, your ATMPs, OSAT, those industries must come to AP state. We should work towards that. So let's take a aim, guys, that if $400 billion is going to be electronics industry by 2026, let's aim that in AP we create a $50 billion industry for electronics. And that's where we will close this session. Thank you.
On that note, I think it's a very positive note that we're all contributing to that $400 billion economy in 2026. If there are any questions, if you have to any of the panelists, we can take them. Otherwise, I know they're running behind time, so if there's any questions from the audience?
Check. Are you going to ask the question? No. So, yeah, please, not political, extremely non-controversial. So, everybody raise the hands when I come to you. Yeah.
Sir, my question is to Sanjeev, sir. Sir, you say, you've told about, the biggest challenge to production is in value addition. So, when you started off, you said so. So, what can the manufacturing sectors, the companies in these sector, do in order to add value, actually add value? What can be done differently so that this challenge is overcome?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, any electronic product, the value depends on three things. Firstly, your component around 40%, IP technology is around 40%, and your EMS activity or manufacturing activity gives you only 10 to 15% of value recognition. Today what's happening, our entire focus is only on manufacturing. We are setting up SMT lines, we are creating manufacturing EMS plants, but we are importing complete kit from some global company and doing the assembly work. And we end up with 10 to 15% value addition. So to answer your question, if you design a product in India, if you at least start sourcing some components from India, whichever are possible, so we can step by step migrate of growing value addition from 15 to 30, 30 to 40. It is not going to happen overnight, but with semiconductor fabs coming to India, with passive component going to get manufactured, I think eventually we have to reach to a level where at least 50% value is recognized in India.
And to further answer that question, I'll have Sanjay to give an example from his own experience.
Okay, on satellites and launch vehicles, there's a system called a hold down release mechanism. Okay, it's essentially holding and then releasing, actuating. So the springs are manufactured in the country. The latch is manufactured in the country. The coating is manufactured in the country. A value addition is combining all of them and making a product. Today, most of these hold down release mechanisms are imported and they cost a lot of money. Now, all of this is available in the country in different places. So you package it and you're not just substituting domestic requirements, but it also gives you a provision to sell globally.
And also I think we are at that time and day and age where we're able to find that little small enterprise somewhere near Lucknow in a little town manufacturing one particular press component whom we are able to get and use it. There was a time when we couldn't reach out to such people. They had their expertise, but we had no connect. And I think we are at that stage where we can really have a Make in India product, build, add, value add, and I'm sure this is the way to go. And thank you so very much once again to Hans and Bizz Buzz Business Group for inviting us along with the World Trade Center.
We have
thank
more
you
questions.
very much. Oh, we have one more?
Yeah, we have. So, here.
Happy evening, sir. Sir, recently the central government announced the semiconductor policy to promote manufacturing of semiconductors in the country. As per notification, the government will provide 50% of the cost for setting up semiconductors and to display the fab units. Sir, did you take any advantage of this and ordered or invited any companies manufacturing of the semiconductors in Andhra Pradesh? Sir, my question to Nandakishore sir.
Obviously, yes, Andy, but fab manufacturing, the initial upfront investment cost runs into crores and crores of rupees. If somebody comes forward to invest that amount of money, definitely. See, from the government side, we are open. 100% we don't have any qualms about that, but there are hardly, as sir said, some 3 or 4 big semiconductor industries that manufacturing fabs and all. So getting that kind of investment is, for any state, actually it is welcome change, and that requires water quantities and power quantities in a huge numbers, but government of AP is ready to give that. Yes.
Thank you.
More questions? Kindly raise the hand. I think that's about it, madam. Yeah, so there's a memento of gratification, a token of appreciation for all the eminent panelists and also the moderator here. Requesting our team to please present the mementos for the esteemed panelists on the dais. A huge round of applause for our moderator, Uma Reddy Garu, MD of High Tech Magnetics. I think she did a very fabulous job as a session chair and addressed all the questions that is needed in the current state. Thanks to our panelist, Sanjeev Keskar sir, the CEO of Arvind Consultancies. Also, thanks to Nanda Kishore Reddy sir, our MD APTS group. He has patiently run us through a lot of information today and also has answered all the Q&As. And thanks to Purnima Shenoy ji, the CEO of Hummingbird Advisors. Also, thank you to Mr. Sanjay Nekhanti, the co-founder of Dhruva Aerospace. Also, post this requesting panelists and the session chair to pose for a photo. Hans, in association with World Trade Center, Visakhapatnam, Bizz Buzz Business Conclave has successfully completed the second session, which was about electronics. We also have witnessed information and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, 2 successful panel discussion for the day is over. And as we enter into the third session, which is about tourism, we will leave for a short coffee break and we will be back in a span of 10 to 15 minutes. We will gather back by 4:15 p.m. without any delay. We are going to strictly start by 4:15. Don't want to keep the participants here waiting. We also already have our panelists for the next session ready. The next session is going to be about tourism, but before that, requesting everybody here to give a huge round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. Sir and ma'am, it's a pleasure having you to hear out to you and learn a lot of things related to the potential expansion of the electronic sector in the city of Visakhapatnam. Ladies and gentlemen, we will gather back by sharp 4:15 p.m. without any delay. So I request all of you right away to kindly cooperate. And we will get started with very interesting topic of any country, of any state, because this is going to fetch a lot of economy, financial, will relieve a lot of financial burden to any country. This is about tourism, and we have our panelists also ready here. We'll break for a short coffee break. Thank you. Rao or Reddy? All right, Hans in association with World Trade Center, Visakhapatnam, Bizz Buzz Business Conclave, we are going to present to you the panelists of the third session, which is about tourism. With all the pleasure, may I call upon K. Vijay Mohan Garu, the president of TTAA. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for our first panelist. And the next panelist is going to be M. Balakrishna Reddy Garu, the vice president of SIHRA. Heartiest welcome to you, Balakrishna Reddy Garu. And with all the pleasure, may I call upon our next panelist, Mr. K. Ranga Reddy, the chairman of APNTS chapter, Ayato IATU. Heartiest welcome to you, sir. May I call upon the next panelist for the panel discussion of tourism, Mr. Hosham Garivela, the operations head, Oakwood. Heartiest welcome to you, Mr. Hosham. Joining us again is Mr. Anubhav Jain, the Business Development Manager, Expedia. Heartiest welcome to this young entrepreneur, Anubhav Jain, sir. And joining us now is the very smiley-faced panelist, Mr. Bogavalli Mallikarjuna Gupta Garu, a consultant, speaker and author of World Trade Center Association, Visakhapatnam. Before we kickstart this session, we have a video from Kishan Reddy Garu. Can we have the video, please?
Namaste everyone. I would like to congratulate the entire team of Hyderabad Media House for organizing a two-day business conclave from 22nd to 23rd. The business conclave will not only showcase the business potential of Andhra Pradesh, but enable to all the stakeholders to discuss, put forth innovative ideas. I appreciate the efforts of organizing team of the conclave to keep a session on such an important topic such as tourism. Friends, as we all know, the COVID pandemic gave a huge setback for the tourism industry, but I believe it has also given us the time to rethink and reinvent the sector of the future. Tourism in India is not only about beautiful destinations and attractive tourist spots, but provides employment, livelihood opportunities in many areas. Our tourism industry is one of the strongest drivers for economic growth. Apart from our soft power, the tourism industry highlights the diverse culture, heritage present within our country. Tourism, government of it, all necessary help to the
Thank you very much, Kishan Reddy Garu, for that lovely words. Your presence means a lot. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we open the session for tourism in the third panel discussion of Hans in association with World Trade Center Visakhapatnam, Bizz Buzz Business Conclave, we open the session for tourism, and I give it over to our session chair, Mr. R. Krishna Rao Garu. Once again, a huge round of applause for our esteemed panelists and the speaker and the moderator. Over to you, sir.
Hello, good evening to everyone, and I welcome you all to this Hans India Presents Bizz Buzz Business Conclave, which is a initiative in the right direction to focus on the opportunities available for the tourist industry, especially in Andhra Pradesh state. I think we have excellent company and a lot of music around. I mean, this one thing straight away one can think of. Yeah, 5-star hotel, which is supposed to host a number of such business enclaves or conferences, seminars, if it has to, also bear with such loud music, who will come to Vizag to conduct a business conference? So, I mean, these are some of very, very essential questions we should ask ourselves. So, tourism is a much bigger issue, but then small issues. If the organization which runs this particular facility can't have the discretion, difficult to expect more and more such business conferences to really happen in Vizag. And that means tourism. That has a much wider impact for the tourism industry as such. One general problem with all retired officers is that they start off with, when I was there, I had done this. When I was there, I wanted to do this. Without getting into those syndromes, just like to flag one or two broader questions and then leave the space to the panelists here, each one about 10 minutes. 10 minutes we allot to present on what you think and what needs to be done. And then we'll conclude with another 5-10 minutes when I'll give my views on the issue. One, can tourism flourish and go forward independent of other sectors? My answer is no. That's because unless you have the necessary infrastructure which is broad-based, tourism, whatever is the amount of focus you give, may not really take off. So when you are talking of tourism, you are talking of the total infrastructure available in that state, which means substantially government. So government support is very, very important and crucial. It's important for all other sector, more important for a sector like tourism. I wish somebody from the government was present here at a reasonably serious level, senior level, that would have given a much more serious outlook for the whole meeting. So that's one thing. I mean, you cannot take out tourism in isolation and then say I will develop it. So the overall infrastructure development is associated with tourism. That's one major point. Second, how serious is the government about tourism? This you can know by the tenures of the officers. That's also a very, very important thing I find. You have most of the states where tourism secretaries, tourism directors just keep moving around in 6 months tenure, 8 months tenure. You just take out Andhra Pradesh and see for the last, let's say 6 years of its existence, I'm sure there would have been 12 tourism secretaries, because that's the way the governments function. That just shows lack of seriousness about the sector. I'll quote 2 examples where the length of the tenure of the officer made a difference for the tourism sector. One is Kerala. There used to be a chap called Jay Kumar, 1978 batch. He was almost all there for a decade as tourism secretary. 1 decade. And it did make a lot of difference for the state. Another is Rajasthan. There was one chap, he's my batchmate also, Lalit Pawar. He was also there for more than a decade in the tourism sector. If you have a person who has an interest in tourism, not necessarily IAS, that's another thing. If he has the confidence of the CM, the most important thing is he should have the confidence of the CM, and CM should be willing to take him into confidence, delegate him a lot of things and go by his advice. And that man has an interest in the sector and the professional competence, tourism will take off. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But then these are issues on which no government is really serious about. And I have to accept, even as a chief secretary, I could not make this difference, because there were too many other forces which are at work who decide who goes as the Secretary of Tourism or the MD of the tourism. And sometimes, unfortunately, the interests that dictate these postings are not really fair. So that's a hidden agenda which decides these things. In such situation, the possibility of tourism taking off as a major branch within the state is not all that easy. Then last one point I'll mention and then leave the floor for. You have a 1,000-kilometer coast, a number of beaches. That's one of the core areas of strength for Andhra Pradesh. You have some excellent beaches. You have one at Barua here, Vadrevu there, any number of them. The minimum that can be done, at least some stretch where you say, which I want people to come and enjoy, that it should be kept neat and clean. Can you just identify and say in this 1,000-kilometer stretch, this particular stretch is not accessible to open defecation? Absolutely not. I mean, you go to a Barua beach, you have a tourism facility there, you go right onto the beach, you see the whole place defecated by people. That's why I say it's not just a tourism issue, it's more a broader issue. In fact, the total panchayat should be made party to it to see that the beaches are kept clean. So with this much of a social consciousness, involvement is required. I did think of it as Chief Secretary. It's not that but then, unless a sector or an issue is an agenda of the CM, today the way the administration runs, it's not the agenda of the officers, even if it is the agenda of the Chief Secretary. So that's the amount of centralization, political centralization of administration that we have got into. So, I mean, this particular thing could not be handled or tackled or flagged and acted upon in spite of the fact that I was aware of it and I was continuously telling to the tourism and the panchayat secretaries. So these are some of the broader issues of tourism that I would like to place before you, unless there is a focus on this from that particular state government, whatever be the amount of effort from other private agencies, tourism as a sector taking off is not all that easy, because government does play a very, very important role in facilitating, promoting, and marketing tourism. So these are some of my few opening observations on this issue based on my own experience of being a bureaucrat in the government for almost all 4 decades. Now I request, maybe I'll start with Mr. Reddy, and then 10 minutes. So around 8 minutes, I'll just give you a hi, then you wind up, we go ahead. Thank you.
So thank you very much, sir. So it's an immense pleasure that Hans India has organized such an event. So generally, we see these kinds of events only in high metropolitan cities like Bombay and Delhi. So this is one of its first kind. So we really appreciate Hans India for this Bizz Buzz Business Conclave, organizing this such a excellent program. So like Sir has said very categorically and specifically, so this is a big thing to discuss as a tourism project. So one of that is the hotels. So hotels is the area where you do the total infrastructure for the pilgrims or the whoever comes to that state. So it has been totally, it gives almost 18% of the manpower support for the industry. So, but still, it is never considered as an industry from the government. So, in the recent days, at the time of COVID, the central government has very specifically announced that tourism also as a sector of service is brought onto the MSME sector. So, but whereas it comes to the state government, it is still under process. So, whereas for the few states of Maharashtra and Karnataka, they've considered hotels as under tourism infrastructure. But other states are still under process. So we had a continuous, like Sir said, so being a principal secretary, he could not able to impose some of the rules. But we've been continuously in touch with the central government as well as the state government. So the state government at the time of COVID, they have released the new policy of 2025. So we are, at the time of COVID, we are in the house, so we have been continuously interacting with the department, and we have made an excellent policy of 2020-25 for the AP tourism policy of Andhra Pradesh. So, but policy states fantastically good. It touches every part of it, like beach shacks, beachways, and then the tourism policy, and the heritage tourism, and the tourism for the pilgrimage, and the wayside amenities, whatnot. It touches everything. But major problem comes with that integration with the other departments. Now the tourism policy has been released, so it is going to implement it, but still it is already 2 years old. It's still yet to get into force with a full-fledgedly. So that is where we are stuck now. So we have been continuously representing the government. Even yesterday also we represented our newly elected minister, Roja Garu also. So she also positively reacted, and then we are taking this forward. So I think this should come to a screen. They're given all the incentives, but at the end of the page, they put a cap. So with a 400 crores, you get all incentives. So 400 crores project of hotel will come not even at Bombay. It will take some time. If the new project has to come for Bombay at this juncture, it may not be possible. But if such an incentives has been given only for a 400 crore project, which is little more not realistic. So this is what we represent to the government, but still they were under process. So they were also saying the main drawback of this thing, it's there in the policy also. We wanted to have a tourism control board, so which includes the tourism stakeholders and as well as the hotels, as well as the tourism travel agents, everybody on the board so that it can be clearly brought forward to the government, stating that these are the problems which you should address first, then you should take up this law. But still it is under process that the tourism board, like Sir said, even though tourism department, every time the department head is changing, we're facing little problematic to approach them and then again getting the things done. But whereas once this tourism board is formed, then almost 95% of the people will remain same. The only 1% of the head will be changing if the department changes also, if the government wanted to change also. But the theme and the whatever they wanted to be take it forward, it will be definitely take it forward. So that is what we feel. So this has been even conveyed to the central government also through our FHRI also. So they also positively responded and they are formulating the new tourism policy for this year. So it's going to come. So there also we insisted for the tourism committees to form from each state and then it should be taken up further forward. This is the major concern. So whereas from the hotel industry is concerned, being COVID, we are the most affected area. We have struggled for every time. Slowly we are coming out. Now we are almost same as the previous COVID sales. We are still reaching it. But entire projection says that it's going to be 8 to 20% growth in this end of this next 2 years. So that is what the growth of tourism going to be in India, because it's an inbound tourism is going to be abnormally high. So because they were explored every nook and corner of the part of the India, so it's going to be at least 8 to 20% growth in the tourism market of India, especially in Andhra, it's going to be almost similar to that. So it's still a lot of scope for the other new hotels to come in, because 20% market is a huge market, they can capture it. Even especially like Chirala and then Beachway resorts, everywhere it is growing very high. So we have every time it has a good opening market. So but still the tourism policy will always be a challenge. So but still it can be taken up further. I think if government moves forward much better way, we're going to be reaching this soon. So that is what we wanted to be through especially for the restaurants also. The eating outs of the habits of the people have been changed drastically. So they were all coming out for the eat out food for the days. Even Swiggy, Zomato, they were introduced to the market for last 3-4 years. So the hotels deliveries has been done to everybody. So they were delivering the food, a specialty food. So guest can order each item from each restaurant and they can release their food sitting at the home. So this is a big change in the food industry. So but still, the big challenge is always the restaurants are not growing. Only the Swiggy and Zomato, the operators are growing. So they were becoming multimillionaires and billionaires. But still the hoteliers are still suffering because the commission paid to them is abnormally high. We have represented this also to the government as well as this thing to put a cap on that. But it has been done before the COVID, but suddenly once the COVID has come, so that caps are still under monitoring, but still not happening from the department side also. So that may soon happen, so that the restaurants will also be flourishing further forward. So with this, I think I've covered all the areas of tourism policy as well as central as a state. So I take leave, what of the time given to me is exactly that same. So thank you, sir. Thanks for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Reddy is from Tirupati. Bliss. Hotel Bliss. So Tirupati, I also have a very strong connection. I was EVO TTD for about 2 years. So at that time, similar conference was there, organized in some hotel at Tirupati, and I was requested to come over as the guest. And at that time, there was some measure that I have taken which was construed as something which is, which is not to the advantage of the Tirupati locals. So there was a lot of resentment against me. So I gave them an offer. In fact, that's an offer I am sure all EVOs should follow. Because if Tirupati, Tirupati has a potential, because when you are thinking of Andhra, one of the things which you have to think and which is very, very important is temple tourism. Temple tourism is a very, very important aspect of tourism as far as Andhra is concerned. So my offer to them is, let Tirupati be the destination for more and more national and international conferences. Because that has the advantage. You promise a Balaji darshan, people would be willing to hold a conference there without. How do you do it? So I told, if you organize a national or international conference, I'll make a special quota for the delegates for a darshan. It's a win-win situation. I mean, for the Tirupati economy, it's a good thing because more and more such seminars will happen. I mean, for me, it was personally good because that stamp that have put on me that I am anti-local also goes because I am doing something for the local economy. And they were quite happy, but I'm not sure whether that is being followed, but that's worth following. Because when you have such a good facility around, and if that can kick off a series of such big national, international seminars, and it's very easy provided you make that specific commitment to have a separate darshan. After all, it may be a half-an-hour darshan on that day. Or you can restrict it to 3-4 days. Only on those days, these seminars. It's thinkable. It was done. But I'm not sure whether it's being followed up. So there's something that can really, small initiatives which can make a difference for the thing. And as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned, another very, very important thing I'm sure the tourism is aware of, they should be working on that, maybe I'm outdated, is the Buddhist circuit. People were talking of Saligundam. In fact, I mean, but for the Veera Saivism and Veera Vaishnavism that came over, all of us would have been Buddhists. I mean, that's the level of spread of Buddhism in Andhra Pradesh area. That's the amount. So this is a link with so much of a archaeological and historical places, something that can be definitely thought of. So I now request Vijay Mohan, who is from Vizag. He would be talking on what should be the new trends in tourism, and then will also suggest the action that the government needs to take on different sectors. Thank you, Vijay Mohan.
Thank you, sir. I wish you are the principal secretary now.
Yeah, one thing, wait a minute, since you raised it, this is one sector where I thought I have a plan of action, but never had an opportunity to implement it. But as a chief secretary, when I had the overall thing, I failed. Thank you. Right.
My name is Vijay Mohan and I represent the Tours and Travels Association of Andhra, the Association of Buddhist Tour Operators, the ADTOI, which is the Domestic Tour Operators, and FRETA, which is the Federation of Travel Associations across the different states. I'd like to thank Hans and Bizzbuzz for doing this wonderful event. What I'm trying to talk today is more like, how we sell and brand Vizag and Andhra Pradesh in a different perspective altogether. One way forward is we sell Vizag as a gateway destination. What I mean by gateway destination is we sell Vizag as a gateway to Chhattisgarh and Orissa. In fact, we've been deliberating with the government of Orissa, and in fact, they were good. We had a series of meetings with them, and they've actually bought this idea from us. The reason why, because we are the only state, when we look at Chhattisgarh and Orissa, where international flights fly into Visakhapatnam. So looking at this perspective, we took this idea to them that we get passengers into Vizag and then push forward Chhattisgarh and Orissa. Hopefully, I think something will happen next month when we sign an MOU with the Orissa government. And as Sir said, Buddhist circuit is one of the biggest things which is not seen by even the local market, the Indian market, or the overseas market. We have some wonderful sites in Vizag, in Bhimbaram, in Nagarjunakonda, and in Amravati, which is a 5-day itinerary. If we can really focus on this, because For us, we have flights coming in from Singapore and Thailand and Malaysia pre-COVID. They will all resume because it connects us to Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, all these states which are more of a Buddhist countries. So we are really looking at that and also take them to Orissa and brand this as a Buddhist circuit. Then we're looking at, like today morning when Varaprasad Reddy was talking, he was talking about certain temples being focused under the Prasad Bharati scheme. But here is what we are trying to talk to a government on a different level. Simachalam is on their list, Annavaram is on the list, Tirupati is on the list, I mean the Dwarka Tirupati. What we are trying to tell them is we should focus on the Shakti Pitas. See, for us, because Simachalam is more a regional product, it's more for the Orissa crowd to come in and the Andhra crowd to come in. Annavaram is also very same. It is the Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. What we are trying to focus is the two Shakti Pitas. Andhra Pradesh has 3 main Shakti Pitas or the 18 main Shakti Pitas, which are at Srisailam, Draksharam and Pittapuram. This is because, see, Shakti Pitas is a market which attracts devotees across the Indian market. So we are trying to tell the government that they should focus more on these 2 temples rather than focus on Simachalam and Annavaram at this moment of time. I hope they understand that the market is bigger. We have explained to them, Ujjain, which is one Shakti Pita, draws as much as crowds which Simachalam and Annavaram draw together. We still have a lot of people who come from Maharashtra and Gujarat to these Shakti Pitas. So we're trying to convince the government that we should look at these 2 temples and promote them, have infrastructure, work with the central government with the Prasad Bharati scheme. Tribal circuits. This is one neglected circuit that Andhra Pradesh has never touched on. Orissa, a neighboring state, has really hit on this tribal circuit. So we're trying to tell the government that we need to create a proper circuit, do a lot of mapping on this. There are some unique villages, tribal villages. One is called Pirabanda, which has a unique tribe called Kiyu. Only 14 people speak this language now. So it is one of the most diminishing languages. So we're trying to tell the government that we need to do a trek to this kind of circuit and get the tribal sector on. The way forward that we as an association that have been looking on is the experiential tourism, because that is the only way we can draw foreigners. Foreigners just don't come in just to see Vizag and to see, they look at experiences. So in that, we were looking at Punduru, which does the cotton thing. Then we have Etukopaka, which does the toys, which also the Prime Minister was talking in his Man Ki Baat thing. Then we have Uppada, which does the silk. Circuits which are all close around where we can create some experiential tourisms. And also the forts of Andhra Pradesh is a product that we have never touched on and we have never sold. Here I would like Expedia. As Mr. Jain was here, morning he was drawing on 2 factors. Twice he said, we don't know Vizag, we've never heard it. It's not on our map. So I think, Expedia today, anybody looking at any hotel first clicks on Expedia, looks at the ranking. What ranking does Expedia give? If Mr. Jain can be good enough to put Vizag on the map and, put a free ad at least for a few days, Andhra Pradesh and Vizag, I think, they'll be one, they will also join us in pushing forward this destination, and a small request to you, sir. The other is the shacks. We've seen Goa doing so well, but Andhra Pradesh does not do anything on the IT crowd, which is basically the rich crowds. They look at going to a shacks, have a couple of beers, spend some time. Also same as the foreigners who come to Goa. In 2018, I think none of you would be knowing this, we had actually planned 2 charters from Russia. The Russian operators were here. They looked at this perspective. They understood the product. They said Vizag can be promoted. They, in fact, started selling 2 charters, but came in one point when they insisted that the state government should invest on the shacks. Unfortunately, the government could get the shacks in, so they withdrew the charters. So I think, this will never stop. It's just a question of we again getting the shacks in. Shacks are a very essential aspect, and along with the shacks is also the alcohol policy of the state, which has to be different when it comes to shacks, not the normal policy they're implementing today across the, across the state. The other thing that we're looking at is, we have trying to declare 2023 as a Visit Andhra Pradesh year. Because this is a kind of stimulus that we are trying to create. Because this requires no funds from the government. We are not asking any funds from the government. So we are trying to create a self-stimulus by declaring, because all the hotels, we requested the hotel fraternity, where all the agents, we carry a signature down below, 2023 as a Visit Andhra Pradesh. And I'm sure when we start promoting it right now for next year, we will definitely be able to reach out to, because we have members from ITO, we have Mr. Rangareddy here, we will take it up with them. I represent ADTY, we'll take it up with them. So we have a big base of travel agents, and once we showcase Andhra Pradesh as a visit year, and we have been asking the government to declare tourism as an industry. We have seen other states like Maharashtra, Kerala, Chhattisgarh, all have announced, because this would create a stimulus by itself. And with the brand ambassador. This is something which we have been asking the government for the last 5-6 years. Without a brand ambassador, I don't think we can push forward tourism. It will not happen. We have seen Gujarat who have done this 6 years back, and the way they have promoted Gujarat, and the way they got in this, the Statue of Unity, and what all they added about 15,000 crores of investment. And today the Statue of Unity is itself a destination, like any Universal Studio or any Sentosa. So the brand ambassador that we were insisting was Dhoni. There was a good reason why we insisted. Dhoni was born as a cricketer in Visakhapatnam, which again attaches to Visakhapatnam. And in his autography he wrote, "This is the place where I fell in love." If you have seen Dhoni's film, this was the first time where he fell in love with a girl. So we were trying to tag in with that line, "where I fell in love." So that is why we wanted to add that kind of a senti line where people understand, and and everybody across India will recognize Dhoni. Everybody across the international countries will recognize Dhoni. I'm sure Amitabh will not be known in, Australia, but I cannot see anybody not recognizing Dhoni. So in that perspective, we requested. Then we requested the central government on the income tax benefit, ATC, like ATC, where we spend about 50,000 is exempted under the income tax because that drives the domestic tourism. Because as our Prime Minister said, you will have to visit 20 destinations by 2025. If that has to happen, I think the government also has to come forward by doing something on the, and LTC. We've also requested the government to stop LTC for foreign travel, especially the banks and the steel plants, because there's a lot of valuable currency that is going out, and we want that to stay within our country, push domestic tourism more. And I'm sure if the government representatives here would, the GST, the income tax, I think all my colleagues will agree on my point. I pay 18% tax to the hotel, luxury tax. Then I pay 5% GST as a tour operator. I again end up paying income tax, which will be another 3-4%. So, and over 100 rupees that I'm generating, I'm giving 25 to 30 rupees back to the government in terms of taxes. And today we are the most neglected sector. So this is what we've been trying to tell government, and we are also at 10% GDP. In terms of Vizag, we've seen the cruise terminal coming in. So we have requested the government that not wait for the cruise terminals to come in. Right now start working with Star Cruises and the Caribbean Cruises, because they plan 3 years ahead. They all their their itineraries are 3 years ahead. So if we go when this, when the terminal is ready, we'll have to wait for another 3 years. So we've been telling the government that it's not just we sitting down. We'll have to right now start with the cruise companies. And the other aspect to the media personnel, most importantly, is we have requested the government, central government, to declare Vizag as the first open sky policy airport. A lot of you might ask me, what is this open sky policy? See, when we got divided, all flights were at Hyderabad. So bilaterals are very clear that you cannot get, there are no fresh bilaterals. So without fresh bilaterals, you cannot have Emirates or any of the Gulf carriers coming into Vizag, or we will not be able to get a flight. So we have requested Vizag on the East Coast because we are on the center between Calcutta and Chennai. And same way Ahmedabad. The reason why we have stressed Ahmedabad, you will all guess why we have done it. Then Geo-heritage site, the Yerramattu Debbalu. is a 1.9 million year old site. So we're requesting the government to tag this as a geo-heritage site. We're only talking about Lepakshi, we're only talking about other sites, but I think the geo-heritage site, which is a 1.9 million year old, if this was in Australia, Australia would have been selling this crazily, or even in Europe. The only point is we'll have to drive this thing that, geo-heritage sites are important, and it draws a lot of, I think these are the few points that I had in mind. Sir, that's it.
Excellent, Vijay Mohan Raru. I mean, as I mentioned in the beginning itself, yeah, good round of applause is really required. I wish somebody who is in service is sitting here and listening to you. Or you have one more opportunity to present your case to them. Which is this village where you told 17 tribals are there? That's it. Arku. And that's within Andhra. Okay, very good. That's one thing. Yeah, he was telling about the Aramati Dibalu, which is about 1 million years old. Australia or Europe, if they had it, they would have sold it. Singapore would have created one and sold it. So there are different ways of doing tourism. You have an asset, you sell it. You don't have an asset, but make others feel you have an asset and sell it. So I think the way they have done the Santosha and all that, I mean, it's all a question of leadership. Finally, it boils down to political leadership and the direction that they can give. That's what makes all the difference. I mean, if today Gujarat is what Vijay Mohan is telling, it's a political leadership success. So it's that's exactly why I'm disowning my role. Neither the success nor the failure, an administrator will not be in a position to take it, because unless that political support is there, there's just no way an administrator can deliver. That's why P.V. Narasimha Rao is the success, not Manmohan Singh as finance minister. So that's the key to the whole thing. And yeah, I mean, lots of things in and around Vizag that really can be attractive for not just the local as well as to the foreign tourists. I wish, recently I wrote an article which Ramu Sharma was good enough to publish. We are looking forward to a day when this Dakshina Kalinga area becomes a separate state with Vizag as a capital. Then I think all your wishes will get fulfilled. The way the capital city issue is going on in Andhra Pradesh, one day somebody may say, to hell with all this, let there be 3 states. So if that happens, I think Vizag will become a lot of future. Let's hope for that, at least the Vizagites. Now I request Mr. Rangareddy Garu, which is the topic on which you would be touching on. Which is the topic? Post-COVID tourism issues. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everybody. It is nice that post-lunch, after fresh coffee and tea, we are all fine and silent, looking and hearing for the conversations of the tourism, and also the band next door is banned now. So let's discuss more. As the anchor was mentioning that this is the favorite subject, the tourism. Unfortunately, the tourism is not tourism alone, because it is the amalgamation of several entities. That's where we are struck. Whereas the other industries, like the IT industry, which the panelists have discussed, that they have straightforward. But whereas here in tourism, it goes with several inputs. For example, if one is traveling from one to the other destination, if the road is not bad, they shouted tourism, that why the hell road is not there, is it not the tourism that is supposed to lay? So indirectly, several authorities, as Sir had mentioned, that they have ignored, and there is no proper coordination at all, and there is no consistency. For example, Indian Railways is there. Let us say when the Britishers started till today, same train tracks are there, but they have go on increasing the good connectivity, and also the rail coaches and so on, and flights also same thing, ports also same thing, archaeological sites. But when it is coming to the state level tourisms, the elected representatives are having the different priorities. Each state is having different priorities. They know, it is not that they are blind enough, they don't know anything. They know very well about their potential, but because of their priorities, they are not taking care about the tourism sector in any state. Not only Andhra Pradesh, the neighboring ones, and so and so, the priorities are different. That is the reason we cannot simply say that the tourists into this area are lacking, or it's not on the map of Expedia or Make My Trip like that. Because if somebody is going to Orissa, he is going to come from there to Andhra Pradesh. So that means there are no borders for the tourism. We all experience these kind of things. And interestingly, before COVID, there was no infrastructure. The way back when I started my career in the late 1980s, non-AC embedded cars, rough roads and small hotels and no eateries and all such things were there. But slowly the infrastructure started developing in a much bigger way in the investments into several activities in gamings and then guides, the air condition. I'll tell you one example. Tata, the existing Tata, he wants to open his factory in near Sangareddy, which is around 70 kilometers from Hyderabad. 1988, there was no air-conditioned bus in Hyderabad. He bought his own bus from Bombay to Hyderabad for 1 hour. He came by charter flight to Hyderabad Begumpet Airport, and then he went to Sangareddy to inaugurate his factory, came back and went back. So we are looking at the infrastructure from those days to here. It's going on increasing. The population is increasing, but it's not the policy of the tourism alone which fetches the tourism, but also the policies of the different criteria. For example, why in an education policy, it's not mentioned that at least you have to go and visit 5 or 6 monuments during your academic career, and we will give you 5 marks, additional marks, so that the students will be interested to write articles about certain monuments, places, and also force the parents to take them to certain places and enjoy and then come back. So it is a small policy matter which will increase. At 200 students from a school going to one monument, imagine how much impact it will have on the social media, the revenue, and so and so. So that kind of things should be done by the governments. That won't cost them anything. The government is not going to spend anything on that writing a policy, but encouraging the tourism. 2 months ago, 3 bicycling people from France, a tourism college, have come to India, even though pandemic was still there. The main idea was to drive from Delhi to Kanyakumari. They came to Hyderabad also. I met them and then I said, why you are driving crazily from Delhi to Kanyakumari, 3 people and another 2 escorts and so and so. They said, we are going to promote our college, tourism college, and also hospitality management college in Lucerne, so that the people in India will be aware. I asked, what is the specialty of your college? They started telling that from the day 1 when we get the admission into this college, we get the job. Monday to Friday, we work in the hotel or a tourism industry in our respective places, and Saturday only we work the theory. So that's how the change should happen. For example, here in Visakhapatnam or any other place, there are tourism colleges. The exposure is, very much required. That's where the manpower and the confidence builds up. For example, Balakrishna Reddy garu, he is from the hotel industry. You will realize that during pandemic, 90% of the people left our industry and they went back to Madhya Pradesh, Bihar or something like that. And there is no alternative mechanism. One side we are talking about the digitalization. When I started my career, I used to carry a big ABC book to calculate the airfares and also look at the maps. Today, even a small child of 2 or 3 years, he is able to look at the maps and then find out which hotel is better in Goa or some other place. Digitalization is increasing, welcome. Flights are increasing, welcome. But at the same time, what is the alternate mechanism to substitute this manpower in the industry? There is nothing. When this is lacking in future, it will be very difficult. It's not that only digitalization will help, nothing. Nothing. So we need the manpower also to be pakka trained and then help the industry, ailing industry to come up. And the connectivity, what is now, as Vijay Mohan Rao mentioned, that it is not, why only Hyderabad? Why only Calcutta? Why not? When there is a demand for the people, when there are employees traveling, and so. Balkrishna was mentioning Visakhapatnam to Tirupati, there is only one flight. If he misses, he has to wait for 1 day. When there is a demand, why overcrowding? And everywhere it's happening. So we are bringing these things to the notice of the administration in tourism, civil aviation, everywhere, but they don't care. So what they want, that's not into a tourism, connectivity, they can get, but they don't want. Simply they don't want, there is no answerability, nothing. And that should be done in a bigger way. And also, I was just speaking to Mr. Jain in Expedition a few minutes ago. The world trend in tourism is totally changing. In the early 90s, almost every week one group from France, Germany used to come to Hyderabad when we were together, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. From Hyderabad, they used to go to Goa for a 7 days tour, which is a cultural tour. Going into the remote villages, the room cost was something like 20 rupees, 30 rupees, imagine. So they were all elders who are into 60s and 65s. Means after 20 years now, they are 80 into 85 years now. They have retired, their savings have gone, or whatever the medical reasons, they are not going to travel. Their daughters, sons and grandsons, etc., they have the different thinking. For example, last week there was an American youth coming to, he came on an IT sector to Hyderabad. I met him and asked him, how come not many people of your age are not traveling? He said, Mr. Reddy, there are two decisions which my son has to take. Either I should give him an Apple, the latest model, which will cost 1.5 lakh rupees, or with this 1.5 lakh rupees, he will go to a Caribbean beach or to Goa or some other place like that. He said his decision is to buy an Apple rather than going on a holiday. So if such circumstances means that there is going to be a big generation gap of the thinking of the people between the yesteryears and today, that will bring a lot of difference and inflow into the tourism. And also, Tirupati being the highest revenue generating temple in the world and also the award of the Lord Balaji, I'll tell you how much agony we are facing because there is no consistent policy. The earlier government used to give certain quota for the foreign tourists to go into Tirupati, have darshan, and then continue to Chennai or some other places. And then the next government stopped that quota. So how do we do? How the infrastructure will come up in Tirupati? How the 5-star hotels will survive? That means only the people who will have a darshan ticket will go and stay there. If they don't have a darshan ticket, that means they cannot spend 10,000 rupees a night at the Taj Hotel or some other property there, and then that's it. Being a classification member, I have noticed that almost all 4 to 7 classified, high-class classified hotels have come up, but if this policy, at least a small half an hour between 9 to 9:30, these kind of people will be given a provision to do that without a proper itinerary, without entering into the strain, nothing. Tirupati cannot be done. For example, how the GST from there it will be generated. So that's also there, and also specialty restaurants are required. We are with the AP tourism promotion in different countries, while we are talking to them, we need certain specialty restaurants. For example, Koreans wish to eat only the Korean food when they are at their destination or a sightseeing place. Even in Hyderabad also, the Buddhists, when they come, sometimes they are getting their own chef, and then we are giving the kitchen to them to provide the food like that. So those kind of specialty restaurants are also required to come up. Goa is successfully selling because of the fish there, because of the seafood availability there. Here, in the coast of 946 kilometers, we have to generate the employment and then put onto the shark and then go on to that. That will encourage the tourism to come up. And the other reason why the tourism inflow or the number of nights is not increasing. Tourists will come definitely. Apna Desh Dekho is a successful one. Today or last month or before last month or next month, Kashmir is sold out. All the hills are sold out. Beaches are sold out. But why these things are not happening in the rest of India? Because the rest of India, the local governments are not keeping any entertainment or any kind of additional efforts to increase the number of nights. When I started my career, the tourists, either the domestic or the international, were only one night stay in Hyderabad. But now imagine it had gone up to 7 nights. How? One day they are going to Ramoji Film City, one day they are going to Ramappa, one day they are going to Ramanja statue, one day to Nagarjuna Sagar, one day to so-and-so place, so-and-so place. So the number of nights should be increased. Here also in Visakhapatnam or Vijayawada, any other place. For example, when they go to Araku, what's the entertainment? Okay, youngsters, they go on to the hills and be merry, drink, and then enjoy all sorts of activities. But what about the elders? What about the people coming from Bengal or Orissa or any other place? What do they do in the evening hours? So we requested the governments, we requested the secretaries that there should be a small entertainment, a 3D museum or something like that. Not just the Araku, the coffee plantation or something like that. So that means they have to bring the policy that a private entrepreneur can also establish something there. Then the number of nights, instead of 1 night, 2 nights, it can go up to 3 nights and also 4 nights. So those kind of things are required. And then, thank you, sir.
Years of experience being distilled in a 10-minute speech. And of course, that particular thing about a unique experience. I mean, people are looking for unique experiences. The whole idea of sustaining interests of different type of people, your place as a destination is your ability to create that unique experience. How do you do that? I mean, it could be a number of such unique experiences, of course. I mean, I'm sure because I'm a little out of touch, so I keep mentioning something which is also happening, something like Kuchipudi dance. It's something unique to Andhra Pradesh. So you can market it and have a show right in Kuchipudi and then market it. That can be a unique experience to experience which people will definitely come. But that needs a lot of effort and an involvement of government. I mean, that's the most crux of the thing, because tourism by and large is, I wouldn't say driven, but is dependent on a strong support from the government. So that's a key to the whole thing. Now I request Anubhav Jain. I mean, what would be the subject you will be dwelling on? Okay, now technology and long stays for corporate would be the theme on which Anubhav will be talking. 10 or 15? 10, fine. That fits in well. Thank you. Bye.
Is it? Yeah, okay, great. So, yeah, I was quietly listening to all the inputs, and I agree to a lot of inputs that were given by our esteemed speakers. And I agree that for sure there is a brand ambassador which is required. These days Ranveer Singh is all over the place promoting Yas Island, right? And the ministry there is spending quite a bit of money just to promote that, and Make My Trip is actively helping them out to promote Yas Island. Now that is not even in our country, but still a lot of Indians would be going there. So I think there is a need for a brand ambassador face to the destination, and that would definitely help Vizag getting the due attention. I think I would like to talk about the low-hanging fruit, which is the long stays, especially today, when all the companies have given increased flexibility to its employees to work from wherever they want to. And if you also compare the average tariff for all the 4 stars or 5 stars in Vizag versus the metro cities, then it would also be cost economical for various reasons. So I think one of the things that I would suggest is if the long stays can be promoted. I was looking at Airbnb today, and there are over 100 properties that are listed for long stays. Overall, I think in Vizag we have about 500 hotels. So I think a good starting point is that do we want to position Vizag as one of the long stays destinations? And building on to what we discussed earlier in terms of making Vizag an IT hub, I think that also goes hand in hand. If we have more corporates, then there will also be a lot of corporate movement, not just domestically, but internationally. And I think that would break the barrier where, the unfamiliar things would become familiar. When people will go out and talk about Vizag, it will get the due attention. And I think that would definitely add a lot of corporate movement. The second thing I also want to emphasize, and we lay impetus on technology a lot, I think powering the tour operators through technology or the destination management companies through technology is very, very important to scale the business. I mean, we are talking about, getting outbound traffic into Vizag. So I think sky is the limit if we have these specialized travel technology companies clusters in Vizag so that they can provide free technology to destination management companies who are right now operating probably in an email or a call center format where you can only maybe cater to a few handful of queries in a day. But when you have technologies at your back end, then sky is the limit. You can cater to 500 queries a day, 1,000 queries a day, and dynamic packaging is again one of the things which is catching up. For all the traditional tour operators, Thomas Cook is adopting, SOTC is adopting. So I think the presence of these travel technology companies is also very important. And it's not like they do not exist in this part of the country. If you go to Bangalore, you go to Hyderabad, you have travel technology companies specializing in creating softwares so that end users can create bookings intuitively. So we were talking about elderly, we were talking about teenagers. I think these days the systems are so smart that basis on who's searching, they can curate a list of hotels or packages that are pertaining to that particular age group. So I think technology should be leveraged for sure if we want to build up scalable business. And lastly, I also feel that in terms of branding, of course, our focus is not B2C in India, but the B2B business contribution is fairly large. And if we have GSAs, if we have PSAs in place, I think using technology, we can leverage a lot of traffic towards Vizag. I think that is it from my side then. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jane. In fact, that's something that I keep on saying. Vizag is definitely a city of destination. Viewed from a number of angles, it's just that our inability to leverage it is something unfortunate. This non-leveraging, in a way, happened in the United Andhra Pradesh when the whole focus was on Hyderabad. At that time itself, somebody was with, of course, there was a lot of vision, there's no doubt about that, the way the Hyderabad was developed. A little more vision could have taken Vizag along with Hyderabad. That's one thing. Then, of course, for about 5 years after bifurcation, Vizag, Amaravati, I would put it this way, Vizag became a victim of Amaravati. So that's a fact. That's the second thing that happened for about 5 years. Today, Vizag is becoming a victim of Vizag itself. Because it's declared as a capital which will never take off, and then everything is in a limbo. The reason why I say Vizag is a big point, if you're really, really looking for a strategic East Coast city between, Calcutta, of course, today is a gone case. Chennai is there, and then Vizag. And if you are talking of something between Dubai and Singapore, something which can on the East Coast match Bombay, Mumbai is Vizag. So I mean, it's just a city of potential which is not utilized. Hope at least this government, for all its whatever are the utterances, what they are saying will be followed up by action. Then only I think the city will really take off, and it should take off. I mean, it has all the potential to take off. And then the very important point of getting people and making them stay for more time. I mean, that's a area on which one should focus. And how do you create interest in them in a number of activities around the place? Yeah, this something on which we should definitely concentrate on. And now I request Honseng Gariwala to speak. What's the theme on which you will be? Okay, fine. Okay. Gariwala to speak on the hotel. 10 or 15 minutes, because you, whatever you choose. Oh, great.
Hello,
Thank you.
can you all hear me?
Yeah. Brevity is the soul of wit, or the other way around. Forget. Okay.
Okay, so good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to the sponsors for inviting me to this conclave. I would like to speak on hotels, hospitality, whatever term you'd like to give it. To start with, a lot of people in this conclave have asked me when I was sitting around, what do you think is the potential for hotels and hospitality in Vizag? And I think that, or I know and I feel that hospitality in Vizag is still not reached its peak or nowhere near its peak. Because Vizag is one city in India where you not only have corporates coming in with all the ports and the IT business and pharma in Vizag, but you also have tourism. And tourism not only in terms of beaches, but also temples, natural places to visit. You have a very good submarine museum, and that is what is going to attract the local, domestic and international market to come here. Having said that, when I talk about hotels, I do not talk only of 4-star and 5-star hotels, because hospitality in general is, yes, 5-star, 4-star, 3-star, highway hotels, heritage hotels, fort hotels, and one segment which my friend brought up was long stays, which is service apartments. And I think that is one aspect which has a lot of potential in Vizag because of your international travelers who come here and stay for a very, very long time. If you ask me what hospitality is looking for, we are looking at the government giving us the right infrastructure, that is roads, electricity, ease of doing business, ease of getting sanctions passed. And this, I think, all over India is happening. I've just come from another conference in Mumbai, and there too, people were talking about how every state government is now moving files faster from the desks that are lying on the officers' tables. And this is something that I see as a very, very positive trend. I think that will help us to expand the hospitality business. I also see that they are looking at infrastructure, because without infrastructure, you will not have people coming into your city. If you look at India in the last 2 years, we people have realized that we can travel by road. The roads in India have improved. What used to take me 15 to 18 hours to go from Hyderabad to Mumbai now takes me 11 hours to go from Hyderabad to Mumbai by car. And this is what is going to encourage us hospitality people to come up with properties, to come up with infrastructure. I am also not somebody who will keep asking and saying, what is the government doing? We as hoteliers, and like I said, I was in Mumbai, we too discussed what we can do to improve the hospitality sector in India. And three of the major points that came up are: one, flexibility. Right now, hotels are very rigid, check-in, check-out time. You can't do this, you can't have that for breakfast, you can't. It'll take time, it'll not happen. But yes, everybody has realized that it has to happen. If they want business to come in, they have to be flexible. Second, as hoteliers, we too need to take decisions faster, especially with Make My Trip, Booking.com, and all these people to support us. We need to take decisions faster. We need to take decisions which are friendly not only to the guest, but also for the environment and for the locals who are staying in the city or wherever we are. And third is people. Hospitality has, in the last decade, started developing a system where they have people who are trained, who are enthusiastic, who want to do well in the industry. And COVID put that on hold for some time because of the situation that hotels were going through. We found that a lot of people have left hotels and gone into affiliated businesses like shopping centers, airlines, and other things. And to get them back, we will need to stretch out our hand. We will need to see that we treat them better, train them better, and most important, I'm sure the youngsters here will agree, is show them a career path. If they are willing to learn, work, we are willing to give them an opportunity to make a successful life. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now I request Mr. Gupta, Mallikarjun Gupta, what's the theme you would be talking on?
I'll be talking about the investment opportunities. Basically.
Investment opportunities in Andhra Pradesh or Vizag?
In Visakhapatnam and in Andhra Pradesh.
Andhra Pradesh for tourism.
Tourism. Yes.
Okay. And about 15 minutes, 10 minutes?
8 to 10 minutes.
Huh?
8 to 10
fine.
minutes.
Absolutely fine. No problem. Because we are just within time. I'm giving the last speakers that 5 minutes extra. Normally last speakers will get cut. They will become 6-5. But, pardon? Yeah, no problem. We'll, because this is the last session. We'll go on as long as we want. Absolutely no issues. And my flight is quite far off. Right, carry
on. Good evening, all of you. So I could hear from all the panelists and the moderator that we have certain challenges in the industry. But at the same time, I would like to put out certain ideas where we have a lot of investment opportunities, basically. Now today, if you go to any city, what we do? Maybe we use Expedia, which hotel I should check in. The next thing what we do is what we should eat. So I have a lot of YouTube channels where people browse and go to a particular locality and they have the local cuisine. Now, it comes to the hotels and food, to some extent, this challenge is being addressed. But when it comes to the sightseeing, when we say for this tourism industry, we can split it into multiple classes. One is adventure tourism, ecotourism, wellness tourism, health tourism, spiritual tourism. So we have huge opportunities in all these areas. So when we're talking about infrastructure, yes, it cannot be built up overnight. And second thing, when we talk about the governmental support, yes, it takes some time, but governments are addressing these questions a lot. Now, if you see about recently, the government has announced, the central government, Swadeshi Darshan scheme, where 77 locations have been identified, and they're investing about 6,000 crores in that, which means the government is also coming a step forward and willing to make investments. And coming to the adventure tourism, or when it comes to the ecotourism, we need to identify certain hubs basically, where people can come and enjoy and take the memories back when they go back. Now we talk about Gandikota here basically. So here it is called as the Grand Canyon of US. Now that spot can be identified and we can come up with water sports in that. Because if we want to go for a water sports on a beach in Visakhapatnam, especially on the eastern coast, We have certain challenges because the sea is very rough and we have high waves here basically. And in the monsoon, it may be impacted because of the cyclones. But in places like that, it is very, very less and the water is calm. Maybe rafting, canoeing, or swimming, all these things can be developed. At the same time, we should focus areas where people come with families and relax there. Maybe night gazing can be started there for the kids. Today, if I am from cities basically, we don't have an opportunity to see the clear skies. What we used to have it few years ago or decades back. So we need to identify such places and create infrastructure there. And once people start coming there, the investments and infrastructure will come automatically there. I can give you 2 examples or 3 examples throughout my journey where I have traveled across multiple places. I know many of you must be heard or aware of this place called Satara. Now, Satara is a hill station on the Western Ghats, and it is also an industrial hub. But of late, say about 10 years ago, they started with a marathon, and every year they do it religiously. Now, in that process, the clubs or the organization which is doing this marathon year on year have decided, how do we promote this place basically? So they came up with a very unique idea, and they said that we will do a Guinness record there. So that they have started a Guinness record for 3 years, where they said that people climbing the highest mountain with the highest number of people. So that brought in the craze, and it has brought in more people coming in there, and the restaurants and the hotel infrastructure has developed a lot. You don't even believe that if you want to participate in Satara Marathon, we used to have certain challenges in registering for the event, and at the 11th hour, the bookings, every hotel was sold out. So we used to go stay almost 20-30 kilometers apart from that place and come for the marathon. So like that, we need to identify. Maybe here when we talk about Visakhapatnam, we have a good beach here and the airport and cosmopolitan crowd. And to increase the night stay for the people, we can have a cycling expedition at a regular intervals from Visakhapatnam to Arukku, where people can cherish there, and we can also develop it as an eco-tourism spot in a much bigger way, basically. So here in this case, I would see that Expedia, Make My Trip, all these people take a key role in that. Apart from that, we as individuals also need to keep promoting the local places, basically. Until unless we do that, the world will not be aware of it. Now I can tell you a small example in Madurai. There is a small hotel near Madurai Meenakshi temple where they sell the local cuisine there. How did we come to know? It is because of a YouTube channel which talks about the food which is available in various cities. On a similar lines, we should take a lead and identify certain spots wherever we go there, post it on the social media. That will make it viral. The moment people starts coming in, I definitely believe that no businessman want to lose an opportunity. They start coming and investing in that basically. And that will create a whole ecosystem where the employment issue is also taken care basically. Now if I talk about trekking, unlike the Western Ghats, on the Eastern Ghats side, we don't have much trekking spots. But can a club trekking with some other activity? Maybe like an Ayurvedic center, so that 2 activities can be taken care. In such a way, that will promote the local ecosystem, which will lead to the overall economic development. So if industry wants to invest, yes, we are seeing a lot of challenges across the sectors. The challenges what we discussed few minutes ago are not only restricted to the tourism industry. Across the sectors, we are facing these challenges, especially the post-pandemic where the business models have changed. So we need to reboot our business models also. During the COVID period, the hotel industry, some restaurants have flourished a lot because they have done what we call it as rebooting their business ideas basically. I know a famous hotel in Pune, they started supplying home food, 5-star hotel to the home food and providing laundry services. So like that, the industry has to come up for the sustenance, then only the investments will come and more people will come. Now, another important thing which we can think about on the East Coast is the cruise travel. Now, if you go to the European countries, we have a lot of cruises plying between various places and countries basically. But today, if I want to travel from Visakhapatnam to Chennai or Kolkata, I need to take a road or a rail or I need to go by air. These are the three options I have now. But the moment I bring in cruise tourism here, one is local people can move about and the international tourists also will be coming here and the international cruises also will be berthing here. That will be having lot of advantages because the international tourist spending power is comparatively higher. So when the spending power is higher and we talk about it, they come here, they spend some time, and at the same time, they will also spend some money on the local culture basically. When we say culture, handicrafts, because they want to take goodies and give it to their friends or cousins whenever they travel back. So that will help the cottage industry or the craftsmen who are really deprived of the market nowadays. Yes, we have multiple cluster developments being done by the various governments, state and central governments and ministries. But if they work in an integrated manner, that will be very, very helpful. Now, when we talk about India, the post-COVID, we have seen a lot of things. Compared to the other countries, the challenges what we had in the COVID infections is very limited because we call India is a Devabhumi and then the food what we eat, which means that we can market this also. As Krishna Rao Garu said that Kuchipudi can be taken as an example. Like that, we can have a wellness center where detoxifications can be done. Because every person today is under tremendous stress. And this stress is causing us for all these new age diseases at a very young age. With a work from home option available, why not we explore all these options? Till 10 years back, e-commerce was not that great. But today, if you see, every day in, day out, we have new e-commerce platforms coming up. So why not we should go into these areas? Yes, it becomes a challenge, but once you start promoting, automatically the footfalls will increase and it will also improve the overall ecosystem. And coming to this tourism industry, yes, many states are yet to recognize it as a tourism industry. But if the government wants to really promote it, I have a couple of things which maybe the stakeholders can take it directly. Today, to promote manufacturing, we have production-linked incentive schemes. So similarly, why not have schemes for setting up of eco spots or tourisms so that the industry will be benefited with the incentives or the money which is given back to the industry. That is number one. And rightly, as one of the co-panelists has rightly pointed out on the taxation side, yes, the income tax exemption under ATC should be given specifically for promoting the tourism. So in that way, every person goes on a holiday. Whether we like it or not, we go to a marriage or we go for a sightseeing with the kids during the vacation time. So the moment I give them a tax incentive, that will bring in the circulation effect basically. So should I give the exemption first or should people start investing first? That will become a catch-22 situation and both stakeholders should come together and come to a consensus and decide how best it can be taken care basically. So this is what I have to share, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Rediaru want to say a few things.
Sure.
So, thank you, sir. So through this forum, I would like to represent the government. So because this is the right forum, so that being a press, you can definitely take it up across to the government. So the first thing is the restaurant people are facing this very stringently because night closing times. So previous COVID, we have a GO running the restaurant for till 12 o'clock. But during the COVID, they have restricted the timings. So it has been still continuing. They have not revived it. So we humbly request the government to look into this seriously because they were forcefully closing the restaurants by maximum by 10:30. So the people, because all the flights are open now, the trains are open now, they comes after 10 o'clock, so they don't have food to eat. So this is the first problem, the stringent problem we are facing from the department. So they should be able to consider this and then revive the same timings till 12 o'clock. So every restaurant is not going to operate till 12 o'clock because whoever is feasible near to the railway station, near to the bus stand only, they're going to operate till 11:30 is the maximum time. But still the ZO says 12 o'clock, but still that is not being permitted. So through this forum, I request this has to be taken up to the government, and then the state announcing as the hotels as the tourism industry, making the industry status. So that will boost the new market, as well as that industry status will applicable for the existing people also. So once the existing people are sustained, once the message goes that here the tourism is doing well, the hotels are doing well, then only the new people will come. Otherwise, if you are not doing well, if you want somebody to come and invest in Andhra Pradesh, it's never going to happen. So first, let us self-sustain the existing people. Let us implement this policy for the existing people. At least some benefits to be extended to the existing people. Then definitely the new people are going to come to that. So you can add benefits to the new people also. Like Maharashtra has reduced the number of permissions given. Almost 30 to 35 permissions are required for opening a hotel. So, but they've made into more than 12 only from the Mr. Aditya Thackeray. So when he took over as the Minister for Tourism, he has taken this as a first step. So which has given a good focus to the entire India that Bombay market or Maharashtra government is more friendly to the tourism. So this will definitely supports because it's all replication of the permissions. So this will definitely reduce the burden on the entrepreneurs who's going to come in. So these new terminals which are there in Andhra Pradesh, we have very few terminals. On that one is Tirupati. So which is all the international arrivals have been geared up, but no international flight has been arriving at Tirupati. So the major drawback is if you give darshan, assured darshan at inside the airport for the any international travelers, so they are going to definitely come. So like all travel people are saying, there is no proper concrete policy towards the darshan for the tourist coming from the flight travels or the concrete darshan package system. So this should evolve Tirupati to a big boost, which will give indirectly once you land up at Tirupati, spending some more time near to Tirupati 2-3 days, as SV Zoo is the biggest in South Asia. So improving the infrastructure in zoo will definitely give up, and then the light and sound show at Chandragiri will give us the heritage focus on the Andhra Pradesh. So these are existing. So these has to be revived and then immediately taken up. So that will give the more boost to the tourism sector. And then after the bifurcation, there's a culinary college set up at Tirupati. So this culinary college is facing a stringent problem with the lack of funds. So we request government to allocate, central government to allocate some funds to this and revive, because the infrastructure has been made with 100 crores. So now the students who are there is only 25 students to 35 students. So it is going to be much more getting down. So instead of that, they allocate some funds, some 5 to 10 crores, 5 crores, which should definitely improve that culinary college. Being a Tirupati, they can start a exclusive vegetarian cuisine specialty. So which will indirectly boost the entire market of, they can showcase that culinary college for the entire India also. Because starting from president to prime minister, almost every year they try to come there. So definitely these college students can be taken there as a vegetarian cuisine. So which will give the India also can be boosted up for the vegetarian, because nowadays the vegetarian cuisine is the highest requirement of the culinary for the cooks also. This will give the boost to the market for the vegetarian cuisine. And then especially this state tourism boards. So once the state tourism boards has been kept, so they will definitely know what to spend, how to spend, and how the funds can be allocated. So this will make the change in the tourism market, So we were insisting on this, even the central government, every policy has got it, but implementation part, it is still lacking. So even it has been in their policy, but coordinating with the other departments is the major challenge. So once this board is constituted, then it will be definitely going to make the business easy, as well as all the problems to be sorted out must be much more easier than this. Apart from this, establishing of the Paryatak Bhavan in Andhra Pradesh is a major challenge. So because after the bifurcation, there is no Paryatak Bhavan or India Tourist Office or IHM College in... it is all sanctioned, no implementation has been done. So even the ministry, when last month meeting at Bangalore, they said this culinary college we can convert into the college, this India Tourism Office. But still that is all pending. So because there is lack of India Tourism Office, Andhra Pradesh is not showcased in India itself. Wherever you have a brochure of India Tourism, you cannot find Andhra Pradesh there. We've been fighting for it because India Tourism Office collects only message from their India Tourism Office of their own channel. So they doesn't collect it from the particular state government. So there is the big gap in that. Whatever the festivals happens in Andhra Pradesh, it is never showcased in the India tourism. So this is a big gap for the India, as it's for the Andhra Pradesh. If they could able to take it up, then it's going to be a much more flourishing situation in Andhra Pradesh. So this will give the more flourishing. So I hope we covered most of the situations. So thank you for giving me again the opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all.
Thank you. Sir, should we open for the Q&A?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before you just start, as Reddy was saying, there's something that everybody needs to know. Way back, the same issue was taken up by our MP, Haribabu Garu, about putting Vizag as a beach destination. In fact, that was the birth of the blue flag. When we put up this, central government said we cannot do it for Vizag alone. So then out of that idea evolved the blue flag, and that is how today we have so many blue flags across the country, and credit should go to Visakhapatnam for having done that.
All right. So since I have not asked any question, but I think I have a little solution, but I don't know whether I'm thinking it right or not. These are two things, sir. So if you see, Shah Rukh Khan has been, ardently promoting Dubai and the tourism in Dubai. And no sooner he started promoting Dubai, there are a lot of Indian influencers who are posting a lot of pictures from Dubai. And since the time Isha Art Center started, a lot of Bollywood celebrities have been going there, and hence a lot of other regular fashion influencers and social influencers have been going there. So do you think if we arrange a platform for, especially because where there is movie industry, movie artists, a lot of youth tend to go there. And where there is fashion also, a lot of youth come to, showcase themselves. So do you think we can, create a platform where movie actors come encourage the local system here, or can we have any movie studios that can provide probably free shootings here and people will be engrossed to come here? That's my first question. But my second question here is, my friend tweeted to KTR sir about having any kind of a entertainment musical or any kind of a entertainment music in Hyderabad 365 days, and he immediately responded to that and it was taken care then. And I think there are quite a few events happening. It will pick up soon. Do you think in Vizag also? I think Vizag is any day better than Hyderabad, because in Hyderabad we don't have getaway places like Araku. We don't have a getaway beach. So I think Vizag is really, really strong in terms of geolocation. So do you think we can have 365-day any entertaining events where it attracts the youth? Because I think the youth drives the tourism the most. So any of you can answer my questions.
I'll answer. Opposite to the hotel, down below, you have an enclosed stage. In fact, that was actually approved for 365 days, anybody coming and performing. Then came COVID. I think it has to be taken back, and we'll have to take the discussion up. It was basically anybody can come in the evening, like the Philippines concept on the beaches. Anybody can come and perform from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock. So this was the kind of concept we looked at. It was approved by the then collector, but now we'll have to see after COVID how they react to it. And we'll have to wait and see how it works.
And about the social media influencers, sir, I think they drive the tourism the most.
But see, when Prabhas, Bahubali came up, we took up this subject of having Prabhas, and when we had a kind of voting between the travel agents, we have about 600 travel agents, and most of them voted for Dhoni. Reason why, his tagline, tags with us, whereas none of the film actors tag with Vizag or Andhra Pradesh. So we decided that we have Dhoni, and we took that tagline. Prabhas was considered after Bahubali, but nothing happened. So that's a different question altogether.
Okay, so I'll be waiting for all the entertainment activities to come. And I also think it's responsibility of everybody in the glamour industry to, without being paid also, whenever they visit, Vizag, such beautiful city. According to me, what Vizag is very clean. I don't find a single piece of paper anywhere on the road. And the roads are really, really good, and I have a lot of getaway places. I think it is about everybody's responsibility to tag and to talk good about this place, despite not being paid. So that's about my question. I think you answered it. I'll pass on to him.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. ముఖ్యంగా విశాఖపట్నంలో టూరిజంకి చాలా పొటెన్షియాలిటీ ఉందని చెప్పేసి ఉదయం నుంచి చెప్తూ ఉన్నారు. మేము మత్స్యకారులు అండి. లాస్ట్ 15 years నుంచి ఒక బోట్ తిప్పుతాం, మాకు పర్మిషన్ ఇవ్వండి అని చెప్పేసి టూరిజం డెవలప్మెంట్ ఆఫీసర్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్తే పట్టించుకునే నాదులు లేడు సార్. నేను 30 years ఫిషర్మెన్ వెల్ఫేర్ అసోసియేషన్ ఇప్పటి వరకు ఆ పనిలో ఉన్నాను. నేను చేపలు వేటకి వెళ్తాను, చేపలు పడతాను. అంటే నేను కేరళ వెళ్ళాను, తమిళనాడు వెళ్ళాము. అక్కడ చేపలు ఒక టూరిస్ట్ని తీసుకొని సీలో ఒక రాక్ ఉంటుంది, రాకు. ఆ రాకు దగ్గర మనం గేలం వేస్తే చేప లాగుతుంది. ఒక ఎర వేసి మనం చేపను పట్టవచ్చు. అలా కేరళలో టూరిజం నడుపుతున్నారు. నేను 12 years బ్యాక్ నేను అప్లికేషన్ పెట్టాను సార్. స్కిల్డ్ యూత్ ఉన్నారు, చదువుకున్నటువంటి యూత్ ఉన్నారు, మీరు చిన్న పర్మిషన్ ఇవ్వండి, మేము పెట్టుబడి పెట్టుకుంటాం అని చెప్పేసి మేము అడిగితే ఒకరి మీద ఒకరు తోసేస్తారు, ఎవరు పట్టించుకోరు. ఆ సిరిపురం ఆఫీస్ చుట్టూ తిరిగాము ఈ 10 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి. టూరిజం డెవలప్మెంట్ ఆఫీసర్ గారు ఉంటారు, ఆయన దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి కలవండి. ఇంత పెద్ద బీచ్ ఉంది, సముద్రం పక్కనే ఉంది, అక్కడే చేపలు పడతాయి. ఆ చేప వచ్చిన టూరిస్ట్కి మంచి టేస్టీగా ఇద్దామంటే ఒక పర్మిషన్ ఇవ్వరు. ఇక్కడే CMFRI ఉంది, సెంట్రల్ మెరైన్ ఫిషరీస్ రీసెర్చ్ యూనిట్. దాని పక్కన యోగా విలేజ్. దాని దగ్గర ఒక 100 గజాలు సైట్ ఇవ్వండి, 20 మంది ఫిషర్మెన్ యూత్ బెనిఫిట్ అవుతారు, సీ ఫుడ్ రెస్టారెంట్ పెడతామండి అని చెప్పేసి జాయింట్ డైరెక్టర్ ఆఫ్ ఫిషరీస్తో ఉడాకి అండ్ టూరిజంకి పర్మిషన్ అడిగాం. అస్సలు పట్టించుకోలేదు. ఆఖరికి ఒక పెద్ద ఆయన కలెక్టర్ గారు, లవ్ అగర్వాల్ గారు, అలాగే దాని తర్వాత ఆయన ఇంకొక కలెక్టర్ గారి దగ్గరికి వెళ్తే మా జేడీ గారిని తిట్టారు, ఫిషరీస్ ఆయన్ని తిట్టారు. వాళ్ళ దగ్గర నేర్చుకోవయ్యా, అక్కడితో మా ఫైల్ ఆపేశారండి. అంటే ఎక్కువ మాట్లాడుతున్నానని చెప్పేసి మరేం అనుకోవద్దు. అంటే టూరిజంకి అయితే పొటెన్షియాలిటీ ఉంది. ఇక్కడ మత్స్యకారులు ఒక 500 మంది మత్స్యకారులతో పుట్టినటువంటి విశాఖపట్నం ఈవేళ మల్టీ స్టెప్స్ దాటి వెళ్ళింది. ప్రపంచ పటంలో మంచి స్థానం ఉంది. కానీ ఇక్కడ పుట్టినటువంటి మత్స్యకారులు యూత్ స్ట్రెంత్ యూత్ ఉందండి. వాళ్ళు కూడా మీ యొక్క అభివృద్ధిలో భాగస్వామ్యం కల్పించమని నేను వినయపూర్వకంగా కోరుచున్నాను. మా కాన్సెప్ట్ ఏంటంటే సముద్ర తీరాన్ని రక్షించుకోవడం. సముద్రంలోకి విపరీతమైనటువంటి ప్లాస్టిక్ వేస్ట్ వెళ్ళిపోతుంది. చేపలు దగ్గర దొరకటం లేదు. లాంగ్ వెళ్దామంటే
ఓకే, కొద్దిగా వైండప్
కాబట్టి
చేసేయండి.
మాకు ఆ యొక్క మా అభివృద్ధిలో మాకు కూడా భాగస్వామ్యం
అర్థమైంది.
కల్పిస్తారని
యా.
వినయపూర్వకంగా వచ్చున్నాం.
రైట్. యా, ముందు అభివృద్ధే లేదు, అభివృద్ధి వస్తే దాంట్లో భాగస్వామ్యం చేద్దాం అనేది మన పాయింట్. అసలు ఇప్పుడు దీని మీద అసలు కాన్సన్ట్రేషనే లేదు గవర్నమెంట్ నుంచి అనేది ఫోకస్ మనకు బాగా వస్తూ ఉన్నది. సో చూద్దాం, మెనీ ఇష్యూస్ లోకల్గా సార్ట్అవుట్ కావాల్సింది. ఇంకెవరైనా ఇంకేదైనా ఉన్నాయా ఇష్యూస్?
More questions on the tourism? Yes, I'm coming to you.
I've been coming to Visakhapatnam from 1989. I've been an entrepreneur myself. Between 89, I've traveled to many countries and I've seen the development of the countries, and unfortunately my kids are born in Andhra as well, and I have somewhat of legal responsibility also to raise up this point which Mr. Vijay raised up today, was the open sky policy that you raised up. Now for us, we represent an industry called the cargo industry. Probably it's more neglected than the travelism, because the tourism at least speaks, people speak. Our boxers don't speak. 30 years has happened, but I think the airport at Visakhapatnam remains what it is. Only thing, because the sheds flew off, I think they created the new airport sort of thing. For any country, your first visibility or entry point is your airport. Your airport makes a straight impact on the people who come into the country. Once the people come into this country, you get a feeling of what the travelism happens. And a good example for you is Thailand, where I've been traveling for so many years, and there's a free trade agreement. What do you think is actually stopping the government for international flights to come into the state of Andhra Pradesh? Because once if you get the flights here, we will get the investment. The fear is not coming of putting off the investment. We are ready to put the investment, because I run a startup now, and I can tell you that the VC fundings come in very easily. But there's nothing that is happening for 30 years. Would you expect in the next 30 years anything will happen in the state?
Yeah, I mean, first thing is, are you talking about Bhogapuram or about the international flights?
Bring an airport today into this country. You build another 20 airports in Andhra Pradesh. It is not going to make a single difference. Mark my word. Because what is going to make a difference is the flights coming in, because he mentioned in his points the open sky policy. Today, Emirates, Qatar, Turkish have exhausted their rights. So even if you go to them today, you can't get an additional flight. Air India has been, all the airlines in this country have shut down in the last 10 years. Paramount shut down, Air Sahara shut down. Tell me one airline which has been successful in this country.
No, 1 minute. I mean, we can't have an answer for the...
You can't, but I think my point here is that how will you allow us to bring aircrafts into this state? How will you allow people to come in? Because if your airports don't even get flight, how will you get a connectivity?
Yeah, kindly, just let me answer. I think one of the main point is how soon the Bhogapuram airport will come out. I mean, sometimes the best becomes the enemy of the good. So if we planned for something smaller, maybe by then we could have had it. There was no direct connection to Hyderabad. I mean, everybody used to get down at Madras and then stay for the overnight and then take the next day morning flight to Indian Airlines flight to Hyderabad. It happened over a period of 4 or 5 years after Mr. Chandrababu Naidu took it up as a focused area and then started that new airport. So, I mean, whether an airline comes or not, he will look at his passengers, the profitability of the route and all these things. How you get it? Maybe the governments can subsidize up to a year or two, ask them to come and these things. So, a lot of groundwork needs to be done by the government basically. So, let's hope it happens. We by ourselves may not be able to find an answer for this. The government will have to focus on this.
Sir, just to add to you, in terms of flights coming in, we already have Scoot. AirAsia is expected to resume their flights from Malaysia. We are expecting Indigo to fly to Bangkok, which will happen Vijayawada, Vizag, Bangkok by end of July. So a lot of things are happening, it's just that the flights are not going to come. Yes, because of bilaterals, you will not have the Middle East carriers coming in. But still in terms of connectivity, Air India is expected to start their flight back to Dubai, where you can again collect on a code sharing through Dubai with Emirates. They're also working on that. I think things will improve. It's just a question of time. Coming to the airport now, which is expanded, probably you've not seen the expanded airport of the old airport, which is expanded to take 6 international flights anytime, and it's going to have a state-of-art immigration center, and everything has come up in the expanded airport now. Probably they will launch it in the next month. You will see a new airport even in the existing airport.
Thank you, sir. We have one last question here.
Happy evening to you, sir. Happy evening to you, sir. Few questions. Kerala is said to be the best tourism in India. Lot of foreign tourists visit Kerala with its natural beauty, with mountains and boating in backwaters. They celebrate boat race festival, which is of international reputation, and it is also branded. The tourism brochure of Kerala is printed in all Indian languages. Why not in AP? We can utilize the social media like FB, Instagram, etc. and can print in all languages to attract more tourists. Likewise, so we are sometimes the fishermen are vacant during the non-fishing time. We can utilize the services for boat services also in the important areas of Vizag or any sea areas. So in Uttarakhand, the flower valley is developed and attracted a lot of tourists. In Andhra Pradesh, in Araku, there are natural valleys, and a potential flower valleys can be developed without much expenses. So why not we keep a thought on this and do it, sir? Likewise, the balloon festival was held once in Araku. After that, it was not continued. Like Hele tourism also was set to start in Rishikonda area but not materialized. Even though boating in sea was not continued at Rishikonda also. AP is having a lot of potential for tourism, especially in Araku. Araku tourism was developed, but still it requires development. Recently, I think Vistadama coach is also, with a great difficulty, the Indian Railway has allotted. So, like that in Kolleru Lake was under dispute with land grabbings, and it is a potential area for development of tourism like bird sanctuaries, etc. We can throw some light on this. And most important is the school children and engineering graduate students are going to see beach areas and swimming in the sea, and sometimes they are drowned. So my suggestion is that why not we build a barricade instead of giving a police protection or some protection. We have to build some barricade in that important areas. So now, and giving a caution boards, more caution boards in the beach road area, almost all areas, so that we can save some people. Regularly we are seeing some deaths, people are drowned, so we can put some barricade or some iron steel piles are inserted in the sea within the kilometer area radius, so we can protect the people from dying. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So we wind up? Right. Anybody wants to say anything further? You want?
Regarding the beach safety, Rishikonda is well protected, and they have a small wire that they have put, and there is a boat that is on the other side. Problem is students go to unnotified areas and swim, nobody can do anything. If it is in Rishikonda, it is quite safe because there is a life guard, there is a boat at the edge. If anybody is drowning, there is a wire that they've already put there. So it is how we take on the safety things. That balloon festival was done twice. It was discontinued after the new government came in. It's a government policy which we cannot talk about. Flowers and everything is a government policy, sir, some which we probably cannot talk about it.
So it's a very, very fruitful and good discussion, and I'm sure they will carry it forward to the government with all the suggestions that have come from eminent panelists. Yes, that's a very, very important thing. I mean, this whole drive from, or the train journey from Vizag, Araku and beyond is something, especially in the monsoon, which is unforgettable. So these are the issues which one should focus on, like Kolleru. I mean, this is definitely a variety of things to be presented. We flag the issue that unless government owns it up, promotes it and supports it, tourism is one sector which will not and cannot grow on its own without this support base. And I am sure this government will focus on this and give the right direction in terms of a number of points and areas that have been mentioned here. And I thank all the panelists as well as Hans India Bizz Buzz Business Conclave organizers for holding this and holding an important sector like tourism as an item for discussion, to crystallizing the ideas. After all that we can do is crystallize ideas here and present it to the government for a follow-up action. And there is a potential, and that potential needs to be exploited. That's the bottom line of the whole thing. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Chair. Thank you very, very much, sir. That was a brilliant session. And ladies and gentlemen, first put your hands together for the session chair, IYR Krishna Rao Garu. I think he handled it really well. And to please applaud to all our eminent panelists here who very patiently ran us through the important points and also have answered all our questions. And we have a token of appreciation for all our panelists and the session chair. Also for all of you here, we have arranged dinner in the rooftop. Dinner will commence from 8 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. On the day one of Bizz Buzz Business Conclave, presented to you by Hans in association with World Trade Center Association Visakhapatnam, we have brainstormed and discussed, exchanged ideas about potentially upscaling the following sectors in Vizag, which is about information technology, also about electronics and tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we will be witnessing about pharmaceutical sector, about petrochemicals, agri and food processing, and about shipping and logistics. Yes, there's a photo op going on. A huge round of applause. Please encourage our panelists who have taken their time out in contributing towards the growth of the economy of the city Visakhapatnam and the entire state of Andhra Pradesh. Tomorrow we have quite a few eminent personalities visiting in and session chairs who will be organizing the panel discussion. So I request all of you to participate, aspire and become entrepreneurially highly spirited so that we can benefit to our state and our country. Ladies and gentlemen, Hans, in association with World Trade Center Association Visakhapatnam, Bizz Buzz Business Conclave is successfully on the table. What a great day. We saw great sessions today. And we are going to witness one more successful day tomorrow. We will see you all on 23rd of April by 10 a.m. sharp. Same here in the same venue. 8 o'clock. Dinner starts by 7:30 p.m. in the rooftop of Novotel. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hans, for giving me this opportunity. Signing off, your show host, Sharmila Kasala. This is a wonderful initiation by Hans India.